Nostalgia for a sense of lost community. The barracks that had been a central space in the camps where miners' families came together were replaced by individual homes and apartments. Workers now lived dispersed around the city in different neighborhoods. One woman noted, for example, how she no longer saw her friends and neighbors or spent time at the miners' union hall, which had operated as a community center in the camps. I still see my neighbors and friends, but now we don't do the things we used to do, and life has separated us here politically. We've become distant from one another, because in the camp above we didn't notice our differences, we all went to the union, but here no. For many the husband goes to the union, but many women no longer go. Degree Similarly, a miner described how above the workers lived in more of a community, there was more unity, the unions were stronger because everything was right there. The camp, life in the camp, it's different below. Degree 1 Former Itinerant worker noted how individualism in the city had reduced the strength of the union. Leaving the camps for the city dispersed the workers and made them apathetic. The worker didn't go to the union hall afterward. Because of the comfort of the house, the television, the children maybe. In contrast, in Sewell it wasn't like this. The men went to the union, and the union hall filled up every time there was an assembly. Now in Rancagua the worker has his video player and he watches videos and he doesn't go to the union hall for assemblies. In Sewell we didn't have to tell workers that there were assemblies, the worker knew. Everyone communicated the information the worker knew, and went to the union hall. %. In terms of cultural life, union leaders pointed out that the consumption of popular cultural products disseminated by the mass media contributed to an undermining of workers' class identity. The community, political, and union networks that had served to communicate news and information in the camps were replaced by radios and televisions. With the left silenced and repressed by state terror during the 1970s and 1980s, the news, politics, and entertainment that workers absorbed were generated by the dictatorship or imported from abroad and received through official and approved newspapers and television, often consumed in the privacy of the home. As one miner noted, the problem was that the workers received only what the dictatorship said, nothing else, since there was no opposition or freedom of expression. So all the propaganda, on the radio, TV, newspapers was the dictatorship's. Every day you saw the same thing. 248. Workers and union leaders also noted that the miners' culture of workplace and community solidarity had been undermined by the spread of a culture of consumerism stimulated by economic policies that encouraged the importation of cheap foreign manufactured goods. By the late 1970s, Rancagua stores were flooded with consumer items that were made available to workers through the extension of credit, and many miners fell quickly into debt. The new culture of consumption fomented by the neoliberal economy along with the proliferation of media such as cinema and television transformed workers' relationship to the union and the company. The mines administration and the workers' union now often operated as credit agencies. Workers began to look to union leaders who, through their contacts, could arrange loans. Union leaders organized a base of support around their ability to get individual workers credit and advances from the company. Union activists lamented the growth of consumerism among miners and the ways in which miners began to see the union as a source of credit and material benefits, rather than as an instrument of struggle. Degree 1 CTC report described, for example, how the dictatorship imposed an economic system on Chileans, designed by the Chicago School of the Free Market, with which they imposed on Chile consumerism that poisoned us with autos, color TVs, sophisticated electronics equipment. Economic groups made money with banks, finance groups, and mutual funds that flourished like mushrooms in support of this sinister and shady system. Similarly, according to a group of Itinerant workers, under the dictatorship came consumerism. Electrodomestics, stereos, color TVs, all these things. Finance groups were created, the guys began to take out loans, so they had more and more economic problems every day because they owed so much. Other union leaders noted that by the 1990s, with the easy availability of credit, many workers fell into debt, and that debt reduced workers' willingness to risk their jobs or lose wages during strikes. They tried to make the workers stop going to the union, to change their consciousness, so that they didn't worry about shared problems. And they showed the workers a bunch of things, and the workers were tempted. They bought things that they couldn't afford with credit, buy quotas. For the government and for the company, the indebted worker is a worker who is not going to have any possibility of struggling for his things, for his wage. With the liberalization of the economy, workers increasingly approached issues crucial to their well-being as individuals. Whereas before healthcare, housing, and pensions had been the subject of collective community movements in the camps in conflicts with the mining company and the state, now each worker struggled on his or her own to adjust to the realities of the market. 99,113. 249. Which was precisely the goal of the regime's modernizations. Struggling with debt reduced workers' capacity to view their economic problems as shared social problems. Union leaders often found that their jobs consisted mainly of helping workers deal with the many bureaucratic procedures required by banks, pensions funds, healthcare firms, and loan agencies. According to union activists and miners, the system of the loans provided by the company and the union in El Teniente eroded miners' traditions of militancy and combativeness and fomented individualism. They noted that workers only went to the union hall to solicit loans from union leaders. The atomization of the miners' community because of political repression under the dictatorship was thus reinforced by the move to the city, miners' forced entrance into the market economy, and the consumer culture fomented by Los Chicago Boys. Conclusion. From the founding of large-scale mines by North American capital at the beginning of the century through the 1970s, the Chilean copper industry was enormously profitable. Low labor costs, innovative methods of production introduced by Kennecott and Anaconda, and high grades of ore made Chile the most important supplier of copper to the world market. The industry's profitability allowed the North American copper companies to provide high wages and benefits, and copper's strategic role in the national economy enabled workers to exert tremendous leverage during collective bargaining and strikes and to pressure the state to intervene on their behalf. By 1973, miners' unions were the most powerful in Chile, and workers had made significant improvements in their standard of living compared with the first decades of the century. The labor movement in the mines was strengthened by a workplace culture defined by solidarity within work teams, a defiant attitude toward company authority, and by the close ties among miners' families in the camps. Like mining communities around the world, El Teniente was known for its militancy and solidarity. After 1930, strikes in El Teniente played a major role in national political events and in the movement to nationalize the North American mines. After 1973, the mining community experienced dramatic changes. Repression decapitated El Teniete's unions, drove political activity underground, and created a general atmosphere of fear. The new military administration established an autocratic system of labor relations in which workers' job classifications were systematically violated and in which labor discipline was enforced with an iron fist. The regime's austerity programs and economic shock treatments. 250. Caused workers to lose a number of benefits and their real wages fell drastically. Temporary workers employed by private subcontractors began to replace permanent Codelco workers. By the 1980s, miners and their families had begun to experience job insecurity and a lowered standard of living. In 1977 and 1978, mine workers organized the first strikes against the Pinochet dictatorship in Chile, drawing on clandestine political and labor networks to build a grassroots worker opposition outside of the unions, which were controlled by the regime-appointed leadership. This underground labor movement provided the foundation for workers to win back control of the unions with the institutionalization of the Labor Code in 1979. When union elections were reinstated, workers voted for leaders from the opposition Christian Democratic, Communist, and Socialist parties, who had stood out during the movements of the late 1970s and who were known for their political militancy. In El Teniente, the dictatorship was unsuccessful in eradicating workers' political and labor traditions. After the failures of collective bargaining between 1980 and 1982 to restore workers' lost wages and benefits, the newly independent miners' unions and the national leadership of the CRC spearheaded the national protests and labor opposition against the dictatorship from 1983 to 1986. Ironically, during the transition to democracy after 1988, workers' capacity to confront changes in labor relations and to make demands on the state-owned copper company was diminished. Changes introduced under the military regime and the effects of repression began to take their toll. The regime had neglected the state-run copper MIFs and promoted private and foreign investments in new and modern mining enterprises. The democratically elected government of Patricio Aylwin inherited a state mining company debilitated by lack of investment and by the military's policy of draining copper revenues to fund its own budget. In El Teniente, the mine's administrators sought to lower costs and to boost production by reducing the labor force and introducing new management schemes, work systems, and technologies, many copied from their private competitors. For workers, the company's strategies for modernizing El Teniente and making it competitive with the modern transnational companies operating in Chile threatened basic guarantees they had won through strikes since the 1930s. Combined with mechanization, changes in work systems and the retirement of older workers began to transform work and workplace culture, undermining traditions of labor militancy in the mine. The RGG-1 strike represented a major turning point in the history of labor relations in El Teniente. While the strike had involved traditional forms and styles of mobilization and militancy, the outcome had been far from favorable for workers, despite gains in wages and benefits. The end of the strike brought, 251. A redefinition of the terms in which labor relations would be cast in the future. The company proposed a strategic alliance of unions and company management in reducing the labor force and increasing productivity. In exchange for job stability, the unions would work with management to come up with ways to reduce costs and increase productivity. For the workers, the strategic alliance represented a guarantee that the company would remain in the hands of the state and that their jobs would be protected. In addition, the strategic alliance offered the possibility that through the unions workers would be able to participate in decision-making over strategies for modernizing the copper company. Labor relations would no longer be an exercise in conflict channeled through the institutional framework of collective bargaining. Rather, workers would participate with management in establishing El Teniene's international competitiveness. While a number of union leaders rejected the plan and refused to sign on, the strategic alliance was put into effect in the mid-1990s. Yet, by 1998 union leaders were attacking the alliance as a means for the company to reduce its workforce. As one union leader noted in 1998, the last reconversion laboral meant trauma, camouflaged firings, and discontent for many workers. The most worrying is that it increased a growing job insecurity. That same year the president of the Sindicato Industrial Sewell y Mina, Etiel Moraga, noted that Codelco had pressured unions to sign onto the strategic alliance to reduce the workforce, increase production with fewer workers. He argued that the company continued to ignore the excessive workload forced on miners and the medical problems created by work in the mine and its plants *degree with their unions in a weakened position and the strategic alliance imposing pressures to reduce the workforce and increase productivity in the name of making El Teniente viable as a state-owned enterprise. The copper workers had little leverage in negotiating better work conditions and salaries. The 1998 Asian economic crisis placed additional pressures on Codelco and its workers. As world demand for copper fell and prices steadily declined, Codelco's plans to modernize and become internationally competitive were placed on hold. As prices for copper dipped to historic lows of 75 cents a pound from $1.09 a pound in 1990, the state mining company halted new projects to expand production in new and existing mines and to invest in mines in Africa. The effects of the Asian crisis were compounded by Chile's radical increase of copper production, which also drove international prices down. With more than 35% of world production, increases in Chilean production, especially in the private sector, had a significant impact on prices. Between 1989 and 1998, privately owned companies increased their production of copper from 365.6 252 million tons to 2,262.9 tons, and Codelco's participation in national copper production fell from 75.3% to 38.27%. While exports of copper increased by 76% between 1995 and 1999, the actual value of copper exports fell from $6,431 million to $5,889 million owing to falling prices. Registered owing to privatization and the free fall of world copper prices, while the state had earned 65 cents for every pound of copper exported in 1989, in 1999 it earned only 3 cents per pound, and even worse, its share of copper exports had declined from 50% to 5°. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, the strategic alliance signified an exchange in which the unions linked support for the expansion and modernization of Codelco to the stability of their jobs, wages, and benefits. The unions viewed support for the state-owned mining sector as essential to the defense of the workers' own position, especially when confronted with the expansion of the private sector in the mining industry. In 1999, the Copper Miners Union argued that it is of primary importance to maintain a vigilant attitude and permanent mobilization to confront the constant efforts of private economic concerns to Hebreize and legally privatize Codelco. For the miners' unions, reform of the laws handed down by the dictatorship that discriminated against Codelco and favored private mining companies would be the major struggle of the late 1990s and early 2000s. The unions cast their lot with Codelco's plans to expand investment and modernize, denouncing the unequal taxation of Codelco and the state's constriction of investments as a response to post-1998 budgetary crises. Union leaders lamented the rupture in the generational passing down of knowledge about work and labor traditions and younger workers' lack of class consciousness. Changes in the organization of the labor process and work relations and the paring down of the labor force weakened the union's bases in workplace solidarities. This transformation in the labor force was exacerbated by the move of the mining community from the old camps to the city of Rancagua. The separation of miners' neighborhoods from the workplace and the integration of workers and their families into urban life disrupted community networks that had provided miners' unions strength during conflicts with the company. The regime's privatization policies threw working-class families into the urban market economy, making them responsible for health care, pensions, housing, and education benefits that had been provided by the company before 1973, thus promoting an individualist approach to social problems and a general sense of anxiety and insecurity. The growth of a culture of con. 253. Sumerism and the spread of mass popular culture contributed to this individualism and to the fragmentation of workers' community and class solidarities. New forms of leisure, recreation, and consumption undermined old community institutions such as sports teams and social clubs that had been pillars of union activity. The unanimous nostalgia for life in the camps expressed by older workers and their family members in oral histories represented a sense of lost community ties and isolation in the city. By the one goes copper miners' unions approached conflicts with Codelco management over changes in the labor process, wage and bonus structures, and job security with unions that were weaker than those that led the protests of 1983. Miners' numbers had been reduced by downsizing, and their capacity to place pressure on the state and build alliances with political parties was considerably diminished by the shrinking role of copper and Codelco in the national economy. With the 2000 election of former socialist Ricardo Lagos, who maintained the policies of his concertación predecessors in the copper industry, and ineffective reforms of the labor code in 2001, the El Teniente copper workers confronted the challenge of rebuilding a strong union movement that could effectively participate in shaping the organization of labor relations in the state-owned mine. The miners faced the pressure of ensuring the profitability of the state-run mines in competition with private transnational companies operating in Chile and abroad, while defending their wages, benefits, and work guarantees. Could the state-run company, still producing half of Chile's copper, provide an alternative to the privatizing schemes of neoliberal reformers? What role would workers and their unions play in building a state-owned company that competed with privately owned transnational companies in the global capitalist economy? By the beginning of the 2000s, the pressures to make El Teniente competitive in order to maintain its state-owned status and in order to protect jobs imposed limits on the demands workers could make and on the militancy of the unions. As Codelco attempted to expand and become transnational itself, with investments in mining enterprises abroad, workers have also had to rethink the meaning of nationalism and class solidarity. The radical nationalism and anti-imperialism that structured miners' labor politics before 1973 is no longer as effective in sustaining their class identity and no longer serves as a vehicle for national alliances. In addition, the local community identity that had shaped miners' class politics in the mining camps has given way to workers' diffuse participation in city life and a mass culture that itself is increasingly transnational. The physical spaces that demarcated miners' community and class identities before 1973 have melted into air during the process of restructuring. 254. And the intensification of Chile integration into the global economy. Now that miners and their families inhabit a world no longer defined by the boundaries of the mine and its camps, the question will be how to rebuild a class identity that will allow them to confront the profound changes wrought by this latest phase in the modernization of capitalist production in the export sector. Heidi Tinsman. More than victims, women agricultural workers. And social change in rural Chile. Dictatorship in Chile had dire and dramatic consequences for the rural poor, particularly for rural women. Thanks to the excellent scholarship of many academics and activists, primarily Chileans who bravely labored in Santiago during the 1980s, we have a detailed, if devastating, narrative about the impact of neoliberal economics and authoritarian rule on the countryside. It is a story about the material and political disenfranchisement of campesinos, the termination of an agrarian reform that had dismantled Chile's hacienda system and redistributed land to campesinos, the crushing of rural labor unions and political organizations, the replacement of state-managed development with market-driven models, the emergence of a highly profitable and intensely exploitative fruit export industry, the conversion of peasant farmers into impoverished wage laborers, and the death of popular unity socialism as well as of the Chilean state's long-standing commitment to deliver social justice to the poor. Although Chile's dictatorship ended in 1990, its legacy hangs heavy in the air, and as Chile prides itself on having one of the most market-driven economies in the world, its agricultural prowess still rests mightily on the exploitation of women. The story of Chile's encounter with neoliberalism has a familiar ring to those now accustomed to current debates over late 20th century capitalist globalization and the crushing poverty of so-called third world countries. In the export-oriented economies that characterize this phenomenon, women workers are often the majority and almost always the fastest growing sector of the labor force. Women sew Levis jeans in Guatemala, wash IBM computer chips in the Philippines, assemble RCA televisions in Indonesia, process broccoli and strawberries in Mexico, stitch Nike tennis shoes in Indonesia. As with Chile under military rule, most of these workspaces are in countries with authoritarian governments that overtly repress independent labor movements. However, Chile's experiment with neoliberal capitalism began earlier than most other currently existing models and was far more extensive and intensive in its scope and depth of restructuring. Indeed, Chile became a model on which many other neoliberal reform projects were based. Starting in the mid-1970s, while most developing nations were pursuing semi-protected and state-managed growth, the military junta headed by General Augusto Pinochet aggressively courted foreign investment and slashed tariffs. In the countryside, his actions transformed a mixed economy of private haciendas, state-managed farms, and peasant holdings that once produced grain and vegetables for domestic consumption into a high-tech agribusiness that exported grapes and peaches to the North Atlantic countries and Japan. By 1980, Chile's fruit-producing region closely resembled Central California in its level of technological inputs and methods of agribusiness management. By 1987, Chile's international fruit sales grossed almost $500 million, and the Wall Street Journal hailed the fruit industry as proof of Chile's economic miracle. But as scholars and activists were quick to point out, for Chile's rural laborers, such changes were miserable, not miraculous. Campesinos lost access to land and became more dependent on wage labor. They built makeshift squatter settlements, without potable water or electricity, on the hills that peered over into the recently privatized and fenced orchards. Agricultural work became highly insecure, as the permanent work campesinos had formerly enjoyed on state-managed farms gave way to seasonal jobs lasting between 3 and 6 months. Wages plummeted to $1 a day, well below the low minimum wage established by the military junta. Worker compliance was ensured through repression and fear. The regime's 1979 labor code eradicated most of the political leverage the Chilean working classes had won since the 1920s. In the countryside, it strangled the rural organizing efforts begun under the agrarian reform of the 1960s, which had unionized over 250,000 campesinos by 1973. The new legislation so greatly restricted organizing requirements and labor actions that it effectively made campesino unions illegal. The military disappeared and tortured thousands of labor leaders and political activists, many of them campesinos. It outlawed left-wing political parties and took over neighborhood associations, women's organizations, and youth clubs. This was a drama that prominently featured women. Indeed, studies of rural women have been central to analyzing and representing the dire circumstances of dictatorship as a whole. According to the prevailing narrative, economic hardship and the fruit industry's demand for cheap and plentiful labor pushed campesina housewives and daughters out of their homes and into temporary 262. Wage work. Employers such as Dole and Standard Fruit joined new Chilean companies in recruiting masses of female laborers for orchard work and fruit packaging jobs, to which women's supposedly nimble fingers and docile temperaments were thought to be particularly well suited. By the mid-1980s, women comprised nearly 40% of the fruit industry's estimated 300,000 member labor force and a majority of its packing plant workers. Most women labored in fruit packing plants, cleaning, weighing, and packaging grapes, apples, and peaches. A smaller number found work in orchards or vineyards in gender-specific tasks such as pruning and staking. Scholars and activists have written in detail about the hardship that these new female workers suffered, giving special emphasis to women's unique exploitation as women. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, the temporeras worked 2 to 16 hours a day during seasonal peaks, without job security, overtime pay, or vacations. They earned miserable piece rates and labored standing, with few breaks. They became sick from pesticides and toxic gases, miscarried fetuses, and gave birth to deformed babies. They were subjected to humiliating pregnancy tests by employers, fired when a pregnancy was discovered, and forced to endure sexual harassment and abuse by supervisors. They returned exhausted from work to additional daily labors of cooking and cleaning. Children went unattended while mothers worked. Women's relations with spouses and male family members became tense and combative because of poverty, women's need to work, and the reality that husbands and wives rarely saw each other. Such conflict, in turn, contributed to increased male home abandonment, a rise in the number of female-headed households, and heightened domestic violence. Beyond such family strife, scholars have noted that women's agricultural employment during dictatorship went hand in hand with a host of economic maladies: substandard wages, heightened male unemployment, the replacement of permanent jobs with temporary ones, and rural workers' inability to challenge employer authority. Although not explicitly blaming women for such resulting distress, it often is implicitly assumed that women were successfully used or manipulated by employers to depress wages and deter worker militancy. This prevailing view of rural women's work during Chile's dictatorship is problematic, and I propose an alternative framework for considering what is at stake in discussions about gender, work, and authoritarianism. While recognizing the tremendous value of past studies on women's incorporation into the fruit export industry, I am critical of the resistant tendency within much of existing scholarship to view women workers chiefly as victims, and rather passive or complicit victims at that. However, more than victims, 263. Unwittingly, this view builds on the notion that men are somehow sturdier than women when it comes to weathering extreme exploitation, or that it is more appalling to underpay and overwork women than men. Feminist scholarship has made the crucial point that women are inserted into capitalism differently and unequally from men because of women's domestic responsibilities and the replication of gender hierarchies within the workforce. Women can be, and often are, exploited more than men. Yet in much of the literature about Chilean temporaries, the theoretical and political points about double burdens and sexism have been taken by scholars to be unchanging facts about women's essential vulnerability in the workplace, rather than as points of departure for asking how and why male dominance is replicated. This is not merely condescending in its implication that women are more easily exploited than men. It perpetuates the notion that men, not women, should be the real workers, or that at least men should be employed first. As Susan Tiano has noted precisely in her book on Mexican maquiladoras, writings about the exploitation of women workers still gain emotional impact from the horror of women taking men's jobs, and, I might add, from the sad spectacle of men becoming unable to support wives and families. Essentialist notions about gender and work have compounded a second problem in the existing literature, the tendency to examine women's work in vineyards and orchards as a simple matter of labor exploitation and personal distress, and, therefore, as a perfect example of the dictatorship's moral bankruptcy. Thanks to enduring notions about female vulnerability and the desirability of a stable, well-paid force of male laborers, suffering women workers have come to represent regime injustice in one of its most despicable forms. The problem isn't that women did not suffer as temporaries they did, and mightily. Rather, the problem is that this formulation has encouraged the collapsing of an understanding of women's work and working women's lives with the term exploitation. With a few important exceptions, this has prevented any consideration of the positive effects that female wage work, despite its exploitative nature, may have had on other spheres of women's lives. There has been little room for an exploration of how wage work impacted women's understandings of themselves, negotiating power with the family, or willingness to challenge labor exploitation or authoritarianism. Closely linked to this, the literature on temporaries frequently assumes that what came before women's incorporation into export capitalism was necessarily better in all aspects. Last, and perhaps most fundamental, gender analysis has been limited to rural women alone. The failure to undertake a similar consideration of how dictatorship trans. 264. Formed men and men's understanding of their lives has made it difficult to see the changes for women as intimately wedded to changes in men. Or, in other words, it has prevented an attention to how military rule impacted rural patriarchy. Based on research conducted on Aconcagua Valley, one of Chile's most productive and lucrative agricultural areas and a center of its grape industry, I argue that the processes that brought women into the rural labor force as fruit workers during military rule had an extremely complicated and contradictory impact on women's lives. Registered, not all changes amounted to exploitation. After 1973, women fruit workers also came to have significantly more agency within their local communities and, in particular, an improved relationship to male authority within the family. Women's wage work and the very structure of the fruit industry lessened women's material and social dependence on men. It gave women greater bargaining power in their relationship to male family members, more respect for the contributions they made to household maintenance, and, in many cases, the ability to leave abusive situations. Women also assumed unprecedented leadership in activist struggles against individual employers and the military regime as a whole. Rural women denounced the dictatorship's economic model and human rights abuses and were at the forefront of reviving and reshaping the agenda of the rural labor movement. In the last years of authoritarian rule in the late 1980s, a vocal minority came to insist that a successful democratic transition required economic justice and gender equality. Although in the RGOs all fruit workers would continue to face exploitation and obstacles to collective empowerment, women and women's demands became central to the organizational goals of a struggling labor movement. In many cases, developments in rural Chile mirrored transformations taking place in gender dynamics, employment patterns, and political movements elsewhere in the country during military rule. In urban areas, women's part-time and informal labor also became crucial to family survival as tariff reform decimated domestic industries, expelling tens of thousands of men into the ranks of the and underemployed. Middle-class families similarly came to rely on women's extra household labor as salaries were slashed and the welfare state dismantled. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, female participation in white-collar work and the professions swelled. Women's greater participation in the workforce, together with the rising number of female-headed households nationally, generated some of the same struggles over gender entitlement in the more than victims, 265 cities as they did in rural areas. Moreover, as was the case in rural Chile, urban women's heightened economic responsibilities were related to a significant role played by women in pro-democracy struggles. To note such gains is not to suggest that military rule or exploitative capitalist relations were in some simple sense good for women. They were not. Rather, I argue that some gender hierarchies can be softened at the same time that life, as a whole, is experienced by women as more oppressive. We need to grasp the simultaneity of gender exploitation and erosions of certain forms of patriarchy without mechanically attributing one to the other. In other words, it is crucial to separate the question of why women come to exercise more authority in some realms of their lives from the issue of what authoritarian regimes and neoliberal economic projects impose. The historical contradictions that enable resistance to emerge from oppression or that simply ameliorate certain hierarchies or forms of suffering should not be conflated with the structures of oppression themselves. Few scholars argue that the militant labor movements that have arisen in mining industries across the world are an indication of how good capitalist relations have been for men mining West Virginian coal, Chilean copper, or South African gold. Instead, they attribute labor's actions to male workers' own responses, tenacity, and ingenuity. Where appropriate, we should be able to draw similar conclusions about women. It is crucial for both intellectual and political reasons to maintain the analysis of exploitation. Chilean authoritarianism clearly coerced women, women were exploited and suffered under these arrangements. But there are equally compelling intellectual and political reasons not to reduce our evaluation of gender and women to the sum of that coercion. The relation between capitalism and gender is as contradictory for women as it is for men. Female agency must not be confused with employer and regime intentions, and narratives that reinforce sexist paradigms defeat the purpose of challenging oppression. Reassessing the lives of Chilean fruit workers. In the lush Central Valley province of Aconcagua, 100 kilometers north of Santiago, the immediate impact of dictatorship hit campesino men harder than it did women. Dictatorship changed rural men's ability to be manly men in ways that both male and female campesinos had come to see as right and natural. In particular, authoritarian politics and neoliberal economics dealt a 266 powerful blow to the material and political gains that poor rural men had made during the agrarian reform. Between 1964 and 1973, the Chilean state and a newly emergent rural labor movement championed a brand of campesino masculinity that emphasized rural men's personal autonomy, political combativeness, and the ability to support one's wife and children. Led first by a reformist Christian democratic government and greatly accelerated by Allende's socialist administration, the agrarian reform aimed to turn Chile's infamously unproductive haciendas and appalling rural poverty into a socially just, modern economy. Transforming illiterate and supposedly servile peasant men into assertive citizens and able producers was central to this project. Campesino men were encouraged to demonstrate their worthiness as future stewards of the land by participating in strikes, standing up to the boss, and exercising leadership and responsibility in their own home. Although pro-capitalist Christian Democrats and popular unity socialists clashed over issues of private property, both defined the male-headed nuclear family as a cornerstone for building a new society. Both proclaimed that they would give land to the man who works it, and both distributed land almost exclusively to heads of household. Catholics and Marxists alike spoke of the agrarian reform as turning campesino children into real men, so that each campesino might become his own patron. Dictatorship made the realization of such male agency and patriarchal duty absurd. With the emergence of the fruit export industry, not only did the rural man not become his own patron, but he acquired a new employer boss who controlled workers with impunity. By the late 1970s, a majority of campesino men were dependent on badly paid, temporary jobs in orchards and vineyards to which they had no property claims. Making matters worse, the repression of rural unions smashed the political vehicles by which working-class men had challenged the authority of elite men. The militant strikes and massive land occupations that had characterized the agrarian reform disappeared overnight, as did the decidedly pro-worker stance of labor tribunals and government bureaucrats. Repression eliminated the social spaces in which campesino men had fostered a sense of masculine camaraderie and male-class militancy. Police sacked rural union halls and set fire to banners that had hung on estate walls proclaiming liberated territory. As one elderly campesino man bluntly summarized the impact on rural manhood. In contrast, men comprised over 96% of the permanent wage earners and sharecropping tenants who labored on the haciendas and were credited with their production registered after 1964. The agrarian reform reinforced the home-based nature of women's work and gave it a more explicitly domestic, and non-productive definition. The state-sponsored craft and sewing projects meant to help women contribute to family income but promoted them by stressing how they would not interfere with female responsibilities for children and housekeeping. Women were also encouraged to assume more responsibility for managing household budgets, a role that implied certain female rights to male wages and authority over expenditures. Agrarian reform programs benefited women, but they reserved the program's most important aims of empowering workers and redistributing land for rural men. Dictatorship and export capitalism changed all this. Wage work, itself, b. 268. Came redefined. Temporary jobs, inadequate wages, and the inability to overtly challenge employer authority stripped paid agricultural work of the positive, empowering, and male associations it had had during the agrarian reform. Agricultural work was no longer touted as a means by which campesinos asserted a mature masculinity but instead came to represent the degradation of men and the exploitation of women. Breaking still further with the agrarian reform's ideal of men providing for women, the new fruit work suggested new forms of gender parity in hardship. Paid work was now something that both men and women did. The realities of poverty implied that women and men needed to share the monetary burden of sustaining households and identify with each other's common experiences of abuse in the workplace. These changes in the meaning of work and gender responsibility challenged men's former sense of authority over women. During the last decades of Chile's latifundia society, over 80% of rural women eventually married, and many of those did not migrated to towns and cities. Within the campesino household, husbands, fathers, brothers, and uncles exercised considerable control over wives and other female family members. Men regulated women's extra household activities, determining at what age daughters were withdrawn from school and whether wives took occasional paid work as domestic servants. Women did not routinely handle money or determine household budgets. Men made most family purchases and often marketed women's homemade crafts, intentionally limiting wives' and daughters' contact with other men. Men even exercised considerable authority over women's tasks in and around the household. Because men labored both on hacienda properties and on family subsistence plots inside these estates, they worked in close proximity to female family members, even though male and female work was gender-specific. The agrarian reform altered, but did not fundamentally upset, these arrangements. Sexual divisions of labor became more clear-cut and social spaces more separated. Men worked on newly received plots of land or state-managed farms and spent less time at home because of frequent educational seminars and political meetings. Meanwhile, women's energies were channeled into becoming modern housewives who fed children balanced meals and skillfully made family clothing on state-donated sewing machines. Despite the growing distance between men's and women's lives, the agrarian reform emphasized principles of gender harmony and cooperation. Men and women were to see each other as partners in the joint project of community uplift and class struggle. The rural labor movement encouraged women to join picket lines and union marches in special female. More than victims, 269. Auxiliaries. State-run literacy and adult education programs admonished husbands, as one manual putti, to respect the vital roles that women play as home managers and educators of children, and to communicate more openly with their women so that wives can appreciate their spouses' daily routines. To a certain extent, the celebration of gender collaboration validated women's opinions and roles and suggested limits to men's unilateral action without female consent. This was particularly true of Chile's first national family planning program. Begun in 1964 with heavy financial backing from the Rockefeller Foundation and U.S. Alliance for Progress, family planning programs emphasized men and women's mutual responsibilities as parents and the need for spouses to cooperate with each other in raising children. Yet despite the meaningfully positive changes for women accompanying the ethos of gender cooperation, the agrarian reform steered clear of measures that directly threatened the principle of men's authority over women. Family planning programs focused almost exclusively on married couples and made a woman's access to contraceptives contingent on her husband's consent. As a result, by the early 1970s less than 10% of rural women reportedly used medical methods of birth control. The directive that men should better cherish and esteem their wives did not change the policy focus on empowering male workers or the assumption that the reconstituted campesino family would be headed by men. Women remained largely excluded from membership in unions and state-managed farms, both of which were over 95% male. Men continued to be women's ticket to participating in the fruits of land reform. The agrarian reform uplifted women, but it made certain that men were lifted higher. With the onset of military rule, campesino men's authority and sexual privilege were called into question. The repression of rural labor unions, the decimation of male earning power, the humiliation of relying on women's wages, and the specific rhythms of the fruit industry combined to undercut the agrarian reform's ideal of masculine agency. For one, women's work as temporeras lessened men's ability to monitor or control women's whereabouts and schedules. Women's shifts in the fruit packing plants began in the early afternoon with the first delivery of harvested fruit and ended as late as 4 a.m. the following morning. In contrast, most male fruit workers labored in orchards and vineyards between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. This meant that most working women labored in physically separate spaces from most men, and that women worked at night while their menfolk labored in the day. It also meant that men were expected to take on at least minimal responsibility for childcare and food preparation during women's absences. Men also ceased to control the size and spending of household budgets. Most 270 women insisted on retaining control over at least part, if not all, of their own wages and on their right to make basic purchases for themselves and their families. This gave women relatively greater authority within their households and in their relationships with men than had been possible prior to and during the agrarian reform. It was not that wage work automatically shifted gender relations. Rural women had always made vital financial contributions to the family, and during the agrarian reform the numbers of campesinas in Aconcagua who worked for wages on a temporary basis had significantly increased. What was different about women's work as temporeras after 1973 was the fact that cash wages were increasingly becoming the only means by which large numbers of rural people survived, and men's and women's earning power and contributions to the household had become roughly parallel. Significantly, during the harvest season, women often earned more than men on a monthly basis. Although men's temporary jobs lasted on average 3 months longer than did women's, the fact that women's packing plant work paid piece rate while men's orchard work paid by the day often allowed women to pull in higher wages during seasonal peaks. Degree Another crucial factor driving the changes in the value attached to women's work and the leverage it commanded was new patterns in rural consumption. During military rule, most of rural Chile, particularly areas dominated by fruit export industries and wage economies, became firmly integrated into a growing consumer culture with a distinctly urban accent. Throughout Aconcagua, grocery stores competed with, and often replaced, peasant markets as the primary place to purchase foodstuffs. By 1980, most campesinos bought cheap, ready-made synthetic clothes and rubber shoes at town retail outlets and in second-hand stores. Street vendors in village plazas hawked nail polish, tin combs, plastic jugs, and nylon curtains. Thanks to low tariffs and new marketing strategies, even imported radios, tape players, and televisions were offered to rural workers on layaway plans. But despite the veneer of prosperity, consumerism was usually more symptomatic than ameliorating of rural poverty. Campesinos' loss of land drove the heightened dependency on store-bought clothes and food, and the expense and poor quality of the latter often resulted in malnutrition. Layaway plans for electronic appliances and furniture usually saddled the poor with crippling debts. Women fruit workers were the crucial players in this new consumer reality, and they actively used consumption in their negotiations within the rural family. Building on the idea promoted during the agrarian reform that rural women should oversee household budgets and expenditures, temporeras ventured into town centers on their days off from work to grocery shop or to select a house. More than victims plus 271. Bands work shirt. This implied men handing over a portion of their wages to women and ceding to women's un chaperone trips. It also involved women deciding when and how to spend their own wages. Buying school uniforms for the children or a pot for the kitchen with one's own wages allowed women to affirm their importance to household maintenance in the monetary terms that were becoming increasingly valued in a market-driven consumer economy. Likewise, women's willingness to make purchases without prior male approval signified women's growing sense that wage work implied certain rights to make decisions independent of male authority. Women's occasional purchases for themselves, a blouse, some stockings, and Avon lipstick, symbolized something still bolder: women's claim to male workers' long-standing practice of spending wages for personal indulgence. Women's new understandings of themselves as wage workers, together with the positive value that women attached to their work, challenged past notions of why men rightly exercised authority over women. Worker could no longer be the basis for an exclusively masculine identity, nor could wages be a central means by which men ensured female loyalty and dependence. As one tempora, Marta Toledo, explained in an interview, if women worked under conditions similar to those of men, they were entitled to similar privileges, even if that encroached on male terrain and prerogative. You see. Now work as a big group of women, apart, in the packing. This is what bothers men. Because now women have the same conditions that men have always had, telling jokes, having a good time, gossiping about problems at home. A man feels bad. Women begin to like their own money and like the fact they often earn more than men. Likes to buy herself things as was never possible before, and men begin to feel displaced, unnecessary. Closely linked to the perception that men were becoming less materially important to women was a suspicion that women workers were becoming sexually promiscuous. As the previous arrangement of male breadwinning gave way to notions that men and women did similar work, had similar material responsibilities to the family, and that women spent their own wages. Ideas that women needed their husbands less or needed men less as a whole took on the near hysteria language of social crisis. Married women were said to be having affairs, unmarried women were thought to be becoming unwed mothers at alarming rates, and all women were said to be in danger of engaging in prostitution. Although most alarm assumed women's liaisons with men, there was also 272. Anxiety about women's relationships with other women. In oral histories, women frequently remarked on men's hostility to the female world of the packing plant. Men complained that their wives preferred to spend time with gossips and shrews rather than with their families, that they picked up bad habits like smoking, spitting, and wearing halter tops, and that they were becoming sassy and insubordinate at home. In at least a dozen interviews with tempireras who were married or cohabiting with male partners, women reported that men forbade them to go out socially with other tempireras because, as one woman recalled her husband's rationalization to her, "You forget the duty of your sex." For single and adolescent women, socializing among women was less restricted and often looked on as normal peer gatherings. Still, with activities like dancing, which were socially coded as sensual and therefore as heterosexual, single women's preference for one another drew male ire. Norma, an 18-year-old tempora whe lived with her mother, recalled in an interview that when she danced with female co-workers at parties, men sometimes jeered them as ugly and macho. Although according to oral histories, male anger and defensiveness did not involve accusations that women's relationships with one another were explicitly sexual, this does not mean that such relationships did not exist in any case. The threat that women's homosocial world posed was clearly sexual in nature. Men labeled women's intimacy with each other ugly, macho, rude, promiscuous, and unfeminine, and juxtaposed this to the natural inclination of the female sex to desire to be with husbands and children. Concern about changes in the social proclivities and sexual lives of tempireras was not entirely unfounded. Women fruit workers did spend more time with one another and enjoyed it. In interviews both for the study and for others, women almost unanimously agreed that one of the most satisfying things about fruit work was the friendships made with other women and the break from domestic routine and isolation registered. As Maria Toledo stressed, now women worked apart from men, in big groups of women telling jokes, gossiping about neighbors, and sharing problems at home. To be sure, they also quarreled and competed with one another, teaming up in strategic alliances and cliques. But women sought out their co-workers at social events such as birthdays and public dances, and occasionally ventured out together on their own to window shop for shoes and buy children's school supplies. Tempireras were also in more intimate contact with men, although much of it was unwelcome. Sexual coercion, abuse, and harassment were commonplace in both the packing plants and the orchards. Distance from the male-headed household hardly guaranteed women freedom from male sexual authority. Yet, more than victims, 273. Coercion by social superiors was not new, and many tempireras insisted that the dynamics of the packing plant were far more benign than the sexual violence and vulnerability their mothers experienced as domestic servants and peons on the great haciendas predating the agrarian reform. What was new after 1973 was a recognition that women's proletarianization had altered women's relationship to family spaces. Some women also consented to involvement with male supervisors and low-ranking packing plant employees. Such agreements were circumscribed by coercion and necessity, but they could also be gambles for benefit, protection, favor, or thrill. While adolescent women were the most likely to become involved in highly unequal and dangerous relationships with supervisors, married and older single women tended to pursue liaisons with near peers. Among the small groups of male permanent workers employed at the packing plants, romantic opportunities ranged from casual flirtation to full affairs, and the cash wages received by both male and female workers encouraged an abundance of weekend, heterosexual mingling at dance functions, village plazas, and soccer games. Heterosexual relations were facilitated by the increased availability of birth control. Although abortion became more heavily persecuted during dictatorship, the military regime expanded on the family planning programs begun during the agrarian reform. Such policy resulted from the junta's own investment in projecting Chile as a modern nation. By 1986, almost 30% of women between the ages of 15 and 45 used some form of birth control, most commonly an 1UD** in rural areas dominated by the fruit industry. This created a paradox. At the same time, the control of women's sexuality was becoming more intimately bound up in labor control strategies such as sexual harassment and mandatory pregnancy tests. rural women became more able to control reproduction and to engage in sexual encounters without overtly risking pregnancy. Whatever the extent of temporary's intimate and sexual relationships outside marriage, perceptions about female sexuality had most certainly altered. The sheer possibility that women might seek male company outside the family gaze suggested to many rural people, male and female, that most women did. Distinctions between the positions and desires of married women and those of single women tended to blur, and all temporaries were seen as potentially sexually deviant. This image reflected new fears about the weakened ability of parents and husbands to regulate women's sexual lives. Yet beyond perception, it also pointed to a concrete willingness by some temporaries to define codes of female behavior that qualified and sometimes rejected the agrarian reforms. 274 plus. Ideal of female chastity and fidelity. In oral histories, temporaries often defended women's extraconjugal sexual activities as justified compensation for the lack of respect, affection, and fidelity they received from their own husbands. As Elena Mufiaz, a 35-year-old tempora, recalled of her own experience. If is in bed and is not there, because she's working, he gets suspicious, he wonders about who she could be with. In my case, Pedro always makes me have relations with him when I get home from a shift, no matter how exhausted I am, or if I say no. It's a way of testing where I've been. Men worry about women having affairs, even though men often take advantage of a woman's absence. To cheat on her. You know, there can be a case of a good woman, who works very hard, who maybe is forced to look for affection in the packing because her husband is always cheating on her asterisk. Elena's account simultaneously defended women's behavior and condemned male authority and duplicity. While recognizing that Pedro's suspicion of her was rooted in a real increase in working women's sexual opportunities, her counter that it was still usually men who had affairs underscored the injustice of Pedro's actions at the same time it justified the conditions under which a respectable woman might have an affair. This both legitimated the decoupling of marriage and sexual activity and challenged the assumption that husbands always deserved sexual loyalty from wives. Importantly, both the erosion of men's sexual authority and women's entrance into wage work blatantly contradicted the military regime's ostensible goals. Throughout the dictatorship, the junta aggressively promoted a cross-class gender ideal in which men worked to support families while women stayed at home caring for children. The sacrificing mother became the female counterpart of the patriotic male soldier, and both were celebrated as the foundation of national progress and social peace. The regime launched elaborate programs, most notably a revamped version of the Mothers' Centers of Chile, now headed by Pinochet's wife, which instructed women in the arts of homemaking and preached that a woman's true worth lay in her self-abnegation and maternity. The dictatorship's gender ideal diverged significantly from that promoted during the agrarian reform. Although the agrarian reform also celebrated women's home-based roles, it had seen women's civic education and political activism on behalf of male unions and political parties as a crucial part of being a good helpmate. In contrast, the military insisted that women were naturally apolitical and that it was this lack of interest in dirty politics that made women more than victims. 275. So moral. It is also important to note that although both the agrarian reform and the military regime sought to improve men's ability to provide for dependent wives and children, the reform-minded Catholics and Marxists of the agrarian reform years were far more successful at achieving the domestic ideal. Ironically, the dictatorship championed its particularly patriarchal domesticity at the same time that its economic policies made it difficult for poor men to keep wives at home. Rural men did not easily accept changing gender relations. As I have argued elsewhere, authoritarian rule corresponded to a significant leap in reported incidences of wife beating among the rural poor in the Aconcagua Valley district of San Felipe. The number of formal complaints of wife beating filed in criminal court jumped from an annual average of RO in the 1960s to an average of 50 in the 1980s degree even after accounting for region's 40% population increase between 1970 and 1982. These numbers suggest a meaningful increase in women's willingness to formally challenge such violence, but may also indicate that such violence had become more pronounced. Certainly the reasons why men beat their wives had changed. During the agrarian reform, wife-beating cases overwhelmingly involved men's insistence that wives, by definition, owed them exclusive sexual and domestic services on demand. Men physically disciplined wives for supposed flirtations with other men, for withholding or being unable to have sex, and for failing to complete specific household duties. A second major factor in cases of wife-beating was a woman's objection to a husband's sexuality infidelity. Men beat women for complaining about their extramarital affairs. Although the very actions by which women provoked male rage indicate that women understood gender rights and obligations in ways that differed from those of men, women's overt material dependence on men and the agrarian reform's affirmation of male agency and authority made it difficult and rare for women to overtly challenge men's social and sexual dominance. In contrast, during military rule, wife-beating became increasingly mediated by men's heightened economic vulnerability and the ways in which women's employment threatened male authority. During the 1970s and 1980s, conjugal conflicts that ended in men's violence against women frequently involved fights over money, particularly male objections to women's insistence on controlling their own wages and female accusations that men were not financially contributing enough to the household. Extramarital affairs also continued to be a central theme in cases of wife-beating. However, now this involved men's complaints of women's infidelity and sexual independence. Above all, women's increased willingness to challenge past notions about male right and female. 276. Obligation placed men on the defensive and provoked retaliation from spouses who felt it necessary to defend an insecure dominance. Women's assertiveness flowed both from an access to wage labor and from women's insistence that men owed women respect and parity for their roles as economic providers. Paradoxically, men's violence against women stemmed from causes both nurtured and undermined by the dictatorship. The military regime's own patriarchal discourse and use of brutality to repress civilians bolstered long-standing notions about the appropriateness of husbands physically disciplining wives. At the same time, men who beat their wives over money or supposed sexual liaisons were responding to the ways in which the regime's economic policy had eroded the very basis of men's previous material and sexual dominance over women. As historian Steve Stern has argued recently, violence against women may be most intense where the rules of male dominance have been most profoundly challenged. During military rule, husbands also abandoned wives with greater frequency. The percent of rural homes headed by women reached a record high of 30% in the mid-1998s. On one hand, male abandonment was fueled by unemployment and low wages, yet both of these realities were inseparable from the more basic fact of men's feelings about such circumstances. As in male rationales for wife-beating, men's reasons for leaving wives were intimately tied to outrage and shame over the fruit economy's assault on past ideals of male independence and authority over women. As one man poignantly explained his reasons for abandoning his spouse in an interview, "Before, I could hold my head up and place money on the table. Now, I must watch my wife and my children going hungry." But women also left men, most commonly because of abuse and/or alcoholism, and not all pursued a replacement, others simply never married. Wage-earning opportunities in the fruit industry allowed women to more independently sustain themselves and their children in ways that had been far less available a generation earlier. Although households headed by women were invariably more impoverished than households containing two working spouses, both household types suffered poverty, and for some women, the absence of male authority compensated for the absence of male wages. Yet rural women and men were not always in conflict. Their joint work experiences in the fruit industry fostered a sense of shared exploitation and struggle. If the new necessity of female wage work upset past notions about male prerogatives, it could also lead men to grudgingly approve of, or even deeply. More than victims. 277. Admire, women's labor and effort. Along with producing raw antagonisms over gender, the fruit industry fostered new types of collaboration, solidarity, and camaraderie. At times, this could lead men to accept a more assertive female subjectivity. Contrary to widespread and enduring beliefs about female docility, particularly that of rural women, temperatures in Aconcagua played important roles in resisting both economic exploitation and authoritarianism. One of the first open displays of anti-regime protest in the countryside was the all-female managed Aliacumen degree. The Aliacumen involved women pooling the food rations of individual families in order to collectively provide more substantial meals to entire groups of families, workers, and neighbors. It required substantial organization and cooperation. Women took turns gathering firewood, planning menus, collecting ingredients, cooking stew, cleaning pans, and serving daily rations. The Aliacumen was often cooked outdoors on open fires big enough to heat large kettles, although sometimes local churches and private Catholic schools offered their kitchen facilities for such purposes. The Aliacumen was usually started to meet immediate necessities but quickly developed into a place of political activism. The inadequacy of the fruit industry was always a topic of conversation among the women while they peeled potatoes and ladled out portions. The Alas communes were also intentionally created in public spaces, village plazas, major crossroads, churchyards, where they were a spectacle that symbolically denounced the failure of both the fruit industry and, by inference, the military regime to provide adequate levels of subsistence. That the Aliacumen emphasized the traditional role of women cooking for husbands and children made their indictment all the more stinging, since the regime's patriarchal discourse promised to ennoble Chilean mothers and families. In the context of dictatorship, these were political acts. Rural women also came to critique authoritarianism and neoliberal economics through new types of involvement with the Catholic Church. During the 1970s and 1980s, the Catholic Church in Chile advocated an activist role for clergy and laity in ameliorating what it called the devastating material, psychological, and spiritual consequences of poverty and lack of democracy. Mirroring the diverse and sometimes contradictory role of the Church throughout Latin America, Catholic activities in Chile ranged from distributing charity to encouraging political challenges. Sometimes providing the first would spark the second, quite against the intentions of a Catholic sponsor. In other instances, progressive Catholics, inspired by the egalitarian and emancipatory tenets of liberation theology, explicitly fomented collective critiques of dictatorship. 278. The participants in, and objects of, church actions were disproportionately female. The church distributed food to women in poor families and organized the first common pots. It was largely women who attended church-sponsored workshops on sewing, gardening, and animal husbandry that aimed to provide alternative types of income generation during periods of unemployment. Women also comprised a majority of those who became involved in the Bible study sessions, catechist organizations, and parish discussion groups that embraced varying degrees of radical Christianity. Progressive Catholic activities had a profound and often empowering impact on rural women. Although the Church's anti-poverty programs tended to reinforce women's family-based roles, they also offered women an implicit critique of the fruit export industry. Progressive ecclesiastical groups pushed such criticism still further by stressing the contradiction between the Gospel's message of liberation and the authoritarian conditions of dictatorship. Importantly, progressive catechist and Bible study groups often pointed to family situations in order to illustrate wider national political processes. The suffering and disenfranchisement of the campesino household symbolized what was morally indefensible about Chile as a whole. Such pedagogical linking between the personal and the political had a particular significance for women. As authoritarianism was proclaimed unjust and sinful on both national and local levels, women employed new political and moral languages to critique their relationships to men. In oral histories, numerous women who belonged to a progressive catechist group in the Aconcagua town of Santa Maria remembered weekly meetings more as times of intense reflection about their marriages than as conversations about God or Chile. Discussions about the state of the family could raise heated debates about spousal fights over money, the negative impact of women's work schedules on children, and incidences of wife beating. It was not uncommon for women to criticize male authority as a form of authoritarianism. As 50-year-old Sonia Gutierrez succinctly recalled in an interview, "I figured we already had trouble in Santiago, I didn't need a dictator in my home." Beyond critiquing regime responsibility for poverty and family dynamics, women questioned authoritarian arrangements in the fruit export industry. As the excellent studies of Jimena Valdez and Gonzalo Falabella have shown, Tempe Urias regularly challenged employer prerogatives in the packing plants. Both individually and collectively, women petitioned bosses for higher wages and better hours, traded information on who was a good boss, covered for one another if a co-worker fell sick or needed to look in on her children, and engaged in small acts of sabotage. In the mid-1980s, Tempe Urias in Aconcagua. More than victims, 279. Carried out several successful lightning strikes, temporary, collective work stoppages at peak times in which workers demanded specific improvements. Finally, in 1989, the dictatorship's last year, Tempe Urias in the Aconcagua town of Santa Marfa surmounted the prohibitive obstacles imposed by the military's labor code by joining with male Tempereros and some permanent workers to form the first union of temporary and permanent fruit workers in Chile. Women comprised over half of the union's 500-plus membership, and 2 women served on the 5-person executive council. Labor activism in Santa Marfa signaled Tempora's engagement with Chile's broader oppositional political culture, not just a reaction to specific grievances with the fruit industry. The 1980s was a decade of repeated violent confrontation between the military regime and its increasingly united critics. Following a 1983 strike by copper miners, Chile's labor movement began regrouping and coordinated numerous general strikes and protests. Labor was joined by a mass movement of urban shantytown and slum dwellers as well as by university students and oppositional political parties. From the countryside, Tempe Urias joined in with work stoppages, the Alia Common, and catechist organizing. In the mid-1980s, rural labor activists from across the center-left political spectrum began gesturing toward the need to formally organize Tempe Urias. Under the auspices of the church, they jointly hosted a series of workshops that brought together scores of women workers to discuss problems and strategies related to the fruit industry. Throughout 1988, as part of the organizing that culminated in the Santa Maria Union, Tempe Urias actively canvassed fellow workers to vote against Pinochet in the national plebiscite that helped pave the way for the transition to democracy in 1990. The regime lost the plebiscite in large part because it received fewer votes from women and from new export processing zones such as Aconcagua than it expected. Women played major roles in forming the Santa Maria Union and shaping its strategy. Such agency was enabled by women's specific understandings of their needs as women workers as well as by past organizing experience. Significantly, crucial support for the union was initially provided by an activist priest and a non-profit worker education center headed by a prominent member of the Reformed Socialist Party. This meant that women had contact with a broader national network of professionals and labor activists and that many women had already run common pots, participated in progressive catechist groups, and attended workshops on labor rights. Women brought the concerns and lessons learned in these other forums to bear on the new union. For example, they stressed the importance of non-workplace-based issues such as housing, food, 280, education, and health care to labor struggles. Tempe Urias also raised issues specific to the situation of women, excessive hours, night shifts, lack of daycare, pregnancy tests, and sexual harassment. Finally, women insisted on the importance of gender equality within the union. Drawing on the democratic language of anti-dictatorship struggles, they argued that women's prominence within the fruit industry should be reflected in female representation and leadership within the union. Making specific links between personal and national forms of oppression, they called for greater male respect for working women and criticized the machismo of husbands who refused to allow their wives to attend union meetings. The Santa Maria Union challenged the entrenched patriarchy of the rural labor tradition. In the 1960s and early 1970s, the agrarian reform's massive organizing of campesinos had denied women membership, celebrated a decidedly masculinist union culture, and limited female activism to being helpmates for male protagonists. Tempireras changed this. They criticized union sexism and insisted on women's inclusion not only as members but as leaders. They redefined labor issues to include a host of new concerns, both inside and outside of the workplace, that specifically affected women workers. Finally, women suggested that combating male dominance within the working class community should be a central part of the union's struggle. Women's demands were conditioned by the experience of surviving and contesting dictatorship in packing plants, church meetings, at home. Yet they were also deeply rooted in the working class radicalism of the agrarian reform. Worker equality, class solidarity, and social justice had been the foundational principles of campesino mobilization in the 1960s and early 1970s. If they had addressed women only as men's dependents, the overall goal of social uplift was still something rural women had supported. Neither women's practice of forming common pots for political purposes nor female support for unions began with dictatorship. Both dated from the agrarian reform when women fed striking workers and carried picket signs for a wide array of leftist and Catholic organizations. Under the conditions of dictatorship, the worker egalitarianism of the agrarian reform resonated especially strongly for the rural poor. As women became tempireras in the fruit industry, it became a legacy to which they could directly lay claim. Women made connections between their current situation and an older political culture that stressed justice, solidarity, and equality. Women lay claim to a labor movement that had previously excluded them and in doing so redefined that movement for their own times. More than victims, 281. The aftermath of dictatorship. Life is still hard in rural Chile. High hopes that fundamental structural and political changes in the economy would follow Pinochet's formal exit from power were almost immediately quelled by the compromises that Chile's new civilian leaders deemed necessary to undertaking a stable transition. Since March 1990, the governing Concertación coalition of Christian Democratic and Socialist parties has largely accepted the neoliberal economic framework bequeathed to them by the military. In the countryside, fruit exports remain the backbone of the economy. Free markets and cheap labor continue to be the bait for luring much desired foreign investment. Rural labor unions, although formally recognized as a partner in rebuilding democracy, have been held at a careful distance and sternly warned against the dangers of unsettling the peace through strategies that might give an impression of class conflict. Workers still live in poverty conditions. Yet there have been significant changes. Although rural men and women continue to rely on the fruit export industry, we should not underestimate the importance of no longer living under overt authoritarianism. Country towns have elected leaders, not military appointees. Soldiers no longer make routine visits to vineyards and packing plants, permits are not required for public meetings, and there are no night curfews. Agricultural wages, although still insufficient, have risen from approximately $1 to $2 a day in the mid-1980s to between $6 and $8 a day in 1999 and as high as $11 a day in 2002, thanks to long overdue hikes in the government-mandated minimum wage. Special government programs have been created to help the rural poor buy government-subsidized homes and receive small start-up loans for income-generating projects or mini businesses such as raising winter tomatoes and selling alcoholic beverages. Reforms made to the military's restrictive 1979 labor code in the RGOs have mandated overtime pay and worker compensation for job terminations predating contract expirations, eased restrictions on union formation, and relegalized and relegitimated labor confederations at the national level. Legislation drafted in 2001 expanded the minimum length of temporary work contracts and introduced incentives for employers to provide off-season job training to rural workers. During the last decade, the Santa Maria Union has been joined by several other unions that include fruit workers. According to union leaders, the number of organized tempireras reached 7% in 1998. There have also been some expanded work opportunities for tempireras/OS. 282. In the mid-1990s many men and women began increasing the length of their employment in the fruit industry by migrating to different zones for different planting and harvest cycles. For example, workers in Aconcagua who can count on local employment between November and March can work the additional months of September and October by traveling north to Copiap for an earlier grape season. They can work through April and May if they travel south for the apple harvest. Although migrant agricultural labor has a long history in Chile, most migrants traditionally have been men. Today, significant numbers of migrant workers are women, thanks to the expansion of packing plants and more liberal attitudes about the appropriateness of women working away from home. Migrant labor can bring significant financial gains. Not only do migrants double their time of employment, but demand for labor has helped elevate wages. In 2002 temporeros from Aconcagua reported that they could earn almost 50% more than the minimum wage outside their own province. But however meaningful these changes, the basic tenets of neoliberal capitalism remain intact. Fruit workers' labor is still cheap and expendable, and their ability to challenge employer prerogatives remains extremely limited. Well-intended promises by politicians and reformers to diversify agricultural production have generated little more than a handful of greenhouse pilot projects. While the increase in migrant labor has expanded the number of months temporeros/OS can find work, it has had a stiff social cost. Women are compelled to leave children behind to be raised by relatives, and the extensive time that many spouses spend apart has strained marriages. Temporeros/OS also suffer from bodily injury and disability from the repetitive nature of most tasks. It is unclear whether many of these workers will be physically capable of laboring in the fruit industry past their 40s, thus the lack of alternative forms of rural employment makes their futures uncertain. Moreover, fruit production has declined since the early 1990s, thanks to drought, soil mismanagement, and a dangerous level of indebtedness among growers. Beginning in 1998, the economic crisis in Asia dealt an additional blow, further depressing production and raising regional seasonal unemployment to almost 20% in 1999. The impact of Argentina's 2002 economic collapse remains to be seen. Reforms made to the 1979 Labor Code were careful not to extend unionization rights to temporary workers in their own right. Unions continue to be required to have a minimum of permanent workers who negotiate on behalf of temporary workers. Collective bargaining is still not a guaranteed right, and, where it is permitted, there are restrictions on when it can take place. More than victims, 283. And for how long? As a result, almost all improvements in rural living conditions since 1990 have resulted from government initiatives, not grassroots pressure. Although the national labor movement has influenced reforms, many temporeros/OS attribute positive changes to individual employers, not unions. There are new rural unions, but the vast majority of fruit workers remain unorganized, and their ability to directly insist on the redistribution of profits or to determine their working conditions is practically nil. Rural unions have been less than aggressive. The leadership of the largest campesino unions, including those affiliated with the left-leaning Worker Campesino Unity Confederation, to which the Santa Maria Union belongs, and 3 of the 4 other main campesino confederations, is closely tied to political parties belonging to the governing concertation coalition and has been unable, if not unwilling, to rock the boat. Reflecting the labor movement's organizational weakness as well as a sincere belief that strengthening support for the current government is the best immediate hope for pursuing the much-needed constitutional and legal reforms, most rural labor leaders see worker organizing as a means to push and support government-initiated reform rather than to confront employers directly or to overtly challenge government policy. One important exception to this cautionary line is that of the Communist Confederation, ECIRCO, which has been quite vocal at national meetings and in the press about the limitations of market-driven development, but whose organizing strength has been hampered by the same limitations as the more pro-government confederations. Yet, despite its limited gains, the rural labor movement continues to push for change and the struggle is far from over. One of the areas where the expectations raised by pro-democracy movements of the late 1980s have been most realized and long-lasting has been the inclusion of women's demands and women's leadership in union structures. There are now formal women's departments in each of Chile's major rural labor confederations, as well as several umbrella organizations that coordinate jointly sponsored actions among the distinct confederations. In 1993, the major labor confederations hosted the first national meeting of THIRD-WORLDISM in Santiago, a three-day conference that brought together over 200 campesina leaders and activists for the explicit purpose of discussing THIRD-WORLDISM mobilization and leadership within the labor movement. The meeting's agenda included seminars and presentations on such things as women's conditions within the packing plants, the impact of women's work on the family, machismo within the labor movement and the family, and the need for better. 284. Housing, education, and daycare. Subsequent meetings were held in 1995, 1997, and 1999, and the proceedings of each have been important to elaborating the strategy and goals of individual confederations. Since 1999, the government has sponsored regional advisory councils known as rural tables, on which THIRD-WORLDISM serve with labor leaders and representatives of women's nonprofit organizations to instruct the government on gender-specific needs. The rural labor movement has also become more inclusive of ethnic-based demands. In 1997, Chile's four rural labor confederations joined forces with indigenous rights groups, as well as with small farmers' associations and cooperatives that include significant numbers of Mapuche Indians, to hold the first National Congress of the United Movement of Campesino and Ethnic Groups, an organization which is now the primary national umbrella for all campesino and rural indigenous labor and land struggles. The initial weekend conference took place with great media fanfare at the former Congress building in Santiago, assembling over 500 elected delegates, roughly a quarter of whom were women. Women speakers, both indigenous and non-indigenous, were on half of the panels, addressing a wide range of issues from all temporary workers' inadequate pay to Mapuche farmers' need for formal land titles. Registered, the integration of indigenous claims into the rural labor movement harkens back to the 1964-73 agrarian reform years, when Mapuches played a prominent role in rural labor politics, but it more immediately reflects the post-1990 emergence of a successful effort by Mapuche organizations to articulate a broad platform of ethnic cultural autonomy, anti-racism, and control over community resources. Reflective of this push, a labor law reform bill aimed at temporary fruit workers that went before Congress in 2002 explicitly outlawed discrimination against employees of indigenous heritage. The Santa Marfa Union has provided an important model for these developments. Not only was it the first union of temporary fruit workers and first rural union to substantially involve women, but its model for organizing under authoritarian rule has continued to be relevant to the enduring neoliberal conditions of civilian rule. In particular, the Santa Maria Union's practice of organizing around non-workplace-based issues such as housing, food, and daycare has had certain advantages under a labor code and political climate that continues to disproportionately favor employers. Women delegates from the Santa Maria Union have been repeatedly invited to make presentations at national meetings. Olga Gutierrez, the union's former secretary, has served in the Santiago-based National Women's Department of MUSC since 1994 and became national treasurer of the VOC Confederation in 2000. In June 1996, the Santa Maria Union organized more than victims, 285. Over 70 women from the Aconcagua Valley to attend a ceremony launching a government-sponsored equal opportunity program for women, disrupting the meeting as they marched into the hall with banners and chants calling for equality for campesinas. The action was more a display of power than dissent. They applauded the government's plan to establish a special committee on rural women and took credit for a document that committed the government to promoting equal pay, increased pensions, and an end to sexual harassment in the workplace. As Olga Gutierrez commented, the goal is to get government to finally push for what we want. Certainly there is a long way to go. The rural labor movement is weak and market prerogatives are the rule. If temporiers look to the state as their strongest ally, the government has alternately lacked the power and the will to fundamentally alter their conditions. Even the 2000 election of a socialist president, Ricardo Lagos, has done little to alter the governing coalition's commitment to export-oriented free trade and fiscal policies in line with IMF and World Bank expectations. Despite gains from the time of military rule, rural incomes in fruit-producing areas, the most basic marker of temporia's well-being, remains at near poverty levels. The handful of daycare centers that have opened since 1990 have been employer-government initiatives and fall far short of need and legal mandate. But rural women are still there, protesting the inadequacies of the fruit industry and insisting on being part of a solution. In contrast to the way middle-class and professional women were marginalized within Chilean political parties and civilian government after 1990, women fruit workers' participation and leadership within the labor movement have been institutionalized in unprecedented ways, however constrained the movement is as a whole. To be sure, campesino confederations and most rural unions are still male-dominated institutions where women's issues are often ideologically and organizationally differentiated from the more universal workers' issues. Nonetheless, women's very presence is a radical departure from the pre-1973 labor movement, and the incorporation of demands and strategies forged by women workers signals a long-lasting change and model for future organizing. Beyond the realm of formal labor politics, there have been enduring changes within the rural family and in women's subjectivities. Men and women continue to share the burdens and responsibilities of wage work, necessitating at least minimum changes in gender divisions of labor at home and giving women a sense of pride and ownership in their roles as breadwinners. Women continue to control their own wages, negotiating an ever-expanding consumer society. 286. And making connections between earning power and personal autonomy. Civilian rule has not returned women to the home nor restored the pre-1973 affirmation of male privilege and authority over women. Neither have rural women wanted this. While deploring the continuance of low wages, absence of daycare, and long shifts, their demand is for better working conditions and more available employment, not the shutting of fruit packing plants or return to subsistence farming by male-dominated families. The difference is crucial. Neoliberal capitalism has not been liberating for rural women, nor do women see it as such. It is not poverty jobs that give women more bargaining power within their families, but women's access to work and wages on a par with that of men. It is not the state terrorism of dictatorship nor the strangled labor reforms of civilian rule that have helped women organize, but women's ability to lay claim to new languages about democracy as well as to the utopian labor tradition of the 1960s and early 1970s that had previously been reserved for men. Rural women are not merely fodder ravaged by capital. They are surely victimized, but they are not passive victims. In Chile, patriarchal structures were foundational to the architecture of state and employers' power under the dictatorship, yet rural women came to challenge significant forms of male dominance and to construct new types of community with each other. This was not automatically caused by capitalist exploitation and regime oppression. Rather, it sprang from the new meanings attached to women in their capacity as workers. These meanings were created by negotiations between women and men over past and present gender responsibilities and entitlements, and they are generated by survival struggles within and against the conditions of political and economic oppression. They are struggles that continue. More than victims, 297. Rachel Sherman. Shuckers, sorters, headers, and gutters, labor in the fisheries sector. Angelica Rivera's story. It was still dark outside. Angelica rolled over in her warm bed, listening to the raindrops hit the tin roof of her three-room house on the island of Kil. Slowly, she dragged her tired, 52-year-old body out of bed. "It's time to get up," Angelica called to her children, as she searched for dry wood for the stove. She was trying to ignore the pain in her legs from being on her feet all week, filleting thousands of pounds of fish. At least tomorrow was Sunday, and she would have a day of test. As she heated water for coffee, her two daughters, Julia and Ines, came out of the bedroom, dressed in thick, hand-knit sweaters and several pairs of wool socks, their only protection against the cold and humidity of the plant. "Are you ready, Vieja?" Julia asked her mother, worried about the time. Every morning at 6, they would walk down the hill from Fatima, the biggest shanty town in Ancud, to wait for the bus. Missing it would mean losing half their monthly attendance bonus, a hefty chunk of their salaries. Life was so different now, Angelica thought to herself as she hurried out the door after her daughters. Both she and her husband, Juan Jose, had been born on a small island a few hours away by boat. Their families had had small farms, where they grew potatoes, wheat, and oats, and raised a few animals, both for themselves and for the market. But it wasn't really worth producing anything to sell anymore after the dictatorship got rid of the cooperatives and cut back all support to small farmers. Prices were so bad there was no reason to bother. Now the only way to survive was to try to find a job as a fisherman or in a pescara. The screeching brakes of the bus brought Angelica back to reality. Soon, she would file into the plant with 200 other compañeras, pick up her mask, knife, and apron, and take her place at the conveyor belt. With a sigh, Angelica stopped daydreaming. Last time she let her mind wander, she had almost lost a finger. During the Pinochet period, the Chilean fishing industry experienced a dramatic boom. Encouraged by changes in government policy, scores of savvy capitalists came into the fresh and frozen seafood sector and began shipping fish and shellfish to consumers in East Asia, Western Europe, and North America. Others invested in the fish meal industry, renovating existing processing plants or building new ones. Between the mid-1970s and the mid-1990s, the number of fish processing plants in the country grew from about 75 to well over 400, with seafood exports coming to account for 12% of the country's total export earnings. As processing plants sprung up from Arica in the north to Punta Arenas in the south, some 32,000 people went to work as clam shuckers and sorters and fish headers and gutters, and even more went to work as fishermen. According to a recent estimate, the fishing sector now provides about 200,000 direct jobs. One of these new fishery sector workers was Safira Rivera. Upon entering a fish processing plant, she became part of the new export-oriented workforce in Chile, a group comprised heavily of women, residents of small cities and towns, and former campesinos and agricultural workers. Pulled out of their homes and pushed out of traditional agriculture and other economic activities by the widespread changes taking place in the economy, these workers and their families became economically dependent on jobs in the rapidly growing fisheries export industry. This chapter describes the conditions and changing situation of three groups of fisheries sector workers: fishermen, seafood processing workers, and salmon farm workers in the lakes region of the country. Located in the south-central part of Chile, some 700 miles south of Santiago and approximately the same distance north of Tierra del Fuego, the lakes region is one of Chile's primary shellfish and fish-producing regions. At the beginning of the Rigos, it contained 30% of the nation's seafood processing plants, was home to approximately 22,000 fishermen and seafood processing plant workers, and produced virtually every kind of fisheries export available in Chile, with the exception of fish oil. Originally based on wild fisheries, an increasing share of the industry is now accounted for by salmon aquaculture. To understand the fate of these different industry workers during and after the dictatorship, it is necessary to closely examine the political economy and ecology of the industry. At different moments in the industry's history, fishermen, seafood processing workers, and salmon farm workers fared better or worse, depending on the abundance of natural resources, the balance of power between labor and capital, and the specific relations of production in each subsector, state policies governing the labor market, and industry conditions. At 299. The international level. In the initial phase of the boom, draconian labor market policies, a weak economy, and a repressive state combined to create a situation in which processing plant owners could take extreme advantage of their workers. From the mid-1970s until the end of the 1980s, workers in the processing plants earned miserably low wages, toiled under conditions reminiscent of the Industrial Revolution, and were hired and fired at will, depending on their employer's needs and the availability of raw material. Despite the fact that many firm owners in the processing sector were earning huge profits, they shared little with the workers in their factories. The economic situation of those who harvested raw material for the industry, that is, fishermen and shell fishermen, was considerably better, because of the relations of production that existed in this subsector. Fishermen and shell fishermen were independent workers who merely sold their catch to the processing plants. This meant that the incomes they earned, and the conditions they worked under, were largely determined by the availability of resources and the market for raw material supplies rather than by the processing plants. In the initial phase of the boom, when wild fishery stocks were abundant and competition for raw material among processing plants was fierce, resource harvesters were able to capture a portion of the resource rents in the industry, which bolstered their incomes. Their working conditions were comparatively good because there were still so many fish and shellfish in the sea. Toward the end of the 1980s, conditions in both the industry and the country as a whole changed substantially. General Pinochet lost his grip on power, workers began to organize, and the economy started to grow rapidly. The last of these phenomena created a situation of tight labor markets, which slightly shifted the balance of power away from processing plant owners and toward processing plant workers. In this second phase of the industry's development, plant workers succeeded in improving their wages and working conditions. Yet at this very same moment, two unanticipated problems appeared. One was a crisis in international markets, which put a downward pressure on seafood prices. The second was resource degradation. Virtually uncontrolled exploitation of the natural resource base for over a decade had seriously reduced the stocks of the region's key commercial species, leading to falling catches for fishermen and rising costs for fishermen and for seafood processors. As the earnings of both groups fell, many fishermen left the sector and processing plants went out of business. If not for the fact that the wild fisheries sector happened to be located where another new industry, salmon aquaculture, was just getting underway, thousands of seafood processing workers also would 300 have been out of jobs. Fortunately for the latter group, the growth of the aquaculture sector acted as a life preserver. Registered the third phase of the industry's development, which began around 1992 and has continued to the present, has been marked by the decline of the wild fisheries and the rapid growth of salmon aquaculture. Salmon aquaculture is not subject to the same sort of resource limitations that wild fisheries are, and thus has the potential to be more sustainable, at least in terms of resource supply. And to a large degree, the salmon industry has provided a more stable employment alternative to the wild fisheries, at least for processing plant workers and those hired to work in the region's new salmon farms. But as we move into the 21st century, the future of even these workers has begun to look less secure and promising, as the salmon industry has revealed its own vulnerabilities to a multifaceted set of structural and conjunctural pressures. One structural threat derives from the remarkable growth that salmon aquaculture has experienced globally over the last 10 years, a trend to which the Chilean salmon industry has contributed heavily. As Chilean salmon producers doubled, trebled, and then quadrupled their production, salmon and trout exports from Chile helped to create a serious glut on world markets, a glut that has driven down prices and increased competition for all participants in the global salmon market. Moreover, Chile's meteoric rise as a salmon producer has elicited a highly negative reaction from other national salmon industries, several of which have responded by bringing expensive and industry-damaging anti-dumping suits against Chilean producers. A third source of threat to the industry is environmental. While the development of aquaculture effectively loosened one environmental constraint on the fisheries sector, it simultaneously exposed the industry to another, namely, the problem of infectious diseases, organic pollution, and other environmental risks associated with large-scale industrial monoculture. Although the industry has yet to be devastated by disease or ecosystemic changes, it has suffered some acute mortality losses due to diseases and algae blooms and will inevitably experience new challenges in the future. All of these pressures and threats throw into question the long-term fate and security of Chile's aquaculture sector workers. 301. Phase 1, the wild fisheries boom. A typical day in the lakes region begins with a light drizzle, works its way up to a steady rain that bounces off the rooftops like an infinite succession of tiny pebbles, pauses for a time while the sky looms solemn and gray, and then starts to downpour just as one decides that the coast is clear enough to go out. When the weather finally does break, the clouds lift to reveal a chain of snow-capped volcanoes and the Andes Mountains to the east, and the Pacific Ocean to the west. The air at such moments is cool and fresh, and the skies, a celestial shade of blue. Rolling hills, once covered by dense redwood, oak, and cedar forests, mark the countryside, and cows graze idly, enjoying the cool, moist air and lush green grass that blankets the hills. The deep blue sea extends as far as the eye can see, filling the lungs, heart, and soul. The fishing boom in the lakes region was concentrated around the city of Puerto Montt and the archipelago of Chile, an area that houses some of the richest shellfishing and fishing grounds in the country. Protected to the north by southern Llanquihue province, to the east by the Grand Island of Chile, and to the west by continental Chile, locos, a large variety of clam, mussel, and crab species, sea urchins, scallops, oysters, and a giant barnacle called the picoroco populate the calm interior waters of the Reloncaví Sound and the gulfs of Ancud and Corcovado. Numerous species of bottom fish, including conger eel, several kinds of hake, rock cod, and sea bass, also swim near the ocean floor. Although local fishermen have exploited some of these species commercially for over a century, it was only in the RG8OS that their harvest and trade became a major source of foreign exchange for Chile, connecting the once isolated archipelago of Chile with some of the largest commercial centers in the world. The boom in the export-oriented seafood industry commenced in the mid-1970s, largely in reaction to a new set of state policies. Among the most important was the apertura, or the dismantling of the country's tariff and non-tariff trade barriers. The apertura ended the protection of the domestic economic sector, which reduced the profitability of firms producing for the national market. Soon after seizing power, the Pinochet government also initiated a series of currency devaluations that drove the real value of the peso substantially below its predictatorship levels, making Chilean exports significant. 302. Cantly more competitive on international markets. In the context of the apertura and strong international demand for Chile's products, this exchange rate devaluation created enormous profit-making opportunities in the export sectors, since labor and raw material could now be acquired very cheaply with pesos, and transformed into commodities that sold at high prices to customers with yen, francs, and dollars. The new economic opportunities that resulted, both real and perceived, served as a strong inducement to investors. One of the first groups to establish a seafood processing company in the area was the Infante family, headed by a father and son team of civil engineers from Santiago. As Eduardo Infante tells the story, he and his father firmly believed there were a lot of opportunities in the area. There was labor, there was financing, there was raw material. Everything but good investment ideas. That year there was an export opening which was being promoted by the government. But we still had a bad financial situation, and interest rates were high. Most people were gambling with the short-term financial markets, and there wasn't a lot of interest in productive projects. We began to offer our ideas, but no one was interested. So in the end we did it ourselves, with the little capital that we had. We began to form some companies and get involved in our projects as businessmen. Joining them was Carlos Castaigne, the owner of a small construction company from neighboring Osorno, and Luis Ritter, a doctor in the area. Both knew a good deal when they saw it and quickly moved to set up seafood exporting companies in Puerto Montt. By their own accounts, none of these entrepreneurs knew anything about the business when they started. What they did know was that buying, processing, and selling seafood overseas would prove to be a very profitable endeavor. Shortly after these early entrants made their debut in the business, scores of others followed suit. In 15 years' time the number of plants authorized to process fish and shellfish in the region rose from 12 to 112, an increase of over 800%. The growth in processing plants had a powerful effect on the demand for fish and shellfish, as well as on the need for labor. With the explosion of new seafood exporting businesses, the number of fishermen quadrupled and the number of plant workers rose from fewer than 650 workers in 1968 to over 6,600 in 1989. The seafood processing industry became one of the largest industrial employers in a booming region, engaging 1 out of every 3 industrial workers. 303. The workers. Who were the people that met the needs of these seafood processing and exporting enterprises? In the case of the harvesting sector, some came from families that engaged in shellfishing or fishing for all or part of their living. In the decades before the boom, their fathers would sell their catch to the handful of local shellfish canneries in Calbuco or to seafood merchants from Santiago. Another large group came from the traditional agriculture sector, which had experienced 2 major upheavals in the preceding 20 years. The first took the form of a radical land reform program implemented by the Free and Allende governments in the 1960s and early 1970s. During land reform, most of the country's big agricultural estates were expropriated, which freed a large number of landless agricultural laborers from the land. Those who did not receive land moved into nearby villages and towns to become part of the agricultural proletariat that eventually found its way into the fishing sector. An agricultural support program to help the country's small-scale producers accompanied land reform. Among other things, this program extended technical assistance and a subsidized credit system to small farmers and created a state marketing board to buy their output. When the Pinochet government came to power, however, it reversed the land reform and dismantled the agricultural support system on the grounds that these policies were inefficient. In this second major upheaval, the withdrawal of government support from small-scale farmers pushed these farmers back into subsistence farming or into other economic activities, such as fishing. Children of the urban proletariat represented the third major source of new fishermen and shell fishermen. Among this group were sons of carpenters, woodcutters, furniture makers, public servants, mattress makers, night watchmen, daily laborers, painters, sales clerks, barbers, bakers, sailors, and others. If their mothers also worked outside the home, it was most often as domestic servants. Although a few had mothers who were secretaries or teachers, this group was attracted to fishing by the promise of a higher income, fueled by a few exaggerated success stories of those who had made a fortune. Workers in the processing plants had similar social origins. The majority came from the urban proletariat and from agriculture, particularly if they were from Chile. About 2/3 were women. Of these, over half had not been in the labor force during the previous 5 years but instead had worked at home, raising their families. They came out of their homes because their families were in dire economic need. Such was the case with Nancy Torres Sanhuza. From the time she was 304. Table R. Social origins of plant workers in the Lakes region. Social origins: total Chile mainland. Proletarian/subproletarian 45.3%, 31.2%, 59.2%. Peasantry with land 28.6, 42.5, 14.8. Peasantry without land 9 to 9 ts 7 to 4. Artisan or trade 6.2, 5.0 he. Petty bourgeoisie 5.0, 3.8, 6.2. Fishermen 2.5, 3.81. Professional 0.6, 0.0, 1.2. Unknown 1.9 HIG. 2.5. Total 100%, 100%, 99.9%. Source: Author survey of 161 plant workers in the Lakes region, conducted in 1991. 17. Sofía Torres worked as a domestic for a Puerto Montt family. In 1964, at age 31, she got married and quit her job so she could take care of her new baby. For the next decade and a half she stayed at home, raising 7 children. But in 1980 her husband, an independent carpenter, lost his steady job, and could not find another. She returned to the workforce and was still there in the early 1990s, when I met her. Of the 11 persons in her household, Sofia Torres was the primary breadwinner. This process of women entering the labor force because their partners were unable to earn a living wage was generalized throughout Chile, as studies of the fruit sector also reveal. Registered women such as Sofia Torres perceived their incorporation into the seafood industry in positive as well as negative terms. On the one hand, they saw the pesqueras as a relatively attractive new source of employment. It offered more pay and more respect than their main alternative, domestic service, and increased their sense of autonomy from husbands, fathers, and boyfriends. As one woman worker reflected, "Now I have my own money, and I can buy things for myself, and my children. I decide what to do with my own money. I do not have to be asking him for money. Before when I asked him, there was sometimes no problem, but you feel better when you know he is not maintaining you." In the words of another, a woman will not allow herself to be slapped or anything like that, because one has one's work and can live from 305. One's work. You see that on your own you can move up and have a better life. It's better to be alone than to be fighting. Asterisk registered. But while women clearly enjoyed some benefits from going to work in a seafood plant, they also paid a high price for increased economic independence and freedom. The responsibility for childrearing, grocery shopping, meal preparation, laundry, and housework fell almost exclusively on their shoulders, a situation that did not change significantly when they entered the paid labor force. Carrying out all these tasks successfully and working a 10 to 12-hour day was simply impossible for most. Something had to give, be it maintenance of the household, one's relationship with one's compañero, or time with children. The guilt associated with failing to meet all these responsibilities only added to their burden. In short, these women experienced the same kind of contradictory and complex effects of capitalist industrial development that I Wang, Helen. 306. Safa, and Diane Wolf identify in their respective studies of women factory workers in Malaysia, the Dominican Republic, and Indonesia. While gaining a certain degree of freedom, autonomy, and respect as a result of their jobs, adding a second shift brought new pressures, stress, and physical and emotional exhaustion into their lives. Moreover, it in no way countered the fact that they were extremely exploited by their employers, as we will see below. Winners and losers. Throughout the years of the boom, the biggest winners were without doubt the owners of the seafood processing plants. Although there is no way to directly measure the income shares going to firm owners, independent fishermen, and seafood processing plant workers, several data sources provide us with a sense of how well different groups fared. According to interviews with seafood processing plant owners in the early regos, annual returns on investments in loco and southern hake exports were on the order of 50% or higher during the early years. Several processing plant owners proudly revealed that they had built and equipped their large, modern plants with a year or two's worth of profits from loco sales, and one individual confessed that he had recouped his $200,000 investment in a week, thanks to his good timing in establishing a processing plant. Others compared the experience to ganando la palagol, or winning the lottery, a telling statement, by any measure. Although latecomers did not realize such handsome returns, this group as a whole enjoyed the lion's share of the income generated by the industry. One of the largest hake processor exporters in the region, Jorge Miragallo, explained what made his business so profitable in the mid-1980s. At the time, the price of raw material was about $1 per kilo, while his sales prices averaged about $4 per kilo. Labor, packaging, and other processing costs typically added another 60 cents per kilo, bringing total variable costs to about $1.60 per kilo. From the remaining $2.40, fixed costs of overhead, debt, and administration, which represented about 20% of the sales price, had to be subtracted. This yielded a profit rate of about 40%. Even in 1987, although on their way down, hake exports were still generating significant profits for firm owners, as the information provided by another company, Seahorse Exports, suggests. Total direct costs of production for Seahorse Exports in 1987 for two types of hake preparations were $1.07 per kilo and $0.40 per kilo respectively, for products that fetched $1.79 and $2.65 on the market. This yielded margins over direct costs of 41% and 47%. 307 This particular company had high indirect costs, however, which included an extremely well-paid management. Once these indirect costs were factored in, net profits for these products fell considerably, but Seahorse Exports still managed to earn a total of more than $1.7 million in profits, indicating an average profit margin of 18% over sales. A second group that benefited economically from the seafood sector's growth was fishermen. Fishermen managed to do well because they were independent operators who owned their own boats and gear and sold their catch to the processing companies. Thus, whenever their costs were lower than their revenues, they were able to turn a profit. This was the case throughout most of the 80s, for two reasons. One was that at the beginning of the boom, fish and shellfish were plentiful, which meant that catches were high. Added to this was the fact that the market for fish and shellfish was competitive and became more so over time as additional processing firms entered the sector. Competition worked to the benefit of fishermen because the more processing firms there were trying to buy raw material, the higher was the price that fishermen could charge for their catch. In effect, the presence of such competition shifted the resource rent away from the processors and toward the fishermen. Even fishermen who did not own a boat and its gear but simply worked as crew members fared well because their pay system was based on the system of shares. Data collected by the National Fisheries Development Institute provide evidence that the region's fishermen made a comparatively good income from fishing. According to these data, the incomes earned by people who owned a shellfishing boat and equipment ranged from $2,113 to $5,924 in the port of Karel Mapu, and from $1,541 to $6,343 in the port of Ancud, depending on the year. If that same individual was also a diver or diver's assistant, which was typically the case, he would receive an additional income share. In the case of a shellfish boat owner diver working out of Ancud in 1988, for example, earnings would have been about $3,500 for the year. That same year, the average annual earnings of an agricultural worker in the region were about $462, while the official minimum wage was $636. Although the seafood sector was extremely profitable for processing plant owners and generated a relatively good living for fishermen, the wages of workers in the processing plants did not reflect the tide of industry prosperity. By all accounts, the earnings of these workers were uniformly abysmal. As late as 1987, for example, the wage for an unskilled worker was still only about $85 a month, and that included overtime. A kilo of bread cost about 50 cents at the time, a kilo of lamb chops, about $2, a large can of 309 Nescafe, $3.75, and a cheap pair of children's shoes, about $10.00. If a family of 6 with 2 income earners bought the necessary 45 kilos of bread for the month, 4 kilos of meat, 2 cans of coffee, and 1 pair of children's shoes, it would have had only $75 left over to pay for the rest of its food, housing, electricity, and clothes each month. Clearly, most seafood workers' wages did not come close to approaching the cost of living. Even employers in the sector readily admitted the insufficiency of their workers' wages. In the course of our conversations, seafood plant owners frequently told me, "La mano de obra no cuesta nada en Chile." Despite this admission, employers showed no interest in trying to improve their workers' salaries. The source of low wages. Wages were low for a number of reasons. The most obvious was the fact that workers had no bargaining power to command higher wages from their employers. State repression of labor unions following the 1973 coup was severe, and workers in the seafood sector, as in the rest of the country, were afraid to organize in such a hostile climate. Although a couple of plants were organized in the early 80s, these were the exceptions rather than the rule. There used to be a union here, but the plant owner threw the union organizer out and the union disappeared, confided one worker from a plant in Kiel. Nobody complains now because we would be fired. The terrible economic situation at the time added to workers' sense of fear and insecurity. While stimulating considerable investment in the export-oriented fishing, forestry, and fruit sectors, the apertura had a highly contractionary effect on other parts of the economy. Hundreds of manufacturing and other firms closed down in the late 1970s when the economy was opened up, which greatly reduced people's chance of finding employment. The recessions of 1975 and 1982-83 exacerbated the apertura's negative employment impacts. National unemployment rates climbed from less than 5% in 1973, to 14% in 1975, to over 1% in 1982. Not until 1988 did they come back down below 10%. Reflecting these political and economic phenomena, almost no one in the sector dared organize. Indeed, as late as 1997, union organizers in the seafood processing sector complained that it was hard to get workers to fight for their rights. As one lamented, "We've got 17 years of dictatorship weighing on us. The people are afraid and they don't say anything." Degree 310. Even if more workers had been willing to run the risk of organizing, there were institutional obstacles to doing so. The labor law put in place by the Pinochet government effectively discouraged unionization. The 1979 Plan Laboral, the centerpiece of the new legislation, allowed 4 different types of unions to form, but of these, only firm-level unions could negotiate legally on their members' behalf. Sector-level collective bargaining was expressly prohibited, and the labor law excluded certain groups, most importantly, temporary workers, from collective bargaining altogether. Registered until the mid-1980s, temporary workers represented a large proportion of the seafood processing workforce. For a short period, the new labor laws permitted employers to pay their workers only for the hours they worked, which also served to hold down workers' wages. Under the new regime, which prioritized labor market flexibility, employers could shift the risk of bad weather or a bad catch onto workers by calling on them when they needed them, and sending them home without pay when they did not, as one plant manager noted. "We started processing only locos. And were able to get by for a year or two without any problem just doing that, because the labor law wasn't fixed. What would happen is that if they placed a ban on locos, we wouldn't pay anyone, we'd throw everybody out, go home, we'd say. You had a job until yesterday." But then the law began to change, giving the workers more stability, which is logical. If I contract you, I can't say, one day yes, one day, no, and the next day, maybe. I can't do it, not if you depend on me. But that's what we used to do, because the law allowed it. Other empresarios admitted that this was a common practice. "It's not like before, when you could contract people by the hour," lamented the owner of a large sea urchin concern in Porto Montt, referring to the mid-1880s. "When there was raw material, people worked, and when there wasn't, you didn't pay them." Such laws, together with the clear anti-labor political climate in the country, weakened plant workers in their dealings with employers. Chilean empresarios knew who was in the driver's seat during the Pinochet era. In the words of one seafood processing firm owner, "We were put on a level that was almost superhuman. In this country there was nothing that the private businessman couldn't do, nothing that wasn't within reach." To touch a sensitive chord of the entrepreneur was contradictory, because thanks to the push that we have given him, Chile is what it is today, from an economic point of view. Several others, 311. claimed that they never would have begun a business if their president had not been in power, ready to support them. Working can be bad for your health. Other than the smell, the first thing you notice when you walk into a seafood processing plant is the temperature of the air. Low temperatures are vital for keeping the fish and shellfish from decaying too fast, and most phases of the production process must be done in what feels like a giant refrigerator. Part of the work involves frequent contact with cold running water, used to wash off blood and waste and to clean the raw material. These requirements of the labor process meant that many seafood sector workers spent their workday in a cold, wet atmosphere. This led to physical discomforts and in some cases, serious health problems, such as eye trouble or kidney disease. In most seafood processing plants, workers stand on their feet all day carrying out repetitive motions, usually at breakneck speed. As Priscilla Delano notes in her study, in those seafood processing plants that have semi-automated production lines, women to perform different tasks at great speed, they can hardly blink. Registered this caused them to suffer from various physical ills. We don't even feel our feet until we get home, one seafood worker lamented, and then they are completely swollen. Some workers complain that their backs started hurting before the week is halfway over. This was especially true for men whose jobs required heavy lifting. Management carefully monitored workers' speed and productivity in most processing plants. Part of the monitoring took place through the piece rate system, which rewarded workers for the number of kilos, cans, or fillets of fish and shellfish they processed. Monitoring was also facilitated by the physical layout of the workplace. Workers typically stood in long lines or around large tables, with the capataz standing by and watching them closely. In the event that they were found to be too slow, they would be publicly admonished, a practice many found humiliating. In a space reminiscent of Foucault's panopticon, plant managers and foremen typically had their offices built high above the shop floor, where they could watch workers through large plate glass windows. Even when the foreman or boss wasn't looking, workers felt as if they were under constant surveillance. This sense of being monitored, both real and perceived, created a tremendous amount of stress among workers. As specified by Chilean law, the official schedule in the industry was a 6-day, 48-hour work week. During the 1970s and most of the 1980s, however, most people worked more when there was work, either because they had to in 312 order to make ends meet or because they feared losing their jobs if they didn't. 12-hour days were not uncommon in the industry, especially during high season, when large deliveries of raw material would arrive regularly. Whenever this happened, most production managers insisted that all the raw material be processed before their workers went home, since failure to quickly process these highly perishable goods could lead to economic losses. Workers who did not want to stay were often pressured to do so, under threat of losing their jobs. In one sea urchin processing plant in the town of Quel-6N, workers described how their manager used to lock them inside the plant overnight, forcing them to work around the clock so the urchins would not spoil. At night they would come looking for me to come back to the plant, after I had already worked for 10 hours, said one 22-year-old worker. I only went back to work to avoid problems with the bosses, not for the money. If you didn't do them the favor, they would treat you badly. Many workers recounted the seemingly endless workdays they put in when the loco fishery boomed. One young woman described walking to work in the dark from her neighborhood on one side of the city of Ancud, to the plant on the other, only to return in the dark some 14 hours later. We'd get up at 6 in the morning, my sister, brother, mother, and I, so we could get to the plant by 8. Then we would come home at 11 or 12 at night, on foot. They gave us permission to leave at 10 p.m. because if we left at midnight, we wouldn't have gotten home until 1 or 2 in the morning, and the next day we had to get up at 6 again. The next year that they gave us transportation. Working such long hours, day after day, left people exhausted. Many workers described arriving at their homes absolutely exhausted, only to have to repeat the experience the next day. Seasonal labor demand and temporary employment. Unlike most manufacturing and service-oriented industries, in which production is carried out more or less continuously, production in the seafood sector is inherently uneven because of its direct dependence on nature. Labor needs vary by season, as well as on a short-term and less predictable basis, depending on the weather, the size of the catch, and the luck of the fisherman. This characteristic of fishing translated not only into the long hours of work just described, but also into a large number of seasonal jobs in the industry. 313. Most fishermen worked mainly in spring, summer, and fall when the fishing weather is best, and took a lot of time off in the winter, when the weather is far less hospitable. Workloads in the processing plants followed this seasonal rhythm. Again, changes in the country's labor laws facilitated these particular work patterns. Before 1973, several pieces of labor legislation had discouraged the use of temporary workers. Under legislation passed in the mid-1960s by the Free Government, for example, employees could not be fired without due cause, and when a worker was let go, significant severance costs had to be paid. Moreover, if a firm wanted to lay off more than 10 workers in a single month, it had to obtain authorization from the Ministries of Labor and the Economy. Failure to do so resulted in the imposition of a fine and entitled workers to double the severance pay they would have received if the correct procedures had been followed. When the Pinochet government came to power, it eliminated most of the financial disincentives associated with hiring temporary workers. For example, under a law known as DL 2200, it extended the maximum length of a temporary contract from 6 months to 2 years. The same law also allowed employers to dismiss workers without statement of cause or appeal if the firm paid the worker the equivalent of 1 month of salary for each year worked. Another aspect of the prized labor market: flexibility. The effect of these changes was to encourage the hiring of workers on a temporary basis. The predominance of temporary contracts was not the only employment problem seafood processing workers faced. Violations of the intent of the labor law were also common. For example, even though DL 2200 was modified in 1981 so that temporary contracts could be renewed only once within a 2-year period, many employers simply broke the law and hired workers on a provisional basis that lasted indefinitely. When it came time that the firm was legally obliged to make them into permanent workers, the worker would be fired, only to be rehired by the same plant a month later. Employers' preference for temporary contracts translated into an extreme level of job instability and insecurity for seafood processing workers during the Pinochet years. 314. Phase 2, Labor's Changing Fortunes. In the latter part of the 1980s, labor's fortunes in the seafood processing plants started to change for the better. Between 1988 and 1992, real wages for seafood processing plant workers rose 55%. Other working conditions also improved as the decade began. Workers gained additional legal rights, employers became more reluctant to flagrantly violate labor laws, and certain unjust employment practices became less common. What led to these improvements? Several factors were responsible. By far the most significant was the condition of the labor market. With the continued expansion of the fishing industry, local labor markets became increasingly tight. This was particularly true during the summer season, when labor demand was at its peak. Tight labor markets gave workers more bargaining power vis-a-vis their employers. If a firm wanted to attract and retain good workers, it had to offer better wages and working conditions. Workers began to base their decisions about where to work on the different working conditions firms offered. The fact that they had a choice was indicative of the improved condition of the labor market. Had the local labor market been the only one to expand, workers' situations might not have changed that much, since migration by workers from other regions who were looking for jobs probably would have grown to fill the demand. But this phenomenon was generalized throughout the country. Beginning in 1984, the Chilean economy entered into a period of rapid expansion that would last for 14 years. Virtually every sector of the economy grew, with the fastest growth rates in transport and communications, business, hotels and restaurants, and construction. The economy's new core productive sectors fishing, forestry, fruit, and mining stimulated a large group of linked activities, including input-supplying industries, industries based on the processing of primary products, and industries providing a wide variety of supporting services. Extensive forward and backward linkages developed around Chile's new export sectors to form a group of natural resource-based production complexes that rivaled the complexity of many consumer goods manufacturing sectors. The growth of the economy in general, and the development of these natural resource-based production complexes in particular, powerfully affected the demand for labor. Nationwide, employment rose almost 50% between 1985 and 1996, from 3.5 million workers to 5.3 million workers. Over this same, 315 period, agriculture and fishing absorbed some 230,000 new workers, industry, another 373,600 workers, commerce, 279,500 workers, and services, 380,000 workers. In 1992, national unemployment hit its lowest rate since the early 70s, a remarkable 4.4%. While tight labor markets were the chief source of better wages and working conditions, they were not the only one. Emboldened by the new political space that opened up as the country neared its national plebiscite on whether General Pinochet should continue on as the head of state, seafood processing workers in the Lakes region waged and won critical battles to form labor unions. As late as 1987, workers had only managed to organize themselves in 2 plants in 316. The region. By 1991, however, workers had organized unions in 14 plants, and were in the process of organizing several more. Although the labor movement in the seafood processing sector did not attain much real strength, it did bring tangible benefits to industry workers. Among them was the shift to voluntary instead of forced overtime. While some managers in unionized plants still sought to intimidate workers into working overtime, unions managed to eradicate this practice in most plants. Unions also demanded an end to arbitrary firings and a more respectful treatment of workers. Finally, they managed to push up wages. While no union achieved glowing success in this regard, the average, non-overtime wage in unionized plants was about 12% higher than the wage in non-unionized plants. Another important factor that led to improved labor conditions was the decision of the Winn government in 1991 to make some small changes in the country's labor laws that contributed to better wages and working conditions. Although the central orientation of the labor market regime established by Pinochet was left intact, including its emphasis on flexibility, the Winn government did reinsert a small modicum of worker protection against arbitrary dismissals into the law. Other legal changes opened up the space for bargaining over a wider range of issues, gave unions the right to obtain information pertaining to the financial condition of the company, and augmented the legal sources of union funding. Finally, Winn increased the real minimum wage by nearly 0% within a few weeks of assuming office. While most seafood processing workers were already earning more than this gesture clearly had symbolic importance. Not enough fish in the sea. As anyone who works in the wild fisheries sector knows all too well, the long-term environmental and economic sustainability of this extractive activity depends on the continued abundance of fish. If fish or shellfish stocks are fished too hard, catches decline and costs of production rise. This is exactly what happened in the Lakes region at the end of the 80s. Behind this phenomenon was the Pinochet government's decision to liberalize trade in the context of an open access resource and strong international demand. When trade barriers were lifted, it became so profitable to export fisheries products that too many fishermen and too many firms rushed in. One piece of evidence that certain wild fishery stocks had been overfished came in the form of smaller catches in the best fishing locations. Fishermen who once enjoyed abundant catches of southern hake in the interior waters of the Reloncaví Sound found that they had to go farther and farther out to sea to 317. Keep their catch rates up. Many noticed the average size of the fish becoming smaller, another common indication of overfishing. Empirical studies conducted by the Fisheries Development Institute confirmed that local fish stocks were being overharvested as a result of the huge increase in fishing activity. According to two IFOP studies published in the early 90s, the biomass of southern hake fell by 2/3 between 1981 and 1991, from an estimated 525,000 tons to 178,000 tons. Reflecting this decline, raw materials prices for southern hake rose from 20 pesos per kilo in July 1980 to 140 pesos per kilo in 1987, to 220 in 1989, to over 630 pesos per kilo in September 1990. Even after adjusting these figures for inflation, the increase in hake prices paid by processors was on the order of 350%. Registered degree. A similar phenomenon occurred in the shellfish sector. In the first half of the 80s, the main extraction sites for shellfish were at 10 to 20 meters below the surface. At such shallow depths, almost anyone could don the requisite gear and, with a little bit of guts and practice, could make a good living. By the early 90s, however, these easily accessible shellfish banks were virtually exhausted. To catch enough to make the activity worthwhile, divers had to dive 30 to 50 meters below the surface to find banks that had not been severely exploited. Again, scientific studies conducted by IFOP confirmed the lived experience of shellfish divers. In 1991, IFOP researchers estimated that stocks of the clam known as Venus antiqua, one of the most heavily exploited shellfish species in the region, had fallen by over half in the Bay of Ancud between 1988 and 1990. Stocks of other shellfish species were also shrinking. According to IFOP, the productivity of shell fishermen exploiting 4 out of 5 of the region's key shellfish species fell during the second half of the 1980s. Degree * locos, the most heavily exploited shellfish resource in the region, were so seriously depleted in the 1980s that the Chilean government had to impose a complete ban on loco fishing. Resource degradation affected fishermen in several ways. As already noted, overfishing forced fishermen to go farther out to sea to make a good catch. This raised their costs and reduced their earnings, since now they had to pay more for fuel, oil, and other supplies. Longer trips translated into longer hours away from home and from their families. Fishing farther out at sea also made the work more dangerous, since fishermen were exposed to more inclement weather. It was difficult to get home quickly when the weather changed for the 318. Worse, which it often did. Shellfish divers began to dive deeper and deeper. At greater depths, the probability of the bends increased, since many threw caution to the wind in the scramble to keep yields up and did not take the time to allow their bodies to readjust to the changing pressure. As one 25-year-old diver from Kiel described the dilemma, everybody knows you are supposed to wait 10 minutes at each stage, but if you wait this much time, and you are down 50 meters, it can take almost an hour to rise to the surface. Then you could only make 2 trips a day. So nobody does it. On the docks it became common to see young men partially incapacitated from a bad Davidic experience, others had just died. Indeed, one of the most important acquisitions of the Ancud Hospital in the 1980s was a decompression chamber for divers. Exacerbating the problem of low catches for fishermen was a decline in the wholesale price of fish and shellfish. Typically when there is overfishing, dockside fish prices rise, as supply falls but demand stays the same. Although this did occur for a short time, as noted above, higher prices didn't last. As it turned out, there was a recession and currency devaluation in Spain at the end of the 1980s, which was one of Chile's largest seafood markets. This meant that there were fewer consumers. At the same time, South Africa and Namibia greatly increased their supply of bottom fish to the market, which increased competition for customers registered together. These two phenomena caused the wholesale price of shellfish and hake to fall in the early 1990s, to the detriment of fishermen's incomes. In the face of falling incomes, some fishermen decided to abandon fishing and look for another way to make a living. Registered degree. Others stuck it out, waiting for their fortunes to improve. To date, they still have not done so. Phase 3, The rise of salmon aquaculture. Under most scenarios, those who worked in the region's seafood processing plants would also have been negatively affected by resource depletion, as fishermen started leaving the sector, and low or even negative profits led some processors to close their doors, but processing plant workers in the lakes region were fortunate. Just when the wild fisheries sector entered a crisis, the salmon aquaculture industry appeared to save their jobs. If the growth of the wild fisheries sector was impressive, the growth of the salmon industry was phenomenal. Dizzying might be a better word today. 319. Scribe it. In the mid-1980s hardly any Chileans had heard of salmon farming, let alone considered investing in it. Yet by 2001 Chile's farmed salmon and trout exports were worth $964 million, or over 5% of the country's total export earnings. The vast majority of salmon came from the lakes region, where a propitious combination of geographical features, deep glacial lakes, clean and protected inland seas, and perfect water temperatures created some of the best salmon farming conditions anywhere in the world. The boom in salmon production is reflected in available statistics on the volume of salmon exports. From a mere 1,645 tons in 1986, the Chilean salmon industry increased its export volume nearly 400% by 1989. Exports rose another 660%, to 61,000 tons, by 1993, and slightly more than doubled by 1996. By 2001 total Chilean salmon and trout exports reached over 264,000 tons, making it the second largest salmon producer in the world. The vast majority of Chile's salmon were farmed and processed in the lakes region. As more and more firms began raising and processing salmon, the demand for labor rose. Workers who had been employed in plants dedicated to processing wild fish and shellfish easily made the switch to processing salmon and trout. In some cases, the move was a physical one, from a plant that had closed or cut back its production levels, to another that was expanding and adding production shifts to process more salmon. In other cases, workers stayed in the same plant and even worked for the same company, only now the company sold its processing services to the salmon industry. In a third group, the processing plant was taken over by a salmon company, and its workers were kept on. The salmon farms themselves, which came to number more than 100, also came to represent an important new source of jobs. Employment in the industry continued to grow, with salmon providing the impetus for expansion. The price of success. Up until the late 1980s most of the world's salmon supply came from wild salmon fisheries located in Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, Canada, and Japan. Salmon supplies were limited by what could be caught during fishing season, which helped give salmon its luxury status and its correspondingly high price. But during the decades of the 80s and 90s, firms in Norway and Scotland, and later Chile and the United States, achieved enormous success with salmon farming and managed to raise their output dramatically. This massive increase in farmed salmon production produced a serious glut in world salmon markets, with negative implications for everyone involved. 320. The problem of market saturation was clearly reflected in the behavior of wholesale salmon prices. The wholesale price for coho salmon in Chile, which averaged $6.50 a kilo at the beginning of the 1990s, fell to about $4 in 1994. By the 1998 season, prices had fallen to $2.80 per kilo, or less than half of what they were in the second half of the 1980s. Many accused the Japanese of purposely manipulating the market, which may have been true for this particular price fall, but the fact of the matter was that world salmon supplies were simply rising faster than demand, which favored buyers over sellers. On the home front, Chile's salmon firms also had to contend with rising costs of production, an appreciating exchange rate, and a new dumping tariff imposed by the United States, the second largest importer of Chilean salmon. During the 1990s, costs of production rose on virtually every front. The biggest concern for salmon producers was the rising price of salmon feed, the lion's share of a salmon farm's expenses. In Chile, Salmon feed averages about 50 to 60% of production costs. Although labor represented a much smaller fraction of costs, probably on the order of 10 to 15%, it too became progressively more expensive throughout most of the one-goes because of the pressure exerted by tight labor markets, changes in state policy, and a modicum of unionization in the seafood processing industry. Capital costs were driven up by increased competition from other economic sectors and the country's burgeoning stock market. Making matters worse, the Chilean salmon industry grew so fast and furiously that it started to be perceived as a major threat by salmon producers in other countries. Producers in the states of Maine and Washington were so affected by the new salmon supplies pouring into the country from Chile that they accused it of dumping its product on the U.S. market. In response, the U.S. Department of Commerce placed a countervailing duty on U.S. imports of Chilean Atlantic salmon, which in 2002, stood at 5%. In fall 2002, Chilean producers were faced with the threat of a second anti-dumping suit, this time from European producers. If that lawsuit proceeds and is found in favor of the European Union, Chilean salmon producers could be facing a much larger tax on their exports to Europe, possibly reaching as high as 32%. Even if that suit is not carried out, it is likely to impose high legal and public relations costs on the industry, as was the case for the previous anti-dumping suit, and for other unfair trade suits brought against Chile's overly successful new agro-food exporters. In the mid-1990s, falling market prices, rising production costs, an appreciating peso, and new tariff barriers combined to create a serious cost-price squeeze in the industry. Although Chilean salmon farmers earned excess Prof. 321. It's during the early years of the industry's existence, profits bottomed out around 1996 and never fully recovered. This situation only grew worse during the Asian economic crisis, which seriously dampened demand for several years and then was followed by a more generalized worldwide economic recession. We are down to the point where just a few cents makes all the difference, on the cost as well as the selling side, observed the general manager of a large salmon firm. In the old days, the margins were really quite big. Everybody could make money, even if you were relatively inefficient. That is number 978 longer the case. Our margins are very tight now. Economic restructuring in the salmon sector. Beginning in 1996, in an effort to restore profits, Chilean salmon farmers began to change key aspects of their operations. Both individually and collectively, they sought to raise demand for their products in the hopes of shoring up falling prices. Out of necessity, they transformed themselves into aggressive global marketers, traveling far and wide to seek out potential buyers. In the past, you sat here in your office, you produced your fish, you waited for people to come to buy, and you would deliver it, observed one salmon firm manager. But today, Chilean producers all go to Japan to talk to their clients, to visit their facilities, to see what they do with their fish. The industry also tried to stimulate demand within Chile, by increasing salmon shipments to Santiago and other national markets. While these efforts had some impact, national and world salmon supplies continued to rise far faster than demand, keeping a lid on prices. Salmon firms also turned their attention to the production side, trying to cut costs in a variety of ways. Virtually all tried to increase their feed conversion ratios, the amount of salmon that can be produced with a set amount of salmon feed. As one firm manager described it, feed has a very significant impact on our costs. Before, if you had a conversion rate of 2, you were satisfied. But today you have to get a conversion rate of 1.5 or less or you won't be happy. Toward the goal of wasting less feed, a few firms replaced manual with automatic feeding systems. Others attempted to make their operations more efficient by computerizing inventories and mechanizing parts of the production line, for example, by installing automated conveyor belts in the plants. Some bought machines that would clean and deparasite fish, or that could remove their scales and skins. As I argue below, such changes had mixed implications for labor. Firms' efforts to lower production costs also took the form of exercising 322. More careful control over the size and quality of the labor force. In the processing plants, managers sought to increase productivity by relying more heavily on piece rate systems, which tied worker productivity directly to earnings. By paying a worker for each salmon fillet she processes, the piece rate system encouraged workers to exert themselves more. Although there are no specific data for the salmon processing industry, data for the seafood processing sector as a whole indicate that productivity rose 38% between 1993 and 1995, providing strong evidence that industry workers were working harder even before the current crisis hit. Managers in some plants also cut back on the number of workers they hired. This year we are going to produce 20% more with 30% fewer workers, boasted the director of a large salmon farming company I interviewed in Porto Montt in mid-1997. As they cut back, they took pains to identify and keep the most skilled and productive of their workers. We can't keep saying to ourselves, I have 100 manual laborers, and with those workers I am going to produce 1,000 tons, claimed another salmon company manager. You can't do it anymore because the price of salmon doesn't permit such a level of inefficiency. This same individual explained that rather than hire a lot of laborers to work in his company's aquaculture operations, his management strategy was to hire a smaller number of more qualified workers, even if he had to pay them more. I can't give responsibility for 1,000 tons of fish to some unskilled worker, he noted. Managers of other companies expressed similar feelings. Firms also sought to lower their costs by achieving greater economies of scale. Some companies bought out smaller processing plants and salmon farms, while others expanded production in their existing facilities by spreading their fixed costs over a greater quantity of production. These companies sought to reduce their unit costs of production. But while this solution made sense from an individual producer's perspective, it was irrational from an industry perspective because it led to more rather than less output. Such behavior only exacerbated the problem of declining prices and put the industry on a downward price spiral. Finally, firms made a major effort to increase the value they added to their products by selling processed salmon fillets, sushi cuts, and hand-processed smoked salmon to high-end, niche markets. Reflecting the success of this strategy, these value-added products rose from a mere 5% of salmon exports in 1990 to 39% in 1996, and have grown steadily since. In this sense, the salmon industry defies a major critical structuralist critique of 323. Natural resource exports, which is that natural resource-based activities are invariably low-productivity activities with limited potential for industrialization. Indeed, as I have argued elsewhere, the experience of the Chilean salmon industry suggests that natural resource industries can indeed be highly dynamic, and that the distinction between stagnant primary industries and dynamic secondary industries has been seriously overdrawn. This does not mean, of course, that nature-based activities do not present their own set of problems, as we will see shortly. Implications for fishery sector workers. The industrial restructuring processes described above have not brought many positive changes for salmon sector workers. Although employment in the industry as a whole has not exhibited any obvious decline, the economic situation at the firm level has become much more competitive, causing companies to become much more concerned about productivity and wages, as noted earlier. The Lakes region salmon companies have been aided in their efforts to squeeze more out of their workers by prevailing economic conditions since the late 10s. After the Asian market crashed in 1997, the outwardly oriented Chilean economy fell into a serious slump, resulting in a significant loosening of the labor market. Unemployment went from 5% in the mid-10s to G% in 1999, where it has more or less remained to the time of this writing, reflecting both of these phenomena: firms' greater sensitivity to production costs and a rise in national unemployment rates. Workers' wages in the seafood processing sector have leveled off. According to available data, the average monthly earnings of a Lakes region processing plant worker in 2001 was about 120,000 pesos, compared to about 100,000 in 1997 when adjusted for inflation. the real value of a worker's wage grew only 6% over the entire 5-year period, or about 1.2% per annum asterisk. The general trend toward better working conditions and greater bargaining power have been similarly affected, compared to a period of small but significant improvements at the beginning of the decade. Workers are again afraid to fight for their rights and to organize. Efforts to increase the productivity of labor by paying piece rates and or simply increasing the pace of work have had mixed effects on workers. Paying 324 workers by the piece has enabled some workers to significantly raise their take-home pay by working harder. Yet these workers have paid dearly with their bodies. As one processing plant worker put it, "You're earning money against your body, but after a while, your body collapses." In industries that rely on assembly line production, as the seafood processing industry does, increasing the work pace invariably has a negative impact on worker health and safety. Working with sharp knives at increasingly fast speeds has only made an already dangerous job even more dangerous. Only skilled workers, for whom the labor market remains fairly tight, seem not to have been harmed by the industry's restructuring and may even have received a boost as the sector has grown in size and international stature. But the size of this group is small and promises to remain so in the future. The most highly skilled jobs in the salmon aquaculture industry are in management, finance, and disease eradication, and these jobs are limited in number degree. Moreover, even as many salmon companies move towards staffing their grow-out operations with more highly skilled workers, the salmon farms themselves do not employ that many people asterisk. The bulk of the sector's employment is in fish processing, where unskilled workers outnumber their skilled counterparts by 7 to 1. Moreover, the limited historical data available on the seafood processing industry suggest that there has been no trend toward using a more skilled workforce over time, an observation that also characterizes the forestry sector, as Thomas Klubach argues in his chapter in this volume. Nature's Agency, New Environmental Threats and the Salmon Industry. Although the shift to salmon aquaculture effectively resolves for seafood processor exporters the problem of limited raw material supplies, the salmon industry's direct and continued dependence on a living biological resource renders it vulnerable to other environmental threats that will remain a continuing challenge for the sector. These include the industry's susceptibility to changes in environmental conditions and a wide variety of animal health risks. As the number of salmon farms and their production capacity and output have grown, the industry itself has profoundly affected the environment on which it depends to raise a healthy salmon crop. One serious concern is the large amount of unconsumed food and salmon feces that have collected underneath the salmon pens, altering the oxygen content of the lakes in which the industry's grow-out operations are based, and potentially threatening farm product. 325. Activity. According to one recent report, water quality is declining, which is in turn affecting the health of the fish. Another major concern for the industry is algae or other plankton blooms, which reduce the oxygen content of water as they die, and can be fatal to fish. In the spring of 2002, a toxic algae bloom around the archipelago of Kill resulted in an estimated loss of 4 million pounds of salmon, worth several $million. Like any system of monocropping, salmon aquaculture is also vulnerable to the threat of pests and diseases, another expression of what William Crinan has referred to as nature's agency. Such pests and diseases can rapidly move through a farmer's salmon pens, decimating part or all of the crop. In recent years, the Chilean salmon industry has been afflicted by several major salmon diseases, including rickettsia, infectious pancreatic necrosis, and furunculosis. In 1998 it appeared that a harmful new bacterium causing infectious salmon anemia had entered the industry, possibly through salmon egg imports. At the time, an article in El Mercurio, Chile's leading newspaper, reported that more than 10% of the salmon population in southern Chile had been afflicted with ISA, which causes abdominal distension, internal hemorrhaging, physical deformities, and eventually, the death of the fish. If this or any other disease were to spread rapidly, it could devastate the industry, and hence, employment in the sector, at least on a temporary basis. Although the Chilean salmon industry is no more vulnerable to the vagaries of nature than any other salmon industry elsewhere in the world, all nature-based industries face risks, surprises, and vulnerabilities that arise from their direct dependence on nature. Asterisk. When these environmental risks and vulnerabilities are added to the already challenging economic conditions and low profit margins experienced by salmon producers worldwide, they create a situation of considerable risk and uncertainty, in which no company or industry can be said to be stable or even necessarily viable in the long term. Chile's successful integration into the new global economy on the basis of its natural resources has certainly had advantages for many entrepreneurs and workers, but it has also generated important new sources of vulnerability, deriving from exposure to world market competition, rapid price and market changes, and uncontrollable and unpredictable environmental threats, both alone and in combination. In countries in which labor is fully exposed to the market and cannot depend on the state for protection against such natural industry swings, we can expect workers to bear the brunt of these risks and vulnerabilities. 326. Conclusion. The last 25 years have been years of significant change for the workers in Chile's new export-oriented seafood industry. Due to tremendous structural changes in the economy, people were pushed out of one set of productive activities and pulled into another. For most workers in the industry, movement into the seafood sector was made not by choice, but by necessity. This did not mean that their situations did not improve with this occupational shift, for in some cases they did, and quite substantially. Those who benefited most from the change, at least in the short term, were independent fishermen and shell fishermen. While the resources were there and the demand for the catch was high, fishermen actually enjoyed quite a good living from fishing. Women also benefited in certain important ways from their access to new job opportunities and a new source of income. Workers' fortunes in the industry rose or fell depending on the political economy and ecology of fishing, seafood processing, and later, salmon farming. The distinct experiences of different groups of workers were conditioned by their particular location in the industry, the ecological health of the fisheries, and conditions in the wild seafood and salmon aquaculture industries. The state of the Chilean economy also affected workers' experiences. During the first phase of the industry's development, it was fishermen who enjoyed better salaries and working conditions. In the second phase and part of the third, it was seafood processing workers. State policies and practices on a number of different levels affected workers' fates in the industry. By opening the Chilean economy up to external trade, the macroeconomic policies of the Pinochet government both provoked the growth of the fishery sector and helped contribute to the demise or restructuring of other productive sectors. By stimulating the export sectors, these policies tied the national economy much more closely to the global economy and to conditions in these global industries. In virtually every one of Chile's new export sectors, conditions became more competitive as new suppliers entered the market and world output grew. This was clearly true in wild fisheries as well as in salmon aquaculture. After a brief period during which Chilean seafood processing and salmon firms enjoyed immense comparative advantages, demand for their products fell and or world markets become flooded and firms had to cut their costs and improve their 327 efficiency in order to survive. These changes, which have taken a variety of forms and are still in the making, offered mixed results for seafood industry workers. The radical changes the Pinochet government made in Chile's labor market regime powerfully influenced the way industry workers experienced and will continue to experience these new local/global relations. Labor market flexibility, the central organizing principle of this new regulatory framework, was highly detrimental to seafood processing workers. It allowed employers to impose the rhythms and shift the risk of nature-based production onto processing plant workers. Other elements of the new legislation made it far more difficult for workers to organize labor unions than in the past and thus to advance their own interests. Although the situation of organized labor improved after the transition to formal democracy, Chile's successive civilian governments did not reverse the laws that gave employers a high degree of flexibility. Perhaps even more important, Just as the neoliberal architects of this legislation envisioned, neither the state nor labor unions are in a position to protect workers from changes in global industry conditions. In the case of Chile's natural resource industries, even those that might seem to be the most sustainable, nature's agency also plays a role in workers' increased economic vulnerability. Thomas Miller Klubach. Labor, Land, and Environmental Change. In the forestry sector in Chile, 1973 to 1998. On December 31, 1983, Chile's military dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, addressed the nation in his annual New Year's Eve speech. The country had suffered a year of devastating economic crisis, and Pinochet struggled to find some glimmer of hope for an economy battered by the world recession and the radical neoliberal economic restructuring of the regime's economists, the Chicago Boys. The general pointed to the forestry industry as the military government's major success story, boasting that the regime's free market policies had led to a forestry boom in exports as well as the forestation of 1 million hectares of land. During the late 1970s, the forestry sector had grown at double the annual rate of national economic growth, making forestry products a major source of export revenues, third behind mining and industry by the early 1980s. The reality behind the forestry boom was, however, somewhat different from the rosy picture painted by Pinochet. The rapid expansion of the forestry sector during the late 1970s and 1980s, frequently cited by regime loyalists as a shining example of the Chilean economic miracle, owed little to the Chicago Boys' neoclassical economic policies. Rather, reforestation and the growth in the export of forest products was a result of state planning and investment in both pine tree plantations and the lumber, paper, and wood pulp industries since the 1940s. Pinochet's boast also concealed the harsh social costs that had accompanied the forestry boom of the 1970s. Behind the flattering statistics, the wholesale reorganization of social relations in the countryside following the 1973 military coup rendered the rural zones dedicated to the production of forest products among the poorest in the country, with unemployment rates that exceeded the national average of over 20% and a ballooning population of landless peasants who lived in rural poblaciones along the sides of roads and highways. Workers in the forestry sector suffered the lowest wages and worst working conditions in the country, laboring on a temporary basis for numerous subcontractors. Finally, Pinochet's promise that the forestry boom would provide a model for private sector-led growth ignored the tremendous ecological costs of this particular version of export-oriented economic development. The expansion of pine tree plantations throughout southern Chile and the destruction of Chile's unique temperate rainforests provoked profound changes in the environment that rendered precarious the long-term prospects of forestry exports and had a devastating impact on local rural society, undermining the basis of the agricultural economy and ecological biodiversity that had sustained a significant population of peasant smallholders and estate laborers before 1973. In the RGOs, the neoliberal model of export-led development in Chile met its most serious challenge from Mapuche communities who contested the authority of the large conglomerates and transnational corporations that had presided over the expansion of commercial monocultural forestry production after 1973. Mapuche organizations drew on a revitalized sense of ethnic identity and traditions of rural struggle to demand the return of lands usurped by large landowners and the state since the 19th century and an end to the commercial forestry industry's monopoly of forests in southern Chile. While the labor force in logging camps and sawmills composed one of the most exploited and impoverished in all Chile, it was unable to mount a similar challenge to the authority of large forestry companies. The rural labor movement in forestry zones that had emerged during the 1960s was decimated by military repression and the restructuring of land and labor relations after 1973. Unions were weak, and most workers, because they were seasonal or temporary, had no legal right to collective bargaining according to the prescriptions of the military regime's 1979 Labor Code. In addition, most forestry workers were former peasants who had been deracinated from rural communities and expelled from their lands and thus lacked the social networks that might provide the foundation of a reinvigorated labor movement. This chapter examines the changes in the conditions of labor and land ownership in the forestry industry to ask why these workers, unlike indigenous communities, have not been able to launch a successful challenge to the organization of work, the arrangements of land ownership, and the strategies of forest exploitation employed by logging companies. In addition, this chapter seeks to uncover the connections between the labor history of the forestry industry and the environmental history of Chile's southern woods. The forestry sector provides one of the most acute examples of the depredatory nature of free market capitalism as it developed in authoritarian and post-authoritarian Chile after 1973. The massive destruction of native 338 and their replacement by pine and eucalyptus plantations have eroded the crucial biodiversity of southern forest ecosystems, while it has transformed rural labor relations by making former peasants into a population of landless and itinerant part-time laborers, with neither access to land nor the benefits of permanent wage work and unionization. The effects of forestry development on the environment and on rural labor are interrelated. The destruction of rural ecosystems has been a major factor in the demise of the peasant economy and the conversion of rural workers who at one time combined forestry work with both subsistence and commercial agricultural production into temporary wage laborers. The expansion of commercial monocultural forestry production for export has been predicated both on the availability of land and cheap forest resources and on the availability of an inexpensive labor force. These two facts are connected dialectically. The expulsion of resident estate laborers and smallholders by large commercial forestry companies made available agricultural lands and forests that could be cleared, often with fire, and planted with pine plantations. At the same time, the expansion of the plantations undermined regional ecosystems that had sustained peasant agriculture and forced peasants to sell their lands and join a floating population of migrant temporary workers in shanty towns throughout the countryside. The development of the forestry industry before 1973. Despite Pinochet's claims that the expansion of forestry production and exports during the 1970s was a result of the military regime's free market policies, the industry had developed, after slow growth during the beginning of the early 20th century, under the developmentalist policies of a series of governments from the Popular Front coalitions of the 1940s to the Christian Democratic government of Eduardo Frei and the socialist government of Salvador Allende. Since the late 20th century, foreign travelers and local observers had seen potential riches in the forests of Chile's southern frontier. Following the military defeat of the Mapuche during the 1880s, the government initiated colonization schemes designed to populate the regions south of the Biobío River with European immigrants and mestizo farmers from central Chile and to promote the development of agricultural production, mainly of wheat and livestock. The state granted land to individual farmers and to colonization companies that pledged to clear forest lands and make the southern territories agriculturally productive. In the process, the Chilean state created forest reserves and licensed individuals and companies to extract wood from 339 both public and private lands. Initially, landowners used fire to clear virgin forests for agriculture and grazing. By the turn of the century, however, many brought in small portable mills and employed agricultural workers, inquilinos, and peons to log forests and work in mills during the off-seasons, beginning in autumn. The use of fire to clear land, both for cutting and for agricultural purposes, led to the mass destruction of native hardwood forests during the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The state developed a contradictory forestry policy that sought both to protect southern forests from deforestation in order to maximize the potential revenues from publicly owned woods and to promote private colonization and agricultural development in the south, which entailed the massive clearing of forested lands. Chilean governments began to develop a policy toward the country's forests, mainly in terms of efforts to conserve native forests on state-owned lands from private exploitation in order to guarantee state control of the profits of logging. Because of the weak presence of the state on the southern frontier, however, efforts to limit the destruction of forests and exert control over logging profits were largely futile, and millions of hectares of Chile's unique hardwood species Raleigh, Roble, Araucaria, Coigs, Tipas, Manio, Lingui, and Alerce were destroyed. During the same period, In the province of Concepcion, coal mining companies planted the first plantations of pine trees imported from North America to replace the exhausted forests that had supplied wood and fuel to the mines of Lota. Between 1902 and 1920, coal companies planted 800 hectares of Monterey pine. While pine proved to be too soft for use in reinforcing mine shafts and unsuitable as fuel wood, the plantations demonstrated that the species grew 3 times as fast in Chilean soil as in its native North America soil, reaching a harvestable size within 20 years. State efforts to promote the forestry industry and reforestation turned to developing plantations of North American pine, rather than the conservation or management of native forests. In 1931, the Ley de Bosques compiled a series of laws passed since 1925 designed to promote pine plantations primarily to reforest the denuded agricultural lands surrounding Concepcion. During the 1940s, the Ministerio de Tierras y Colonización auctioned off provisional land grants to private individuals, and companies registered definitive titles and tax exemptions were granted when the owners had demonstrated that they had planted significant numbers of pine trees. By 1951, under the Ley de Bosques, 200,000 hectares of pines had been planted throughout southern Chile, most in what is now the 8th region, comprising the provinces of Nubble, Concepcion, Arauco, and Bobbio*. By the 1950s, hundreds of 340 small portable sawmills worked native forests and pine plantations on privately owned and public lands south of the Bobbio in the Cordillera de los Andes and the smaller Cordillera de la Costa, providing wood to domestic markets. In 1948, 800 small sawmills employed 22,000 workers who produced wood for the construction industry and for factories that manufactured furniture, boxes, doors and windows, matches, pulp, and sheds. These workers were joined by thousands of agricultural workers who engaged in logging and milling on large estates during off-seasons. Through the 1960s, most forestry workers were contracted by privately and publicly owned estates as either inquilinos or peones, even if they worked in sawmills or wood factories on the estates, allowing landowners to pay lower wages and avoid labor laws that provided the framework for the unionization and benefits of industrial workers. Despite land and mill owners' classification of logging and mill industries as agricultural and forestry workers as campesinos, most workers combined agricultural and industrial forms of labor. Estate residents tended plots of land and pastured cattle, as well as logging forests and working in mills and wood factories. Nonetheless, because most forests and mills, and even some factories, were located on private estates, workers were enmeshed in the system of land and labor relations that characterized most of rural Chile. Their legal status as agricultural workers, while as much a ploy by patrones to keep down wages and benefits and prevent unionization, reflected a system of labor relations defined by the traditional system of inquilinage and landlord-tenant-farmer relations. In addition to their salaries, workers were provided small parcels of land to grow vegetables and pasture animals. Landowners often paid workers with tokens that could be redeemed at a company store on the estate, or deducted the price of goods from workers' salaries. Most equipment and animals on estates, tractors, donkeys, firewood, and wood for building houses, was owned by the landowner and provided to workers as part of their contracts. This system allowed the landowner to exercise powerful paternalistic control over labor relations and cement the dependency of the labor force on forestry estates. Landowners prevented unionization of their workforces, barring entrances and exits to estates, calling on carabineros to arrest troublesome workers, and setting the hours of work and pay, often forcing workers to work extra unpaid hours and cheating them on wages. Through the RG40s, logging and sawmill activities on large private estates were secondary to agricultural production. Logging was often viewed as a corollary to clearing land for planting and as a way to employ resident laborers during off-seasons. Investments in roads and machinery were minimal, and the 341 use of antiquated and primitive equipment, combined with the use of fire for clearing land, contributed to the inefficient exploitation and destruction of forest resources. Workers used axes to fell trees and chop logs and transported logs to mills in ox-drawn carts. Mills were fueled by wood and produced low-quality lumber. As a report by the United States Forest Service noted, the entire small mill operation is a model of inefficiency. Its defects are inadequate supervision and equipment resulting in excessive waste, inefficiency, higher operating costs, and inadequate financing. However, as the report also observed, this system had its advantages. Small portable mills involved only small amounts of capital and risk and could be moved easily between forest stands. The low cost of labor compensated for the lack of mechanization. In addition, the use of small mills allowed campesinos with farms of only a few hectares to log their own properties or to contract out to larger landowners during off-seasons. In forest regions, many small landowners operated their own portable mills, employing family labor and contracting with hacienda owners to log their forests and produce wood. Many villages in forestry zones had their origins in the installation of sawmills near forests on privately owned farms and estates. Sawmill and forestry workers built houses and established permanent residences in small towns and on estates in areas dedicated to the timber industry. Campesinos, like inquilinos, combined lumbering with agricultural production and raising livestock. During the 1940s, the popular front center-left governments looked to develop modern wood industries that would supply domestic markets, particularly in the construction of low-income housing for the burgeoning urban population, through the Corporación de Fomento. From the late 1800s through the first half of the 20th century, only a couple of major industrial enterprises had developed in the forestry sector. By the 1950s, only one company, the Compafifa manufacturer de Papeles y Cartones, or La Papelera as it is still known, produced Go% of Chile's paper. The Popular Front governments, following the blueprint provided by the U.S. Forest Service in 1946, sought to promote the establishment of modern mechanized sawmills, paper factories, and pulp plants. During the 1950s and 1960s, under the direction of Corfo, the cellulose and paper industries grew rapidly. A combination of state and private investments founded a number of large companies that worked with both native and exotic species. During the government of Christian Democrat Eduardo Frei, the state became an active associate of private capital, making large investments with already established companies and using credits from multilateral lending institutions such as the World Bank to fund the establish. 342. Ment of paper and pulp factories. The goal of Corfo's forestry policy was to promote the formation of diverse industrial activities, primarily the production of pulp and paper in combination with more traditional wood industries. For the most part, these new cellulose and paper plants were supplied by pine plantations established by Corfo on both public and privately owned lands. During this period, the state financed reforestation of both public and private lands. Numerous agreements were made in which private landowners provided their land and the state forested it and managed the plantations. In addition, a number of state institutions, such as the Social Security Service and para-state retirement funds, purchased estates that they planted with pine. This state-directed growth also stimulated an increase in the exports of forest products. While until the late 1960s most industrial production was oriented toward internal markets, exports increased significantly after 1968 as cellulose replaced lumber and paper as Chile's major forest-based export, according to the program established by the World Bank and the Free Government registered. This process of state-directed development accelerated under the government of Salvador Allende's Unidad Popular Coalition, which attempted to create greater horizontal integration of forestry production. By establishing large, centrally administered forestry complexes that united the diverse steps in the production process, from planting and logging in the forests and producing lumber in sawmills, to industrial processing in large cellulose and paper factories. A large number of plantations were founded on state-owned lands in the south or on lands within the area expropriated under the agrarian reform. Through the intensification of the agrarian reform initiated under the Free Government during the 1960s, The UP sought to bring native forests owned by private estates under state management and to meet the demands of the increasingly radical rural labor movement by distributing lands to both campesinos and inquilinos. In 1972 the UP embarked on a program to expropriate 1.5 million hectares of southern forest lands in order to establish the sustainable exploitation of native forests. Land expropriations would both meet the needs of peasants, resident laborers, and the unemployed rural poor and bring into the social and mixed property areas the estates that were traditionally responsible for the elimination of native forests, the impoverishment of the soil, the exhaustion of pine reserves, and the erosion of Chilean soil. Asterisk. In a 1971 speech to workers in cotton, Allende described the combined goals of redistributing lands to peasants, protecting native forests from private exploitation, and developing a modern forestry industry. 343. Over the last months we have dictated a decree of extraordinary importance. It creates a frontier zone in order to expropriate not only 270,000 hectares of agricultural estates, but also fundamentally forested estates near the Cordillera at the frontier with Argentina. We have done this in order to preserve the reserves of native forests that have been implacably exploited for private profit. The estate was defeated. A number of inquilinos moved to the Buena Esperanza estate, owned by the Caja de Empleados Públicos y Periodistas, and formed a committee to begin organizing a union. Because the law required unions to have a minimum of 100 workers, members of the Buena Esperanza committee traveled around the area organizing workers on neighboring estates into the Sindicato Nahuel Buda. As the former union leader Filadelfo Guzman remembered in 1983, at times I walked 5 or 6 hours to go to meetings in Curafianco or Curahuilan. By 1964 Buena Esperanza's workers had established a settlement with 112 families and 263 workers. This preliminary union gave rise to a militant regional labor movement of campesinos and forestry workers. The Sindicato Nahuel Buda had around 500 members, spread out in Curahuilan, Troncalo, Curafianco, and other locations. Struggling for our rights, we were able to organize strikes on a number of estates. But most important was that we organized workers who 344 didn't know anything, didn't know what collective bargaining was. The Sindicato Nahuel Buda then became part of the larger Federación 6N Campesina Copolitan based in Cafayate and the left-wing Confederación Nacional Campesina y Indigena Ranquil, and Don Filadelfo became a leader of the regional federation. By the 1970s the Buena Esperanza Union had won from the Caja the infrastructure of a permanent settlement, a primary school, a medical clinic, transportation, electricity, a union hall, and a community center. The organization of the unions and the Federation of Inquilinos on estates dedicated to forestry production in the Nahuel Buda Cordillera mirrored the development of the rural labor movement in Chile's southern provinces and forestry zones. Workers organized the first major union federation, the Federación de Trabajadores del Bosque Liberación in Concepción in 1967, shortly after Congress passed the Ley de Sindicalización 6N Campesina, legalizing unions of peasants and rural workers. In 1967 there were only 24 agricultural and forestry workers' unions in Chile. By 1970 there were 400. The Catholic Church-based Liberación Federation grouped together 5 unions of forestry workers with 12,000 members in the region surrounding Concepción, Aurora de Chile in Coelemu, Pedro Soto Rodriguez in Ranquil, La Esperanza in Tomé, Unidad Campesina in Talcahuano, and Lautaro in Coronel. By 1970 union militants had founded an interregional federation that linked 16 forestry workers' unions. 2 years later this federation joined with the campesino unions Los Valientes de Concepción and the National Christian Democratic Party Confederation y Triunfo Campesino to present a common set of demands to 250 agricultural and forestry employers. The move was successful, and workers won a 42% wage hike, company-run health clinics, work security systems, education bonuses for their children, and bonuses for births, marriages, and funerals. Workers on state-owned forestry lands also organized during this period. In early 1970, Ranquil, the Bulletin of the Confederacy and Ranquil, noted that 1,000 agricultural and forestry workers in the province of Arauco, a center of forestry activity, were engaged in strikes against landowners, including the large company Forestal Pilpulco, as well as with administrators of estates owned by Corfo and para-state organizations such as the Caja de Empleados Públicos y Periodistas. Beyond forming labor unions, resident workers on rural estates devoted to forestry participated in the wave of land invasions under the UP that intensified the process of agrarian reform. In late 1970 and early 1971, outside Valdivia in Panguipulli, 2,600 workers invaded 22 estates, with support of militants of the 345 Revolutionary Movement of the Left and the Socialist Party, and pressured the state to expropriate the forestry lands, 2 factories, and a sawmill, and to create a large worker-run forestry complex with over 320,000 hectares of land. Panguipulli became the country's largest forestry wood complex with a modern sawmill, a plywood factory, and a planned cellulose plant. The Complejo Maderero Panguipulli was organized eventually to support 9,000 campesino families. Invasions and expropriations of forestry estates spread to other provinces as well. In one exemplary case in the province of Talca, Inquilinos invaded the Agua Fria forestry estate and demanded its expropriation. The workers complained that the landowner ruled like a feudal lord. Like other landowners, he required his resident laborers to sell him the animals they raised on their small plots at prices he determined, neglected to pay their social security contributions, and, as one worker noted, no one was allowed to read newspapers, listen to the radio, or even own a watch, because the only time was the patron's time. The result of the UP's forestry policy and the strikes and land invasions by peasants and forestry workers was the consolidation of state control over factories, large mills, and plantations, and the bolstering of a peasant economy that mixed wage labor on plantations and in mills and factories, commercial and subsistence agricultural production, and the exploitation of native forests for seeds, fuel, mushrooms, and wild game, and for wood to be sold in local and regional markets. The UP's forestry strategy sought to preserve native forests from deforestation by private estates and logging companies, and to manage sustainable exploitation to meet the needs of campesinos through CONAF. In addition, in regions like Concepcion where deforestation was already a fact, the UP planned reforestation with pine plantations. Under Allende, the state attempted a complicated juggling act of potentially competing goals in which it promoted reforestation with pines in already deforested areas, as well as the management and protection of native forests, state-administered forestry industries, and a campesino economy that depended both on access to native forests as part of subsistence and commercial agricultural strategies, and access to wage labor in mills and wood factories. Most important, by establishing state management of both plantations and native forests, the UP broke the unregulated private exploitation of forests and initiated state management of Chile's forest resources for the first time. In addition, by addressing the demands of the rural labor and campesino movement, the UP lent its support to a peasant economy that combined exploitation of native forests with agricultural activities. 346. The military coup and the restructuring of the forestry industry. The 1973 military coup led to the complete restructuring of the forestry sector. The military junta viewed the state-run plantations and wood, pulp, and paper industries and the militant rural labor movement in the forestry sector as symptomatic of the policies of the UP, and sought to promote an entirely different model of forestry development based on the radical free market policies of the Chicago Boys. Privatization, the operation of market forces, and the promotion of forest exports would stimulate the modernization and development of the forestry industry. In forestry regions, as in other rural areas, the regime rolled back the agrarian reform. Forest lands that had been transferred to CONAF by Corfo were auctioned off, as were lands owned by state organizations such as the Social Security Service. Public lands were also sold, and lands expropriated under the agrarian reform were returned to their previous owners. Corfo began to sell off industries, plantations, and forests at bargain prices to well-connected financial groups, including the three major companies Forestal and Celulose Arauco, Forestal and Celulose Constitución, and Industrias Forestals, and to the smaller Forestal Pilpulco, Forestanic, Bima, Esmail, and Ralco, among others. Chile's major forestry company, Forestal Arauco, was sold to Copec for $35 million, with $8 million paid upon purchase and the rest to be paid in quotas over the next 8 years. By 1988 it was still unclear whether any of the quotas had ever been paid. In 1973 Forestal Arauco's cellulose plant, which had begun production in 1972 as a state-financed project, was one of the most profitable and efficient state-owned businesses. At the time of the sale, Forestal Arauco had $85 million in cash, $45 million in liabilities, financial reserves of $39 million, and assets worth $40 million. In 1979 Copec also acquired Celco, the most modern cellulose plant in Chile, constructed and financed by the state in Mal, for $58 million with 25% down and the rest to paid over 8 years. Inforsa, developed by foreign capital in association with Corfo during the 1960s, was sold to the Compa-FIFA Industria Indus for $40 million. Despite the military regime's commitment to the free play of market forces, all these sales were made at well under the value of the enterprise's properties and assets to financial groups that had cultivated close relations with the regime. In 1974 the military junta declared the Decree Law 7 or in order to stimulate 347. The privatization and growth of the forestry sector. The law established 20-year credits to cover the costs of forestation of lands, including the costs of managing forests. The decree law also dictated a subsidy of 75% of the value of forestation, exempted land devoted to forestry from the taxes that applied to most agricultural properties, and established lines of credit from the central bank, channeled through commercial banks, to promote forestation. A final clause made forested lands legally inexpropriable. A second decree law in 1975 allowed the exportation of forestry products in any stage of elaboration, creating the possibility of exporting logs without any value-added processing *. Registered large companies, stimulated by the incentives in Decree Law 701 and the guarantee against expropriation, as well as the low prices at which public land was auctioned off, began to accumulate vast tracts of lands. Planting pine became profitable in and of itself, and the hectares planted soon outpaced the demands of the company's industrial plants. By monopolizing lands and devoting them to pine plantations, large forestry companies began to squeeze out alternative agricultural activities and the small landholders and resident estate laborers these activities sustained in forestry zones, particularly in the 8th region. Forestry companies began to expel inquilinos from the private estates they purchased and to buy land from campesinos at low prices, establishing a monopoly over forests. They then earned credits and subsidies from the state by planting pines, which in turn drove up the price of land. The control of land in forestry zones also ensured forestry companies a cheap source of labor, since former agricultural workers and peasants, deprived of access to agricultural lands, turned to wage labor in logging camps and sawmills. Thus the reality behind Pinochet's boast in 1983 was somewhat different. While the military had indeed presided over the planting of 1 million hectares of pines, in reality this had been accomplished both through direct state action, state subsidies and credits, and pre-1973 investments in developing the forestry sector. The operation of market forces and private investments had played a relatively small role in the expansion of plantations and exports. Of the 1 million hectares planted between 1974 and 1980, CONAF was responsible for planting 37.5% and for financing with subsidies and credits another 39.4%. This was in accordance with plans laid out by Corfo before 1970 to plant 100,000 hectares a year in pine plantations. Private capital financed and planted only 23.1% of the pine plantations during this period. In 1977, state investments in forestation totaled $8.5 million, while private sector investments came to only $1 million. In 1980, the state invested $6.5 million and the private sector less than $1 million. In addition, as analysts pointed out at 348. The time of Pinochet's heralded 1 million hectares of forestation, over 80% had trees that were years old or less and would only be ready for production over the next 10 years. The wood exploited and exported during the 1970s and early 1980s had, in fact, been planted before 1973 as part of the state-directed program of developing the forestry industry under the Free and Allende governments. The three largest economic groups, which controlled 60% of the subsidized plantations, took in $12.8 million in incentives. As analysts pointed out following Pinochet's New Year's speech, the pine plantations had been funded almost entirely by the state, even though the vast majority were privately owned and private investors reaped the profits. The factories that processed trees into lumber, pulp, and paper had also been founded with state input during the period before the 1973 coup. In 1989, Chile had basically the same number of industrial plants in operation for producing cellulose, paper, fiberboard, particle board, plywood, and lumber as it had before 1973, since private investment was directed at expanding existing plants rather than new enterprises. Between 1960 and 1974, production in the forestry sector grew at an average annual rate of 9.9%. Between 1974 and 1986, however, production increased at an annual rate of 8.4%, a rate lower than average productivity for the period between 1959 and 1986. The boom in exports of forestry products from $42.5 million in 1971 to $362.2 million in 1983 was composed to a significant degree of the export of logs that had, before 1973, been used in the production of lumber, limiting the value added through industrial elaboration. Exports of forestry products increased as internal demand, mostly from the construction sector, contracted due to the recessionary crisis that accompanied economic restructuring. While small and medium-sized land and mill owners had played a significant role in the forestry industry in partnership with the state before 1973, by 1984 three major financial groups, Creuset Lorraine, Madalessandri, and Weil, had come to dominate the industry. Two companies alone, Copec and CMPC, controlled 50% of pine plantations and 100% of the cellulose industry. Combined, the three financial groups owned 75% of plantations, 78% of industrial production, and 73% of exports, and received 85% of the state subsidies and credits for forest cultivation and management. Yet the paper and cellulose plants they operated and that supplied 58% of the export value of forestry products had been started during the 1960s and early 1970s under the direction of the state. While they exercised monopoly control over the industry, the three financial groups invested little in new projects or in the expansion of the industrial enterprises. 349. Begun before 1973. Rather, they profited by purchasing already existing companies at bargain prices and by accumulating lands for planting pines for which they received state subsidies and access to cheap credit. The transformation of rural social relations and environment. The abrupt transfer of forest lands and forestry industries from the state sector and peasant smallholders to a few major financial groups required the repression of the militant rural labor movement that had emerged during the 1960s. Economic restructuring in the forestry sector entailed both the reversal of the agrarian reform and the dismantling of campesino unions. The rural labor movement in the forestry sector was only in diapers in 1973, as one union leader put it in an oral history. However, the militancy of rural unions provoked ferocious repression following the military coup. As with campesino unions, forestry workers' organizations were shut down, their leaders arrested, and their properties confiscated. In the Federación Liberación, of 17 union leaders, only 3 remained unscathed by repression. The president of the union, Mario Ruiz, was detained in a concentration camp for 4 years. A number of the union's leaders were simply disappeared, and, as a union leader noted, "We never heard what happened to them." Degree on 3 forestry estates in Mulchin, El Moro, El Carmen Matines, and Pemehue. 18 forestry workers employed by CONAF were detained in the days following the military coup. In 1979 their bodies were found in a mass grave. Perhaps the most devastating example of the repression of peasant families and communities in the forestry sector was the Complejo Maderero Panguipulli. After 1973 the complex was shut down, and a large number of members of the community of workers who had joined the parties of the UP, the MIR, and the radical rural labor movement in the region were detained by the military. 44 workers from the farms Nel Tulm, Chihuo, Futrino, Lifen, Arquilhuo, Carify, Shabranco, and Liquify within the Complejo were detained, executed, and buried in mass clandestine graves. Many of the survivors of the repression abandoned the closed complex and migrated to settlements on the outskirts of Valdivia. The repression of the rural labor movement and communities of forestry workers through military violence enabled the financial groups that had taken control of the forestry sector to reorder land and labor relations in the rural 350 regions of southern Chile. Thousands of former inquilinos were expelled from estates acquired by large forestry companies, and campesinos were forced to sell their small parcelas through indirect pressures. Rural communities that had been formed on forestry estates or in areas devoted to forestry production by smallholders were broken up as forestry companies extended their control of forested lands to supply their modern sawmills, factories, and industrial plants. Small landholders and resident estate workers lost their access to land and left farms and estates behind to migrate either to cities or semi-urban squatter settlements along the sides of roads in agricultural zones. Male peasants came to constitute a mobile and flexible supply of cheap wage labor to estates, plantations, and industries, laboring for low wages, without benefits, on a temporary basis for subcontractors, while women and children remained behind in rural shanty towns, deprived of access to the agricultural lands that had been central to the rural household economy. After 1973, government incentives stimulated large companies to expand their land holdings in forestry regions in order to plant pine by purchasing large estates and small farms. By the early 1980s these estates planted pine trees where they had once cultivated wheat and corn or pastured animals, pushing out resident agricultural laborers. Few small landowners could compete with large forestry companies as the push to plant pine plantations consumed rural areas in the 8th region. Campesinos could not afford to plant pine and then wait 17 to 25 years for their lands to produce since they depended on their parcelas for subsistence. Nor did smallholders have access to the credits and state subsidies enjoyed by the large companies. As a leader of the CONAF Workers' Union, the Federación Nacional de Sindicatos de CONAF pointed out, noting the demise of small holdings in the forestry sector, the state doesn't provide incentives or subsidies for the small producers. Only the large companies receive credits and incentives. Planting pine required long periods for the trees to maturate, large extensions of land, and an intensive use of capital. In addition, large companies' monopoly of sawmills and factories enabled them to purchase wood from smallholders at low prices. As another FENASIC leader pointed out, the large monopolistic companies like Celulosa Arauco and Celulosa Celco drove campesinos out of forestry zones by fixing low prices of small producers. Nor could campesino smallholders who operated their own rudimentary sawmills compete with the modern plants owned by forestry companies. Large companies used their control of land and of pine plantations to produce cheap and high-quality pine boards for the construction sector and for export. Small producers, who worked native forests and employed antiquated machinery in 351. Their family-operated mobile mills, could not compete with the technologies used by the modern sawmills owned by the forestry companies, which enjoyed access to rapidly and inexpensively grown pine trees, economies of scale, and a monopoly over land. As a leader of the Confederación de Trabajadores Forestales noted, there were many small landholders who, sadly, could not compete, who lacked the resources, and it was easier for them to sell off their lands. They were small holders who had small woods that they exploited, but they didn't have the resources to make an adequate investment, to buy the plants, to contract a technician. They lacked the training and the capital, and so the small holders began to disappear. Many stayed on working for the same businesses that had purchased their lands. Similarly, a Federación Libertarian leader observed that in the zones around Concepcion, Forestal Arauco displaced small businesses producing wood for the construction sector, the internal market, particularly the campesinos who had saws, sawmills, were closed down. Asterisk. According to union leaders, the lack of state support for small producers and the monopoly of land, mills, and industries exercised by large forestry companies led to deepening rural poverty and stimulated peasants to migrate to the outskirts of rural towns and cities, where they live in shanty towns on belts of poverty. The dispossession of campesinos in forestry zones was accompanied by the expulsion of resident laborers from estates dedicated to forestry production. As landowners sold their estates to the big forestry companies or turned to planting pines themselves, they began to evict permanent workers and their families. Where rural estates had once engaged in agricultural production that had sustained a significant population of inquilinos, they now substituted both agricultural crops and resident laborers with pine trees. Estates began to fire resident laborers and replace them with temporary workers hired by subcontractors. In 1978, for example, the 3,500-hectare estate Fundo Panuches, owned by Corfo, was sold to private owners, who proceeded to expel the inquilinos and their families, leaving 360 laborers without work and their families homeless. On the Totoral estate in Coelemu, a disagreement over work hours between 20 workers and the estate's manager led to the workers' immediate dismissal. Shortly afterward, the estate was sold to a large forestry company that destroyed the former workers' houses and evicted the resident laborers. The workers and their families, most of whom had lived on the estate from 20 to 30 years, found themselves in a rural settlement on the side of a highway without electricity, without water. This case was repeated throughout the region. As the publication of the Archbishop's Pastoral Obrera in Concepcion, El Pino Insign, noted, in Ran. 352. Quelmo the Magosa joined the show and fired 40 workers, not coincidentally the oldest. And the Magalove, with more than 100 workers, is shutting down this month. The Pukake estate. They shut down here, they shut down there, dismissals, unemployment, problems, debts, vices, no union organization. This is the scene in Coelemu for the hard winter ahead. In Buena Esperanza, where Don Filadelfo Guzman had helped to organize the Sindicato Nahuel and then the Federación Campesina Capulacan, the estate was sold in 1979 to Forestal Arauco, which then proceeded to expel the workers and their families. As Don Filadelfo recalled in a 1983 interview with Pino Insign, so then everything changed. The Forestal threw us all out and kept the forest that we had planted and that now is 33 years old. 103 workers and their families, who had lived on the estate from 15 to 40 years, were accused of being revoltosos for resisting the expulsion and were forced by carabineros to leave the estate and watch as trucks brought temporary workers hired by private contracting firms to work the forests. The eviction brought an end to both the peasant community and the union that had been formed on Buena Esperanza during the early 1960s. For smallholders, as well as resident laborers, in the region, the expansion of Forestal Arauco also spelled disaster. Campesinos in the neighboring villages of Calico Norte and Temuco Chico who had not already sold their parcelas remained surrounded by the company's pine plantations. The only roads in the region were built for the company's trucks, and campesinos were prohibited access since the company alleged that their carts damaged the roads. In addition, campesinos were forbidden from entering the forests to collect firewood from fallen branches or to collect mushrooms, seeds, and cones, and Forestal Arauco installed private guards to expel those who entered. Campesinos from the neighboring Mundo Nuevo and Buena Esperanza villages wound up selling their lands to the company. The expulsion of the rural labor force from forestry areas was intensified by changes in regional ecosystems and strategies of land use. Traditional patterns of rural residence posed a threat to the extension of pine plantations, and large companies sought to displace smallholders and resident laborers from the margins of their expanding estates by establishing security zones protected by private guards on the outskirts of plantations. Forestry companies feared forest fires as a danger to their plantations and viewed campesinos, who relied on fire for fuel, heat, and clearing land, as a risk to their investments. Large pine plantations began to encircle campesinos' small plots and cut off their access to water, forests, and transit, making peasant production for subsistence increase. 353. Ingly untenable. As a union leader from the Federación Forestal Liberación noted, in the province of Concepción there were a lot of small holders with 5 to even 20 hectares of land. The holding companies that arrived, Arauco, Maninco, surrounded and isolated the small holders, provoking problems like today with the Mapuche. They had them trapped and didn't let them leave their lands. They couldn't raise animals since animals damage young pines. The campesinos were pressured off their lands and forced to leave for the city. Registered. This assessment echoed a 1986 report by the Economic Commission on Latin America. The sale of small farms increases in the zones where the large companies operate. First, when they buy large amounts of land, the companies close off the roads, putting obstacles in front of campesinos, forcing them to sell. Not only did the forestry companies interfere with traditional access to forest resources, they also damaged the environment for the peasants who remained. The testimony of a campesino printed in 1983 in El Pino Ensign described the disruption of peasant agriculture as native forests were replaced by pine plantations in the mountains. During the winter, the source noted, peasants would go into the mountains with their carts to bring back firewood for fuel and heat during the cold months. In addition, they would collect pifions to be used as a substitute for flour, which was scarce in many rural areas. Peasants brought their livestock up into mountain forests for the winter, where the animals would be protected by trees and feed on tender bamboo shoots until they could return in the spring to pasture on grass in the valleys. Mountain streams provided water for peasants' small plots and at times trout for fishing. Peasants also hunted small game and birds in the forests. Nobody claimed the forests in the Cordillera, everyone depended on them and used their products, but they didn't belong to anyone. But if Simeon sets fire to the woods or if an ambitious forestry company destroys them, everyone ends up damaged because the rivers become muddy like chocolate and those who live below are left with no water, the birds take off and fly further south and no one can collect cones anymore or take animals up to pasture in the winter. In our region we see that the plantations are fenced off, the roads are barred, the waters of the Andaline, Bio, and Trongal rivers are contaminated because the landowners exploit the forests that grow on the banks of the watersheds and they don't care who uses the water below *registered. Forestry companies replaced the native forests that had been the staple of the peasant economy with pine plantations that eroded the regional ecological bio. 354. Diversity. In 1983 El Mercurio described the scene as forestry companies burned native forests in the Cordillera in order to plant pines. The day was strange, Quilico's sky was lead gray and half pink, in spite of the fact that there were no clouds. But, as you looked toward the mountains you saw what was happening, huge columns of smoke were rising from the hills. Fat Rolfs with their yellow autumn leaves burned along with gigantic coigeus more than 30 meters tall. Secondary growths of robles, avellanos, and linguis were rapidly consumed by the flames. A small puta jumped among the branches covered in flame looking for a stream to throw itself into. Turcazes and chaoyes flew away toward somewhere where the pine hasn't yet arrived. The fire embraced the estates of Las Lumas, Alvalo, Manzanares, and Los Cuartos, whose lands covered 3,000 hectares. Nothing was to be left alive, so that next winter Forestal Maninco could plant its pines. They had to be planted in order to earn the forestation subsidy. The business wasn't bad, you could get from the state around 25 million pesos for each hectare planted. 120 people lived and worked as resident laborers on the Los Cuartos estate, making poles of pellet and coal, selling firewood and hazelnuts, and raising animals. But when the estate was bought by Forestal Maninco, the inquilinos were expelled. And a private guard was put in place to prevent access to the forests. As El Pino Insign noted, these events are repeated every year in our region. Who hasn't seen the pink clouds rising above the Nahuel Buda Cordillera in burning Caesar? Or in Cayucupal, or Trongal, or Coihuasco, or Antuco? Every year the companies burn between 7 and 10,000 hectares of Chilean mountain forests in this region. In effect, the state was paying private forestry companies to burn Chile's unique temperate rainforests and replace them with monocultural pine plantations. Pine plantations' corrosive effects on the regional rural ecology undermine the viability of campesino agricultural production. The extensive plantations caused the desiccation of topsoil and diminished the amount of water in the valleys at the feet of planted hillsides, leading to the deterioration of the conditions of agricultural production upon which peasants depended for their subsistence. Pine trees retain water in their needles, facilitating evaporation before water hits the soil, and pine plantations lack the low plants and bushes that grow in Chile's native forests and that help to conserve rainwater and humidity in the soil. In addition, the very concentrated nature of pine plantations, their biomass, means that they absorb several times the amount of water consumed by native forests. As one campesino noted in an early 1980s study, in the zone of Mal any campesino can tell you that the watersheds are drying out, that the 355 streams are exhausted. Now there are abandoned houses because of the lack of water. Nobody can live in the middle of a forest. Similarly, the wife of a forestry worker in the 8th region outside Concepcion described in 1981 how there is great poverty in the countryside. There is no longer any water. You have to go out in the world to look for water, far from the estuary. The pines suck up all the water that ran by here. Before the plantations were here, I remember that I had more than enough water for my garden. Registered *. She observed that peasant families who owned small parcelas had seen their livelihoods threatened by the drying up of rivers and watersheds. The lack of water prevented the irrigation of the garden plots that campesino women cultivated and from which their families obtained an important part of their sustenance and a few pesos from what they marketed. Lack of water, combined with diminished sunlight in densely planted plantations, also leads to a decline in the decomposition of organic materials and thus prevents the formation of a layer of nutrient-rich humus. As opposed to native forests, which maintain a thick layer of humus filled with nutrients from decayed vegetation, the soils of pine forests stay dry even during rainy winter months. While native forests have old and decayed trees that replenish the soil with nutrients during rains, plantation pines are harvested once they mature. Because pine plantation owners in Chile do not use fertilizers, after 1 or 2 plantings the soil becomes drained of its nutrients. Campesinos in areas dominated by plantations also complain that pines created excessive soil acidity, contaminating groundwater and poisoning wells and streams used for irrigation. Registered monocultural agricultural production in the form of pine plantations rendered southern forests and the forestry industry vulnerable to new pests and diseases. In 1953 there were 8 known insects associated with pine plantations in Chile. By the one goes over 50 species of insects fed on pine trees and posed a serious threat to their fragile ecosystems. In addition, pine plantations were plagued by rodents and rabbits that fed on the bark of the trees and the tops of young saplings. New fungi also attacked the trees and posed a serious threat to the plantations. In order to combat the spread of insects, fungi, and animals, forestry companies sprayed pesticides and fungicides in areas inhabited by campesinos, often contaminating streams and the groundwater. The chemicals had a disastrous effect on the health of local peasant populations and on their farm animals and crops, in one case killing a child who drank contaminated water, and this danger to people's health contributed to the exodus from rural forestry zones. The fumigation of the pine plantations also contributed to the decimation of 356. The population of wild game that had provided an important supplement to peasants' diets, as well as the deaths of farm animals. Defoliants and herbicides aimed at destroying the native species that could compete with the pines and destroy the plantations also damaged crops on lands near plantations and contaminated groundwater. In 1986, CEPAL found that one of the principal factors in the exodus of campesinos from the countryside was the difficulty that the small landowners confront in the poison used by the large forestry companies' plantations that is highly damaging to livestock. Peasants who had depended on forests for water, small game, and firewood now faced a threat to their subsistence as pesticides, herbicides, and defoliants made life and labor on the margins of the plantations impossible. Registered as a union leader and forestry worker observed, in this zone that was a zone of campesinos, the smallholder produced everything he needed: potatoes, wheat, cereals. He stayed in the forest. But everything changed. There is no longer any agricultural production in the countryside. There is no water for agriculture because the pines require a lot of irrigation. This region produced a lot of wine. There were numerous vineyards on the lands of smallholders. Almost everyone had vines, but now everything is over because of the lack of water, the fumigations. The forest blocks out the sun that the grapes need to grow. A leader of the CTF similarly described the transformations in agricultural production wrought by the expansion of pine plantations. Where there were plantations, there were no longer the things lived on, for example, forest animals. They could no longer hunt rabbits for food. They no longer had natural fruits like seeds that they could consume. They lost the biodiversity that there had been before because there was only pine and eucalyptus, and as we all know, these are species that don't allow other kinds of life within the forest. The native forest allowed rabbits and other species to live there, while the other forests destroyed this biodiversity. As a consequence, campesino families were surrounded and lost a great deal of space. Faced with low prices for agricultural goods and forest products, lack of credit, and the erosion of the regional ecosystem during the early 1980s, young campesino men looked to employment in government public works programs designed to alleviate unemployment, abandoning their fields. One 1983 press report noted that the 8th region was now heavily forested and that in areas traditionally dominated by a balance between pine plantations and smallholders who owned parcelas of 4 to 8 hectares, most peasants had left and sold their lands. In campesino communities throughout the region, 357. The report noted, it was common to see 300 to 400 young men working in government programs for the unemployed, cleaning streets rather than working their fields. The head of the Archbishop of Concepcion's Departamento Campesino observed that today you see something that never before occurred in the countryside. The campesinos are coming to the cities to work in the PEM and they no longer cultivate the land or work in the forests. The displacement of peasant smallholders and estate laborers was exacerbated by the restructuring of the forestry industry. The reorientation of the industry away from the internal market for elaborated wood products and lumber to export markets for logs, wood pulp, and paper led to the firing of thousands of sawmill and factory workers. While exports of pulp and logs grew, employment in wood industries declined. Lino Lira, the president of the Forestry Workers Federation Liberación, noted in 1983 that since the transition to the export of logs, the permanent labor force in industrial activities related to forestry had dropped by 70% and had been replaced by subcontracted temporary workers. Another union leader linked the growth in exports of unprocessed logs to forestry companies' focus on short-term profits and the low costs of planting and harvesting pine. A number of industries that produced goods for the domestic market closed down because they had to look to other markets. For us, it's a contradiction that businesses earn so much money exporting prime materials because in exporting logs, they shipped out the primary material that could have been used in our industries. They only exported logs, and why? Because they had the guarantee that they had huge amounts of forests for plantations. They planted exotic species that grew rapidly, that in Chile gave a very good result. In 25 years you could harvest what was planted, and in other countries it could take 40 years. They also need fewer workers for exporting logs, just for cutting down the trees and transporting them. They work the forests rapidly and earn profits fast too. Exploiting forests with other goals, with value added, requires more investment, more machinery, more workers. And the results take longer. It was easier and quicker. 4. As the union leader noted, pine plantations and the export of unprocessed logs had lower labor costs and produced more immediate profits than the wood industries based on the exploitation of native forests. In 1983, El Pino Insign noted that the workers who labored in the wood factories of Antihuala, in the box factories in Escuadron are unemployed. Forestry development forced them to close because it was more profitable to export logs than sawed wood or 358. Than to make boxes. They worked 10, 16, or more years. Now they wait for some contratista who works for Forestal Arauco to work in the forests for a piece rate. In 1974 Chile exported no unprocessed tree products. Between 1976 and 1980 log exports grew from 17,000 cubic meters to 1,052,400 cubic meters. By 1988 this figure had reached 2,801,300 cubic meters. The large forestry companies also displaced small sawmills and wood factories and monopolized the internal market for wood products, substituting inexpensively grown pine products for the native woods worked by smaller mills and factories. Lino Lira observed in 1983 that before in Concepcion there were around 2,000 sawmills. Today there are no more than 15, which has aggravated the situation of workers who work with axes and chainsaws. Similarly, Siepel found that the emigration from the rural sector in areas with a large proportion of plantations has been produced fundamentally by the closing down of small sawmills that were absorbed by a few highly mechanized and capitalized mills. Forestry companies' control of inexpensive raw materials and access to modern technology and a cheap labor force of former rural workers and peasants allowed them to drive smaller mills and factories out of business and to dominate the internal market for wood products, as well as export markets for lumber, pulp, and paper. The replacement of native forests with pine plantations, native wood with pine, industrial wood products with exports of logs, and peasants with temporary wage laborers went hand in hand as forestry companies, unchecked, redrew the social and ecological landscape of southern Chile. Restructuring and the labor force. Unemployment caused by the expulsion of agricultural workers and peasants from forested lands and the decline in the industrial processing of wood products was exacerbated by the spread of subcontracting in the forestry industry. Forestry companies, unhindered by labor legislation or the presence of unions, began to dismiss their permanent labor forces and to replace them with workers employed by subcontracting firms during the 1970s. This process accelerated after the 1979 Labor Code made it possible for employers to fire permanent workers and to hire workers on a temporary basis without paying them benefits or negotiating collective contracts. Before 1973, 60% of forestry workers were permanent. The remaining 40% were hired on a seasonal basis from the population of peasant smallholders in forestry regions. In 1982 75%, 359, of forestry workers labored for less than 6 months for one employer, and 50% lasted 2 months at one job. 20% changed jobs every month or 2 weeks. In 1972 Forestal Arauco had employed 3,000 permanent workers. By 1978 it had cut this workforce by 1/3, and in 1982 it fired the last 70 workers, transferring all its operations to subcontractors. In 1984 the largest forestry companies, Forestal Arauco, Forestal Maninco, Cresex, and Celso had almost no permanent workers. Workers in wood industries, sawmills, and logging camps had enjoyed job stability and a living wage that allowed them to support their families. When sawmills moved from forest to forest, they brought their entire workforces with them, rather than shutting down, firing their workers, and rehiring workers from different regions. Companies moved entire families and their belongings and provided a basic infrastructure that allowed workers and their families to live a decent life. They were allowed access to the forests to collect wood and hunt, and were given small patches of land to pasture animals and grow vegetables. Forestal Araco, under state management, had established 3 health clinics, housing, and schools for its 3,000 workers and their families. These were closed down when the company was privatized and the labor force shifted to subcontractors. Contratistas Calampas spread at an expanded pace after 1976. The contratistas competed for jobs from large forestry companies by lowering their costs at the expense of workers' salaries and work conditions. Often these subcontractors were former foremen, consultants, or technicians who had worked for large companies. In fact, many companies offered to give subcontracted jobs to their foremen and supervisors if they agreed to resign and start contracting firms. Many of these small firms were undercapitalized and possessed no trucks, machinery, or tools. They hired workers on a temporary basis according to jobs contracted with the large forestry companies and covered their preliminary expenses with advances. The contratistas Calampas had an ephemeral existence, often lasting a short time until being driven out of business. Until the mid-1980s, these companies frequently took on jobs, hired workers with the promise of a steady wage, operated until they received advances from the forestry companies or until they were paid for a portion of what they had produced, and then closed down, abandoning their workers without pay when they realized they could not cover their debts or costs. Many workers received no pay or only a part of their wages for their weeks of labor in logging camps. In 1983, a forestry worker described to El Pino Insign how about 40 workers were hired by a contratista to cut wood on the El Roble estate. 360. We worked 3 months for the contratista who only paid us in vouchers. After 2 months we began to complain a little since we hadn't seen any cash. He promised us the earth and sky, but when payday came there was always another excuse. We were almost finished when one day we found out that the contratista had left. Sex sent el pollo, as we say. So then we began proceedings in the courts. We had a lawyer. There were judicial summonses, and we waited in the street for him for days to show up. Finally they located the contratista, but no one took responsibility for bringing him to the courts. 3 months almost given away for nothing to a contratista, and with the wife and kids at home complaining. That year the Departamento Campesino of the Archbishop of Concepcion estimated that forestry subcontractors owed workers in the 8th region over 1 million pesos. Degree subcontractors survived by winning advances and credits and recruiting a low-wage temporary labor force from the large population of landless young men in the countryside. Far from urban centers, with little oversight from the Dirección del Trabajo, and facing no challenge from a moribund rural labor movement, contratistas reproduced 1th century work conditions in their camps in order to reduce their expenses and compete for contracts. Contratistas used the remote locations of logging camps and private guards to cement workers' dependence on the job, prevent organizing, and avoid oversight by government inspectors. Because the camps were located in the mountains far from rural settlements and cities, most workers traveled to see their families between once every 15 days and once every 4 months. The small firms provided no transportation to and from the isolated camps and frequently recruited workers from other provinces to increase the isolation and dependence of the labor force. Contratistas offered no benefits and paid wages by the quantity of wood logged. Working by piece rate, workers frequently made less than the legal minimum wage. In 1980, for example, workers earned on average $2 a day. Contratistas frequently undercounted the amount of wood cut by workers in order to reduce their pay and failed to pay Social Security contributions. Workers were forced to provide their own tools, boots, gloves, and helmets and lived in rudimentary huts, trucos, often sleeping on straw. The camps had no kitchens or formal cooking spaces, and workers were responsible for feeding themselves with food they brought from outside or purchased at artificially inflated prices at company concessions. Often they were paid in tokens that could only be redeemed at pulpertas, which often failed to list prices and discounted workers' debts from their wages. To save money, workers frequently brought bread, chili peppers, and instant soups, 361, with them for their 2-week to 4-month stints in the camps. They survived on diets that barely allowed them to endure the arduous conditions of the camps and the physically difficult and dangerous labor of logging. During the early 1980s, the average meal for most workers consisted of a piece of bread and broth made of boiled water, a chili, a couple of potatoes, and some noodles. Despite this diet, workers toiled in the forests for hours that often exceeded the maximum allowed by law. In 1982, a third of all forestry workers worked 56-hour weeks. Because contratistas looked for unemployed and uneducated younger men with little experience in logging and provided no security equipment, the forestry industry had the highest number of accidents in the country, surpassing even the construction industry. In 1983, union leader Lino Lira pointed out that accident rates were high in the forestry sector because the owners don't even provide minimal systems of security on the job, since they don't provide helmets, boots, gloves, or adequate clothing. Registered in an extended 1984 interview with the Bulletin Noticiero de la Realidad Agraria, Don Eliodoro, an old-time worker employed by a contratista working a farm near Concepcion owned by the giant forestal Maninco, provided vivid descriptions of work conditions in logging camps during the early 1980s. At times I have seen branch strippers who earn 5,000 or 6,000 pesos and have to support 8 people. It's painful to see these guys, coffee in the morning, coffee at noon, and coffee at night. At the most a piece of bread. I've seen them in my own quadrilla. They work all day without eating. At times even the branch strippers wind up soaked. I have seen them fainting from hunger. We get up at 7. We have breakfast, coffee, and bread, that we ourselves bring and prepare. The same with lunch. The lunch we prepare the night before. After work each of us cooks, eats, and keeps what's left over for lunch the next day. Sometimes I go for an entire month eating nothing but beans. I also make a broth of potatoes. There are no eggs or meat. Every 15 days more or less I go down to leave some money with my wife. We're 12 at home, including a grandchild and unemployed son-in-law. In a 3-room house in a poblacion in Concepcion on land taken in an invasion. Don Eliodoro, a skilled worker who operated a chainsaw, earned 34 pesos per metro ruma and could earn up to 680 pesos a day working himself to death. In regions dedicated to the exploitation of native forests, rather than pine plantations, mostly located outside Valdivia in the 10th region, conditions for workers also deteriorated after 1973. Unlike the pine plantations, which provided wood for cellulose and paper plants, sawmills processing native wood supplied factories producing furniture, wood for construction, cardboard. 362. Moldings, veneers, and particle board. Until the 1990s, however, the native wood industry was dominated by small producers. In part this was because both the Chilean state and international development agencies focused on the production of pine to supply the cellulose and paper industries after the 1940s, a development philosophy maintained by the military regime. World Bank loans in 1966 and 1975 funded an expansion of pine plantations and the installation of paper and pulp/cellulose plants. From an environmental perspective, the forestry strategy developed by the Chilean state during the 1940s, with the advice and assistance of the North American government and multilateral lending institutions, was to reproduce the environmental conditions of North America and to apply the technologies and systems of knowledge developed there in order to produce a profitable forestry industry. As a FENASIC union leader noted of CONAF's forestry service, on the pine plantations and the sawmills we have the most modern technologies and systems of production, just like in the United States, Europe, Japan, Canada. We have studies and detailed knowledge about everything having to do with pine and eucalyptus. But we know very little about managing native forests. He pointed out that the state and CONAF had invested little in studying the sustainable management and exploitation of Chile's native forests. In effect, it was cheaper to exchange natural environments, the forest and natural resources of Chile, for imported forests, technologies, and forms of exploitation than to develop a forestry industry based on the sustainable exploitation of Chile's native forests. The mountainous topography of the 10th region made growing pine and eucalyptus more difficult, since the trees grew at a slower rate at altitudes above 600 meters. The result was that forestry policy tended to ignore the native forests of the 10th region, allowing a certain space for smallholders to continue their activities extracting wood and processing it through rudimentary sawmills for limited local and regional markets. As an Infor report observed in RGG1, the country has achieved the significant development of the forestry sector based on its plantations, which have impelled a dynamic and internationally competitive industry. However, in terms of its native forest resources, it has not known how to take advantage of the potential that these have as a source of primary materials and industrial growth. The report proposed the creation of programs to assist small producers in developing the sustainable exploitation of the 10th region's woods, which constituted nearly half of the country's native forests and 83% of the region's forest resources. Degree 363. Conditions for the small artisan mill owners who exploited native forests were often only marginally better than in the rest of the industry. Most businesses were owned by families, and most operators of small sawmills learned the job working with their fathers or as apprentices without a wage. These small sawmills employed 4 to 9 people, almost always family members, in remote rural zones in the mountains, felling trees, cutting logs, and sawing lumber. During the late RG80s, a third of mill owners gained access to wood by signing contracts with private landowners, 45% owned small farms with woods, and 22% purchased logs from third parties. Sawmill owners had little capital, worked on a seasonal basis during summers when the price of wood was high, depended on private landowners for access to forests, and had no access to credits or loans or to national market networks. Their equipment was rudimentary, often powered by energy from rivers or from burning firewood. As a CTF leader noted, in the South there are a large number of small sawmills without the technology of the modern sawmills, as in Coronel, which has the latest technologies. They produce energy with firewood. They're small businesses who produce boards and exploit small woods. Generally they only work when the weather is good because they work without a roof. Their mills are installed in the middle of the countryside, near a river because they need water for the engine, and they have no roof. They can't provide any kind of camp, bathroom. They work in conditions that are pretty artisanal and precarious. Because they lacked financing and credit and employed tools and machinery that were obsolescent, these mills produced low-quality wood suitable only for limited local markets. In addition, the production process was inefficient, leading to low production levels and the waste of woods. Small producers, saddled with debt and scratching to make a living, minimized their costs by employing unpaid family labor and apprentices and by extracting native woods from forests with little concern for the regeneration of forest resources. Transformations in household economies and the breakdown of rural communities. The restructuring of the forestry industry led to the transformation of the spatial organization of the countryside through the erosion of peasant household economies and changing patterns of residence and labor. In the 8th region, urban industries had traditionally provided an alternative for agricultural work. 364. ERS and peasants who maintained a steady flow of migration to Concepcion, following family and village networks. After 1973, however, economic shock produced stagnation and unemployment in the urban sector as industries began to close their doors and cities no longer provided employment possibilities for displaced peasants. Concepcion, a major center of national industrial activity, experienced a devastating economic crisis that drove regional unemployment levels far above already high national averages. By 1983, the Huachipato steel plant, which had employed 7,000 workers in 1972, had cut its workforce to 4,200. In Penco and Tomé, former centers of textile production, every plant had closed down except for the Bella Vista factory, which operated at minimum capacity. In addition, the production of the region's coal mines continued to decline. In the 8th region, unemployment reached 40%, with 11% employed in the Programa de Empleo Mínimo. Former peasants migrated to squatter settlements throughout the countryside, usually on the sides of roads and highways, or to shanty towns in towns and small cities. There they constituted an easily available, inexpensive, and vulnerable temporary labor force for estates devoted to producing fruit and forest products for export markets. The rural poblaciones that mushroomed throughout the south from Concepcion to Valdivia after 1973 existed on the margins of urban society. They often lacked electricity, drinkable water, and sewage systems. In 1981, one report noted that one can see along the roads running into the Pan American Highway where before there had only been fields and copses, today there are groups of little multicolored houses. The same as in the poblaciones marginals of the big cities. Degree few had medical clinics, and pobladores had to travel long distances to other villages and towns to seek medical attention. Families survived on the meager wages earned by male temporeros and suffered the insecurity of living as illegal squatters. Life in squatter settlements contributed to changes in family relations and the household economy. Men were absent for long stretches of time as they followed jobs in areas of forestry activity, leaving their wives and families behind to fend for themselves. Often they returned for weekends with only small amounts of money, which failed to cover their family's expenses. As one woman noted in a 1983 study, her husband could only find work between the spring and summer months of September and January, traveling to different zones. He's become an itinerant jornalero who, when he can find work, goes up to the forests and can only return home after a couple of weeks. They offer him a wage and benefits, and then later they don't pay anything and he has to come home without work, without money, worse off than before. Other times they pay him $365 with the pulperia and he doesn't get another peso. And all this affects how he treats his wife and children. In stark contrast to the conservative pro-family rhetoric of the Pinochet regime, the changes introduced by the military government rendered family relations in the countryside increasingly unstable as the economic basis of rural household economies was undermined by new patterns of labor and residence. Women confronted a shrinking horizon of possibilities. If they had held on to small plots of land in plantation zones, these no longer produced crops to feed their families because of the lack of water, and if they lived in rural settlements they often had no land at all. One woman described how in the rural poblaciones women could no longer grow vegetables to feed their families as they had done before. Here what can grow? A small piece of land is filled up by a couple of tiny potatoes. Instead of the wheat, lentils, navy beans, green beans, lima beans, tomatoes, onions, cilantro, and parsley that women grew in the countryside, here one has a nothing of a parcel of land to cultivate. A forestry workers' union leader similarly described how the spread of plantations had transformed women's lives. Before, women irrigated land, cultivated their gardens, and the children also worked. They collected things in the forest like seeds, and with the change to the forestry industry they were isolated in their little houses in any place, in small settlements anywhere they could, very isolated, and women only stayed inside the house, preparing food for the children. But there were no longer any other possibilities for earning money. Registered. The breakdown in the rural household economy described in these interviews reflected the more general fragmentation of campesino communities throughout the countryside and the separation of workplace from residence that accompanied the process of descamponization or proletarianization after 1973. A union leader noted that the dispersal of the rural population was due both to the peregrinations of men throughout the forestry economy and the lack of income and resources that could support families and allow the maintenance of permanent communities. The peasants can't live in a permanent community anymore. To form a permanent community, they need income to support it. If there's no work, there's no community. They've been transformed into permanent migrants who travel to Concepcion, Temuco, Valdivia, looking for work, knocking on doors. Registered. The same union leader noted the abrupt changes in rhythms of work and time as campesinos were converted into temporary forestry workers. Now they're realizing that life in the countryside was much less difficult in terms of the hours they worked. In the industries they have to 366 work on the basis of productivity and quantity. There is more pressure in terms of your work responsibilities. Every day you have the uncertainty of whether your job will end. For women in forestry zones, the changes introduced by the expansion of plantations and agro-industry were particularly acute. Unlike in Chile's central valleys, where fruit plantations began to hire women in large numbers as temporeras, until the mid-20s forestry work in all stages of the production process, collecting and planting seeds, thinning and pruning, logging, transportation, industrial work in sawmills, wood factories, and paper and pulp plants was defined as a masculine domain. In the case of the forestry sector, the erosion of the peasant household economy did not contribute to a reorganization of rural patriarchy within communities or families or to opening new social spaces for women. Rather, the transformation of male campesinos and former inquilinos into migrant temporeros was accompanied by women's inner-eased subordination to men and a reaffirmation of patterns of patriarchy, even as households and families were thrown apart by the spatial reorganization of patterns of work and residence. The labor movement under military rule. Military repression, the restructuring of the forestry industry, and the reordering of rural labor and land relations provoked an abrupt decline in union activity. As forestry unions struggled to survive during the 1970s, union leaders faced dismissal, arrest, and internal exile. Many unionized companies replaced their workforces with non-unionized temporary workers or simply closed down and moved to other regions where they opened up under different names. The campesino unions that had been organized at the level of comunas and on rural estates completely disappeared after 1973, decimated by repression and by the breakup of rural communities with the restructuring of the forestry industry. By the early 1980s, however, following the re-emergence of the national labor movement and a reinvigorated grassroots struggle for democracy in urban poblaciones, forestry workers began to rebuild their unions. In August 1984, forestry workers employed by 3 subcontracting firms in Cerro Alto and Los Alamos, outside Concepcion, formed the first inter-industry union, the Sindicato Interempresa y Araucano, with a seat located in the Coal Miners Union Hall. After 2 months the union had 150 members. In October of the same year, a group of 10 forestry, wood, and paper unions with more than 1,500 members founded a regional federation in Concepcion. These new unions, 367, reflected efforts by labor activists to organize and negotiate contracts by region, rather than company, and rebuild the kinds of region and industry-wide organizations that had characterized the pre-1973 labor movement. Organizing workers employed by contratistas in regional unions gave temporary workers more clout and raised the possibility of negotiating regional contracts with employers. In addition, by linking forestry workers' unions to the unions of industrial workers in cellulose, wood, and paper plants, the new regional federation made it possible for unions to negotiate with employers, like Forestal Arauco, whose activities span the gamut of these activities, even if their operations were divided among a variety of subsidiaries. Regional labor organizations created the possibility for workers to overcome the structural and geographical obstacles presented by the dispersal of the workforce and the fragmentation of the industry. However, Workers continued to confront legal obstacles to unionization at regional levels since the 1979 Labor Code neither recognized the legal status of industry-wide or regional unions nor required employers to bargain with temporary workers. Subcontractors were under no obligation to bargain with workers and could use the temporary nature of work to fire labor activists and impede the unionization of their labor force. Until the early 10s, these new unions were unable to organize strikes or win significant concessions from employers. The Catholic Church played an important role in the reanimation of the labor movement among forestry workers. In Concepcion, the Church's Vicaria Pastoral Obrera organized classes for workers on how to organize unions and offered training and education for union leaders. Workers held meetings in the Vicaria's offices as they attempted to build new union networks. In addition, the Vicaria published a clandestine newsletter, El Pino Insign, that documented work conditions and labor conflicts in the forestry sector. The newsletter interviewed workers and union leaders and provided updates on organizing campaigns, strikes, and dismissals. El Pino Insign also provided accounts of the history of the forestry sector and rural labor and land relations in the region. The Vicarfa organized social assistance programs in the new rural poblaciones, creating small projects to earn residents' income and providing classes on how to make do with the resources at their disposal. During strikes, workers held assemblies, cultural acts, and organized soup kitchens in the Vicarfa. In addition, the Vicaria provided legal aid to workers. In 1983, for example, the Vicaria helped bring lawsuits on behalf of 180 workers against 12 subcontracting companies for failing to pay workers' salaries. Union leader and co-founder of the CTF, Coppola Pave, observed, "I don't believe that there is a union or a federation, in any sector of the economy, that didn't receive the support of the 368 Vicaria. We held union meetings at the Vicaria, and even today the old union leaders keep meeting there." Degree under military dictatorship, the Vicaria provided one of the few places where union leaders and workers could hold meetings. Despite the rebuilding of forestry workers' unions after 1983, repression by the dictatorship and the structural conditions of the industry imposed limits on organizing. The military regime responded to the re-emergence of rural unions in Concepcion by jailing and sending union leaders into internal exile. On February 4, 1985, Lino Lara Valenzuela, president of Federación 6 en Campesina Liberación, and Carlos López López, president of Sindicato Agrícola Manuel Rodríguez and vice president of the Federación Liberación, along with 4 other regional union leaders, were arrested at 5 in the morning and sent to the Campamento Militar de Conchai in the Atacama Desert for 4 months, where they were joined by more than 20 other union leaders from Santiago and Valparaiso. They were then relegated for 3 more months to distant villages in the north such as Pisagua, site of a concentration camp since the 1940s. Workers' efforts to rebuild the labor movement in the forestry sector were also hampered by the 1978 Labor Code and the post-1973 restructuring of the industry. Almost 3/4 of all forestry workers labored for small subcontractors on a temporary basis and thus could not legally bargain collectively. In addition, the transience of this labor force made it extremely difficult to organize. Workers moved from worksite to worksite, employer to employer, region to region on an almost monthly basis. In logging camps, workers remained isolated and dependent, cut off from communication with the outside world. The expulsion of rural workers from farms, estates, and parcelas led to the dispersal of forestry families throughout rural areas and the breakup of local communities that had provided the foundation of the militant rural labor movement of the 1960s. In 1989, as it contemplated labor strategies for the transition to democracy, the recently organized Confederación de Trabajadores Forestales noted the importance of organizing new unions and federations of new modern workers in the agro-industrial sector. The CTF observed that campesinos and campesino unions had been replaced by a largely non-unionized wage-earning workforce of former campesinos. Owing to repression, the expulsion of inquilinos and campesinos from the countryside, and the regime's labor code, the campesino unions that had been the backbone of the rural labor movement before 1973, such as the Confederacy and Ranquil, had disappeared. A 1998 CTF report echoed the conclusion that the nature of the forestry labor force had been transformed by proletarianization or descamponization, the appropriation of 369 land by transnationals has meant the conversion of thousands of former campesinos into modern forestry and wood workers. The transformation of campesinos and inquilinos into rural proletarians, temporary wage workers with no access to land, was the major impediment confronting the labor movement in the forestry sector. Proletarianization had undermined the basis of the once powerful rural labor movement without creating the conditions for new union organizations. In 1989 only 11,000 workers, around 0% of the forestry labor force, were organized in 3 unions, the Federación Liberación in the 8th region, the Federación Nacional de la Madera in the 8th, 9th, and 10th regions, and the Federación Forestal Mal. These 3 unions formed the Confederación de Trabajadores Forestales in 1988. The case of 40 forestry workers employed by the Contratista Empresa Sociedad Agrícola y Forestal CEP, Concepción during the 1980s illustrates the constraints on labor activism. In late 1983 workers engaged in a work stoppage and sued the company for failing to pay wages and benefits and for continually harassing and humiliating workers. They often made us wait until late, deceiving us that the money, the salary, was on the way. Then they ordered a change of site and left us waiting in the meantime. On 3 occasions, because some campefieros dared to complain, they sent carabineros. As the court case and strike dragged on, workers and their families organized a soup kitchen in the Vicaria Pastoral Obrera for 3 months. Through the Vicaria they received legal assistance and financial support from unions in the region that provided their children food and dental and medical care. The Vicaria also served as a center for meetings and legal proceedings. Workers held a raffle and cultural events to raise money, in which they denounced the violations of our rights by the employers and the impotence of the workers to gain their rights. After 3 months the courts found in the workers' favor, but the Contratista had disappeared and the workers never received their wages beyond employers' ability to intimidate workers, dismiss union activists, and move to other regions and the legal constraints imposed by labor law. Union organizers confronted the effects of military repression and economic insecurity on workers. One founder of the CTF noted, for example, that it had been extremely difficult to reorganize unions during the early 1980s. He had had to travel throughout the countryside, going into the forests to talk to old workers. To win their trust he often was accompanied by old-time union leaders who were known in the region. He noted that forestry workers had their own culture, which marked them as different even from other workers and were suspicious of outsiders. This lack of trust was exacerbated by repression. They are still afraid. They saw union leaders killed after 1973 and 370. Think, maybe there will be another coup and I'll be killed. Only between 10 and 12% of forestry workers were organized since, often for fear of losing their jobs, they prefer not to participate in the union and accept the boss's conditions. It was hard to find workers willing to take on the responsibilities of organizing unions because of this fear of losing their jobs or their lives. In addition, union leaders were unpaid, and the union job constituted for them a second shift. Forestry workers' unions had little financial base since few workers could afford to pay dues and could rarely pay union leaders who could only tend to union business when they were off work. This left little time for organizing, which required a great deal of travel from worksite to worksite as union leaders attempted to communicate with the transient labor force. Despite the resurgence of unionization during the early 1980s and the organization of some regional union federations and the CRF, forestry workers approached the transition to democracy in a weakened position. The CTF's 1989 proposal for democracy reflected workers' sense that only profound changes in labor legislation and state regulation of the forestry sector and intervention in labor-capital relations would improve work conditions and the possibilities for building a strong labor movement. The proposal also indicated the union's efforts to reverse the social and ecological changes that had provoked the descamponization of the countryside. In many ways, the CTF proposal called for a return to pre-1973 conditions when small landholders and mill owners played a significant part in the forestry industry and the state promoted the development of industries and regulated reforestation and the management of native forests * beyond basic demands for the elimination of subcontractors and temporary work, the institution of an 8-hour day, partial employer financing of unions, and national and sectoral contracts negotiated by the CRF and the regional federations. The CTF critiqued the neoliberal model of development and proposed state intervention to support small and medium-sized landowners and industries that produced wood products for the domestic market. Rather than the export of forestry products with little added value, the CRR advocated the transfer of technology and technical assistance to small producers in order to incorporate the maximum value added to forestry products. The CRF called on the state to promote internal markets for industrialized wood commodities produced by small and medium businesses. The proposal asked for a revision of the subsidy structures in DL 701 in order to direct its benefits to small and medium proprietors, subsidizing and assigning state financing according to scales of production. A strong credit incentive is necessary for small and 371 medium companies, creators of large number of jobs. Technical support, technology, and marketing to supply the domestic, not the external, market. The CRR proposed, in effect, that the state intervene to reproduce the developmentalist programs and policies of the pre-1973 period and re-establish the social arrangements that had characterized the pre-1973 forestry industry. Thus the CRF urged the state to establish incentives for the small landowners with forests, with the objective of integrating agricultural cultivation, forestry, and the pasture of animals on their farms in order to rebuild the vanishing campesino economy. In addition, the CTF proposed subsidies and credits for small sawmill owners, as well as training for workers and owners in order to make small wood producers' use of forests more efficient and ecologically viable. The CTF argued that credit and technical assistance to campesinos with native forests and the promotion of marketing cooperatives would ensure the management of forest resources and the price of wood. The CTF also called for a revision and redefinition of the transfer of lands from indigenous communities to private companies and an inventory of forests on indigenous lands. The CTF proposal hinged on a re-evaluation of the social ecology of forestry development. It explicitly linked the post-1973 reorganization of the forestry industry and the restructuring of agrarian labor and land relations to destructive environmental changes. The CTF noted the ecological precariousness of a development model rooted in monocultural export agriculture and the effects of ecological transformations on campesinos and workers. Diversification within the forestry sector would not just involve the establishment of a variety of industrial forestry activities oriented toward the internal market, it would also depend on ecological diversification. By promoting the sustainable exploitation of native forests, the CTF plan would prevent the wholesale destruction of these diverse ecosystems and their replacement by pine and eucalyptus plantations. Thus the CTF proposed that the native forests of the Precordillera be incorporated into regional economies through the production of wood, firewood, honey, hazelnuts, prohibiting their complete transformation into wood chips, which will ensure, among other things, that they not be replaced with pines. The CTF noted that its proposals for reforms of the forestry sector were directed at promoting the preservation of species and natural environments for the future generations. To this end the CRF advocated a return to the pre-1973 system of state regulation of forestry exploitation and curbs on the substitution of pine plantations for native forests. We propose that our native forests be 372 submitted to the tutelage of the state to ensure their preservation and to prevent the substitution of the species that we observe today. The CTF's proposal represented a combination of the concerns of environmentalists and the labor movement. While it acknowledged that pine plantations were an established economic and ecological fact, the CTF linked the spread of the plantations to the social and economic changes that had redefined the terms of labor and land relations and allowed the domination of the industry by a few large companies oriented toward export markets. The CTF recognized the expansion of plantations as a menace to native forests and to the jobs and work conditions of forestry workers. The union's vision was not narrowly conservationist but provided a program for combining commercial and subsistence agricultural production, forests and agricultural crops, pine plantations and native forests in order to satisfy the demands of workers and peasants who depended both on native forests for subsistence and the commercial exploitation of native forests by wood industries. The labor movement in the forestry sector during the 1990s. Under the governments of the concerticide, the forestry sector continued to expand at rates exceeding levels of national economic growth. By 1997, exports of forest products accounted for 11% of Chile's export revenues, third behind mining and industry, and had nearly tripled in value from $771.2 million in 1989 to $1,920.7 million in 1997. Exports of wood chips, pulp, and logs continued to expand under the governments of the concertation, with pulp accounting for 38% of forestry export earnings. The major change in the industry was a significant increase in foreign investment beginning in the late 1980s, before the transition to democracy, and increasing during the Rugose. Following the 1982-85 economic crisis and the bankruptcy of a number of large financial groups, foreign investment flooded into the forestry sector. In 1985, foreign investment amounted to $350 million. By 1989, this figure had reached just under $800 million, and in 1993, $1,200 million. Transnational logging companies from Canada, the United States, Switzerland, New Zealand, and Japan, often in joint ventures with Chilean capital, began to purchase plantations and native forests and install wood chip and cellulose plants. While in 1986 Chile exported no wood chips, in 1GG1 it exported 3,066,000 tons, and in 1995, 4,076,500 tons. In 1992 Japan per 373 chased 80% of the world production of wood chips, and Chile was Japan's third largest supplier. The explosion of the wood chip industry led to the intensified exploitation of native forests in the 10th region by Japanese, United States, and Chilean companies. At the same time, these companies also began to cultivate eucalyptus plantations to supply their factories, and tree plantations began to replace native forests in the 10th region. Eucalyptus was attractive to transnationals since it produced wood apt for high-quality paper products and thus earned higher prices than pine. Between 1989 and 1998, Chilean and transnational companies planted 15,000 hectares of pine and eucalyptus, the majority eucalyptus, annually in the 10th region for cellulose and chip production. Despite growth in investment, production, and exports in the forestry sector and the CRF's ambitious program of reform for the forestry industry, the transition to democracy failed to meet forestry workers' expectations. For workers, conditions in some logging camps improved due to pressure from the unions and increased state regulation, but in many camps run by subcontractors conditions remained the same. Following the 1983 recession, many of the small contratistas had gone bankrupt, leaving a smaller number of bigger companies that were able to guarantee better work conditions. In addition, through bringing cases to the Inspeción del Trabajo during the Rugose, unions were able to force a number of contratistas to improve conditions in the camps and pay workers' salaries. A union leader noted that in the large companies and consortiums, like the Copec Group, the Shell Group, we know that they are pressuring the contratistas to improve work conditions. On the other hand, he continued, if we go into the Nahuel Buda Cordillera we see really miserable conditions, where forestry workers still live in huts and depend on a pulperia, that in the majority of cases, belongs to the contratista. The contratista contracts people for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months sometimes, and no one regulates him. There are contratistas that have beaten workers for the sole fact of demanding their wages, demanding their rights. Union leaders noted that often in the worst cases, contratistas preferred to go to courts, where cases could take years, and then pay small fines to changing conditions in the camps. As late as 1996, despite improvements under the governments of the concertation, 82% of forestry workers lived beneath the poverty line and 18% received less than the minimum wage. Under the governments of the concertation, workers continued to confront serious obstacles to organizing due to the labor legislation implemented under the dictatorship, the restructuring of the forestry industry, the legacy of fear left. 374. By years of repression, and the intransigence of employers. In 2001, union leader wondered, how are we to organize workers who have 2-month contracts? When workers try to negotiate with employers extra-legally, they simply dismiss the workers. We have almost no possibility of bargaining collectively, and the majority of the workers aren't organized. There is still persecution of union leaders. If we try to organize a worksite, after 2 months they close down the worksite, fire the guys, and then the next month they call the same workers and sign them to new contracts, without the union, and at lower wages. The union leader observed that few workers had any familiarity or experience with unions, and that most had no job stability and continued to fear repression. No one wants to participate in the union because of fear. Right now we're trying to negotiate contracts in 2 companies, but what's the point if in 4 months they shut down and there is no work? The union has little credibility and legitimacy among the workers. The workers want to demand wage increases, immediate benefits, but the union is trying to protect their jobs. Owners offer them incentives not to join the union. We'd give you raises or bonuses, but you're unionized. On a large estate of 30,000 hectares there could be 30 different contratistas, so the workers are divided by activity and company. For union leaders, the lack of resources for unions also limited their capacity to organize workers. It is difficult for the unions to get to the camps. They have few resources. You have to go in personal vehicles, you have to rent a car, or convince a friend to take you. There are workers in camps that are very distant from any human settlement. In 1998 the CTF pointed out, our union movement is in decline for many reasons. There still is a great deal of fear, as much of the military as of the bosses. The weak unions of forestry workers were able to launch few strikes during the 1990s because they were hampered by labor legislation inherited from the dictatorship. As another union leader noted, the truth is that the strike hasn't been used much in the forestry sector because we haven't had very good experiences of strikes, because we have lost more than we have won. The companies are allowed to hire strike breakers, and that undermines the movement. If the compafieros are on strike, they have to return to work for whatever the bosses want to give them. The weakness of the labor movement in the forestry sector led workers to be increasingly skeptical about joining unions. Union leaders noted that memberships had dropped during the late 1980s and 1990s, precisely during the transition to democracy, because a new generation of younger workers neither shared the union experiences of older workers nor viewed unions as effective tools for improving work conditions. And 375. Wages. A regional labor organizer in Concepcion contrasted the well-organized and militant Mapuche movement of the Rugos that challenged the rights of forestry companies to forest lands and the weak labor movement among forestry workers. He noted that the Mapuche movement was rooted in a strong sense of community and cultural identity that relied on a powerful historical memory of struggles over land, ethnic conflicts, and family histories. Forestry workers no longer resided in communities with long-standing traditions, and they worked for only short stints at the same job. An entire generation separated them from the land conflicts and labor actions prior to the military coup, and the breakup of communities after 1973 had fragmented the historical memory that might have served as a vehicle for political identity and collective action. By the late 1980s and one goes, most forestry workers were young men. And, as the union organizer observed, these workers had little experience with strikes or unions and had been thrown into the workforce following the erosion of campesino communities. A 1998 CTF report noted the problem of generation, memory, and the transformation of the forestry labor force through proletarianization. It is a working class that is young and that doesn't have a meaningful experience of strikes and that has, for the same reason, a high grade of identification with the company. In an oral history interview, a CTF leader noted problems of generation in organizing forestry workers. There were 17 years in which they cultivated fear, and this was important because the youth are no longer with it. You speak to them about unionization and they say, I'm not into that, I like to go to bars, to hang out. They have other concerns, and the older workers are still afraid of the dictatorship that also launched a campaign to delegitimize unions. They say, the guy who gets involved with the union is a communist. They speak worse of the unions than the businesses. For this worker, one of the legacies of the dictatorship was apoliticism and a lack of political culture, a rejection of political parties and the role of parties in the unions. Workers frequently viewed union leaders as haciendo politica, rather than fighting for their interests, since unions could provide little in the way of material benefits for workers because they were hindered by labor legislation that precluded collective bargaining and made strikes ineffective. In 1992, CTF leaders who had worked with and supported the Concertación de Partidos por la Democracia noted their disillusion with the coalition democratic governments. According to union leaders, as soon as the elections were over, members of the governing parties lost interest in meeting with union leaders or responding to workers' demands. A former CTF leader described how union leaders had met with delegations. 376. From the Concertación to discuss the future of forestry that, in our opinion, is in the industrialization of wood. It doesn't serve the country to keep exporting logs or mountains of chips. It's necessary to add value to production, to develop an industrial complex of wood. However, when the regional branch of the CUT in Concepción convoced a forum with the participation of senators and deputies, only 2 came and 1 left immediately, because maybe they were afraid of confronting union leaders. This situation had only deteriorated from the forestry workers' point of view at the end of the decade. The same union leader noted in 1998 that once democracy arrived, the politicians didn't even meet with union leaders after the first 2 or 3 years. One don't see any fluid dialogue between the unions and the government as existed before during the dictatorship. In those days we were good friends, but the other day I was in a meeting in Concepción with union leaders and we had invited 5 deputies from this zone and not one came. By 1998 the CTF leadership had become even more critical of the Concertación. Headed by militants of the Communist Party, the CRF adopted a militant posture both toward the KER and the government. In its report for 1998 the CTF argued that organizing in the forestry sector had been hampered by the lack of support from the government, the CUT's compliance with the policies of the Concertación, and the labor movement's adherence to the 1978 Labor Code. In addition, the CTF argued that the Federation of Forestry Workers, like other union structures, had been organized out of legal compliance with the Labor Code and not out of organizing at the grassroots level. Following the dictates of the code had, the CRF asserted, limited the union's scope of activity and impeded strengthening the organization because we are legalistic in the extreme and we don't take a step if it is not laid out in the Labor Code. In this terrible code it is established that collective bargaining is a privilege for those who have permanent contracts and collective negotiation is tied to the union by company, and this produces the marginalization of thousands of workers from the right to organize. On the other hand, we ourselves have not been capable of mentally freeing ourselves and creating our own system of organization. The CTF report argued that because unions had stuck too closely to the letter of the law and lent their unconditional support to the Concertación, they had lost the strength that came from organizing at the base. In our best moment we brought together 67 unions and nearly 10,000 workers. Today we have no more than 40, and we barely represent 6,000 workers. Asterisk. Union membership in the forestry sector had actually declined during the 1990s. The CTF looked to the example of the Regional Union of Temporary Workers, the Sindicato Laboral Carfa in Arauco, as a model of a new kind of 377 organizing that bypassed the limitations of the labor code by operating at a sectoral and regional level and by placing pressure on the state, rather than negotiating on a plant-by-plant basis with individual employers. The CTF imagined unions organized by locality rather than workplace or employer, in which the union represents all the workers and their families, and leads mobilizations directed at provincial and communal authorities. Despite the CRR's more militant stance at the end of the one goes, the labor movement in the forestry sector made little headway in the struggle to build strong unions, improve work conditions and wages, and deter the expansion of plantations and elimination of native forests. The governments of the Concertación remained wedded to an economic model that prioritized export-oriented commercial agriculture and foreign investment and made little effort to regulate commercial logging or to expand state management of native forests. In addition, at the end of the decade no significant amendments to the labor legislation handed down by the Pinochet dictatorship had been passed in a Congress where appointed senators blocked the Concertación's proposed labor reforms. As the CTF understood in 1998, only extra-legal forms of organizing by region and a more independent and confrontational posture toward the Concertation would allow workers to rebuild unions and challenge the authority of the forestry companies. CTF leaders perceived that they would receive little help from the state in attempting to overcome the obstacles presented by the restructuring of the forestry industry and the reorganization of labor and land relations in the countryside. It would take new forms of grassroots organizing, rooted in rural communities rather than work sites, and a new understanding of what it meant to be a worker for a new generation of proletarianized but temporary seasonal laborers whose ties to the world of the campesino economy had been severed. In 2002 I traveled around Lago Panguipulli into the Cordillera de los Andes to the town of Neltume, a large landed estate until it was expropriated and incorporated into the socialist Complejo Maderero Panguipulli in 1971. On the trip up the dirt roads into the high-altitude Andean forests I was able to appreciate the marks of history on the mountain landscape. Huge swaths of cleared native forests scarred mountainsides and tree plantations, many of pine, dotted the hills, designated to supply the companies lumbering the region in accordance with new legislation, passed under the Concertación and enforced for the first time by CONAF in the late Regos, that required companies to reforest cleared lands. In 1997 the French company logging Neltume had been fined 800 million pesos for destroying native forests, and despite commitments to CONAF it continued to ignore prescribed forest management plans at the entrance to 378. Neltume is a memorial to the many forestry workers assassinated or disappeared by the military dictatorship, a statue of a bare-chested worker with a plaque with the names of the Complejo workers who perished after 1973. Many of the estates that belonged to the Complejo had been either returned to their former owners or auctioned off during the 1980s. For a time during the late 1970s the Complejo was run by General Pinochet's son-in-law, Julio Ponce, who lined his own pockets by selling off the Complejo's assets undercover to the armed forces. Today, many of the estates are moribund as their owners wait for a new cellulose plant to be established in the region, but Neltume is owned by the French company, Forestal Neltume Caranco S.A.1 Neltume has the air of a desolate company town, isolated in the mountains and guarded by a carabineros station at the entrance to town. Most of the residents work for the logging company, but few are actual employees. Instead they labor for small contratistas who compete for logging jobs. Like the contratistas in the mountains outside Concepcion during the 1980s and early 1990s, the subcontractors are often former employees of the company or fellow workers. They bid on jobs, and workers pay the price in low wages, lack of benefits, no overtime, no insurance against accidents, no social security or health care, and no job security. Workers supply their own gear and tools. Often contratistas pay them with chits that can be used to purchase goods at one of the few stores in town, and often store owners operate as contratistas. The subcontractors hire fewer than 25 workers in order to prevent unionization, and labor inspectors never make it to this isolated mountain region near the frontier with Argentina. Workers who seek legal remedies or complain about abuses to the company are frequently fired and face unemployment. A young worker I interviewed, the son of a forestry worker from the region and brother of one of the workers killed by the army after 1973, has worked for over 20 separate contratistas over the last decade. In each case, he and his fellow workers logged the mountains for anywhere from 1 month to 6 months until the paychecks, always late in coming, began to disappear. After working for a month or so without pay, they would quit and look for work with another contratista who could pay, giving up on their lost wages. And the cycle would begin again. In Neltum it is hard to see how over a decade of democratically elected governments have made much of a difference. During the almost 3 decades following the military coup, the forestry sector became Chile's third most important source of foreign earnings. Decades of state investments in plantations and industrial plants producing cellulose, paper, and wood after 1946 laid the basis for the boom in forestry exports and reforestation of the 1970s and 1980s. Under the governments of the 379 concertacy, and this growth continued at an even more rapid rate as foreign investment poured into new enterprises that planted pine and eucalyptus and exported logs, wood chips, and pulp. While the transition democratic governments have presided over impressive annual increases in forestry exports, they have not addressed the profound ecological and social dislocations caused by the spread of monocultural plantations and the monopoly of forest lands by commercial logging companies. The coalition governments have failed to elaborate an environmental policy that would establish the sustainable management of what remains of Chile's temperate rainforests. In addition, they have done little to improve labor relations and social conditions in the forestry sector, where workers suffer some of the worst working conditions in Chile. As the labor movement rebuilds, it offers an important critique of the links between the spread of plantations and destruction of forests and the social changes in the countryside since 1973. Forestry workers' unions have articulated an alternative vision of how the forestry industry might sustain both the ecological biodiversity of Chile's native forests and improved work conditions for workers and campesinos. The union's growing understanding of the close ties between the natural worlds of forests and the social worlds in which labor and land are, like rare native hardwoods, transformed into commodities, bridges the concerns of union and environmental activists and provides an important alternative to the widely accepted view that the market is the best regulator of both labor relations and the environment.